Let's go live. Alright, hello, and welcome to our new stream with Muscovy, which is being played on the 1.0.8 update, which is named Caesar, so that's pretty fun. We are in a bit of an interesting spot with all the vassals we've made, because now they're a little less loyal. Now that the base value has been changed, centralization reduces it and decentralization increases it. We're actually spending a lot diplomatically. And while we could promote loyalists here to keep the annexation going for this state at least, which should be, what, a subject action under here. Yeah, support loyalists. It gives you plus 20, 10% embraced institutions. You do have to sustain it, though, so that is a downside that would happen here. I'm thinking we probably sustain loyalty here. Everything else we start killing. We just start disloyal CB, disloyal CB, disloyal CB until we kind of crush the quote-unquote revolt that is brewing against us. Our control is going to be really awful. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's going to be really bad, and it's probably going to stay really bad for a good while. The good news, though, is that we have 0.02 more pop growth from cheap food. Prosperity is actually going to start falling everywhere, because they've added a decay modifier as well. Now, we might actually switch one of our laws over from centralized to decentralized. Or, what is it called? It's one of those administrative laws that we made. Our legal code. Perhaps. No, not the legal code. Bureaucracy, here it is. We have this office for the 2.5 proximity cost reduction, but we might switch it to decentralized, because that gives 0.25 monthly prosperity, which would allow us to sustain prosperity at 75%. Because prosperity gives more pop growth, which we need pops. That's 0.2 right there, and then it gives development, which is nice. And your characters live longer, which is, you know, nice. So that is what we're probably going to do for our initial opening here, is we're going to keep annexing this one by just using support subjects to keep it loyal enough. Or support loyalists. It's still going to take a long time, multiple decades actually. But if we just focus on killing everyone else, we'll get big enough and it'll be fine. We have 22,000 levies to raise, so whoever we target individually is just going to die no matter what. And I'm thinking we probably just link up to the Novgorod territories first. We already accept them, so once it's integrated, it won't be hard to actually control the territory. What is our population like? I was also given the tip idea of maybe actually building up a bailiff or two out here where the gold mines are. Gold mines are somewhere. There's one, there's the other. They do have a bit of a financial cost to them to build. We are talking a base amount of 200 gold. It's 139 if we actually build it because of masonry and lumber being cheap. So that's not bad. The idea here is that it would give us 20 local proximity on the 2 gold mines, which, coupled by making it a core, we could probably get to about 35% and get at least some of the tax base. But the tax base is... honestly, the tax base is so small, even with it being gold, because the gold is hilariously cheap here. There's no demand. Because there's no way to export it, because there's no town or city. So what we might actually need to do is find a location, turn it into a town. Even though that would be really expensive. For a little gain. So that might be something to think about later. For now, let's focus on the subjects. And which one would be the easiest to conquer? I kind of just want to take Novgorod over here. I know we gave them territory to kind of spread Muscovite over here. But now that they're disloyal, I'm not as certain. We probably focus Novgorodians. And it is not hard to actually make them disloyal. The only issue is that all of them kind of like us right now, so... yeah... but as long as they're disloyal, you can go over here to create a CB. It actually gives you a 50% reduction to conquering it. And what's even funnier, they'll probably change this, but when you end your relationship with them, you don't get any truce. It's just a 1-month timer. Which I have no idea if that's intentional or if that's just broken. We are no longer, we're no longer under the Tatar Yoke as well, and I removed the other, Patriarchate International Organization, because we were just kind of following it. We weren't actually using it at all. Ooh. We'll get meritocracy very soon. That's dangerous. I like it. In fact, if we're about to... oh, God, I really shouldn't do this because we do need the money. But I'm kind of considering increasing the rate of our integration. Not that we could really afford to. Okay, we'll just focus over here in our little heartland for now then. Try to develop a couple of levels each. Because we do not have the towns for any of this. We really don't. I actually want to develop a lot of towns going down this way for control, but we're gonna need to be making 100 ducats a month for me to even consider that. I know we're already expanding a couple of the... God, we don't even have room to build more buildings. Let me see. Do we already have the road link up here? No, actually, we're missing a lot of road linkage. Okay. Wow, that's a lot of road linkage we're missing. That would explain the lack of control, though. Think about it. Ooh, at least our activities are hidden. Don't really need the spy in the Golden Horde anymore. I just want to keep stealing their maps because it makes it easier to explore. Why spend the money to explore when I can just steal it? So Kiev's actually going to break their alliance with us now that we're not threatened by the Golden Horde anymore, I suppose. Or because they're technically still a subject of the Golden Horde and we're just kind of not. Which is fine. We don't need them anymore. What I do need to worry about is our insurgency. But I think our nobles will be okay. I think they'll understand, right? Probably won't. Most of it's just kind of out here in the areas where we lack control, which is not particularly surprising if you think about it. Ooh, I would love a census. Can we build universities? I forget. They're not in this list. Here they are. We can, and we might want universities because that's going to make it easier to flip pops to our culture. +5. Ooh, wait, hang on. +5 innovation. Hang on. Yeah, I can work with this. I can work with this. You are terrible for this job, but you're my prime minister because you are the sun. Okay. We're going to just quit. We're going to do a bit of a 6-month push to innovation here, chat, just because we can squeeze out a couple of points for it. Pretty much almost for free. Spiritualism, that's fine. I did just reduce the nobility's opinion, though, didn't I? That's less fine. Now... Oh, I really don't want the decentralization tick because we're already bleeding decentralization. Which would suck, but I honestly think it might be worth switching this over the proximity cost. Because maintaining this is good. Now, the Kremlin being here apparently gives us a lot of local monthly prosperity. So Moscow will just always be prosperous, I guess. I feel like that 2.5 is not meant to be there. But for everywhere else, if we switch to decentralized, it'll stay at 75 prosperity. Because right now, all this prosperity is going to start falling globally. Because it can no longer sustain to the same level. At 100. But I would like to keep it sustained up there for that pop growth. So I think, even though it's going to hurt, I think we go ahead and we switch to decentralized bureaucracy for the prosperity bonus. Education of the people is almost done integrating too, which is nice. I'll take the 5 research points. I forgot when you're doing the university focus, you can get that. We're not going to get the free the half-cost university from it, though. Oh, the member of the crown just died. Okay. Well, quickly appoint someone else to be the new cabinet head. Honestly, I wouldn't pay mercenaries just to get more centralization. They cost a lot of gold for almost nothing. Like, look at this size. We're getting 150 troops for 300 ducats. I could spend that money and get about way more. I could probably get 5 times the size. That being said, we are kind of moving one of our troops out here, but why are we suffering attrition? I guess just because it's winter, they always suffer attrition no matter what. So I guess I'll just always suffer that attrition, which is fine, I suppose. Actually, if we moved you all the way to Novgorod, how would that do for control? Because I know we have almost none there. You know what? This is going to fail regardless. I'm just going to take the money. We'll just use the money. In fact, since we're going to start... Oh, wait, no. I need to keep this loyal because that's the only way you keep going because I think you're almost disloyal. Oh, you're actually getting more loyal. That's good. Why? Don't know. We're not gonna pretend to know the secrets of the AI over here. Yeah, see, putting the army there is gonna help at least give us just a little more. Not a lot more, but it helps. What we really need to do, though, is increase our cultural influence so integration speed is faster. Because right now in Novgorod, it's not as fast as it could be, but our increased power projection kind of sped that up a bit. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I have not used mercenaries at all across my... Oh, God, what does Steam say? Over like 160 hours of game time. I have not used mercenaries once because I am not paying 300 ducats for 150 men. Because that's what it's telling me is what it would recruit. I'm not going to spend all that money to get 150 guys in armor. They would have to basically maul everything they ever come across for me to even consider it. And even then, I probably still wouldn't. Okay, I'm trying to figure out if it's worth doing the road now, because we need it all the way to Novgorod here. And I think we do start some road projects. What I'm really hoping is that... Ooh. Do I just let this happen? No, not really. I don't want to fight it. If I don't have to. It would not be hard to fight. I just don't feel like fighting it right now. If we wanted to make mercenaries not worthless, they would have to be... Well, honestly, right now... Oh, we lost the Union? Darn. Hang on, give me just a moment. I'm trying to figure out... Oh, wait, we lost the Union, but we're next in line to succeed it. So maybe we just need to wait. Militant, you'll hire militant faithful. Moskva 4 infantry regiment. No, I'll just take your stability, please. Anyway, mercenaries. Again, either the cost is going to have to come down, or more likely what I would say here is the size you're recruiting from needs to be larger, because this is... For 300 ducats is just awful. I mean, look at the horsemen. They even actually do worse than compared units. I don't know the exact buff you would have to give them, but it would have to be better than it is now, because it is not good. You know what? We could actually be doing this on more than one country. We don't have to do it on just one. Although there's not a lot of areas to really take here. I guess let's just connect our territories in the north for now. And then we'll go from there. That way we have a northern territory without any cuts in between. Oh, good. We've finished integrating one area. Just integrate another. Disease resistance and character life expectancy is nice. Universities are expensive. Oh, are they building a university for us? Or is this already scheduled? This was already scheduled. Okay, so now that we have our CB, what you want to do on the vassal is... You just end it. You just end it, and then you have to wait for your diplomat to come back in a month. And once they come back in a month, you just declare war. With your new CB. Sometimes they might make an alliance before you do it. Technically we can't do it yet because our insurgency is above 95%. Which makes sense because you're about to have a civil war, but we just have to wait for that to tick down and then we'll wipe them out. Some of them, like Pskov, I plan to keep still, but others we're going to just try to annex what we can here. In fact, if Ryazan is getting more loyal, I'm actually going to just cut our diplomatic spending down. As much, at least down to where we're only getting 0.2 diplomats. I still need to earn some diplomats, but we can probably afford to cut the price a little. And we can steal technology from the Pope. I just need to wait. Probably check in about 6 months. Hey, we also have enough religious influence. That's good. Then we probably just sit on our cash here. Because I think what I'm going to have to end up doing is actually expanding towns already and start getting more of them. Which is expensive. But we're kind of currently sitting in a situation where we can't even, we can't build very well, which is not good. I don't know if... You don't even have the workers, but if we get this set up, Ryazan will be easy. Because what I'm thinking is building up the Moscow area and then going from there. But as you can see, we don't even have the laborers for these areas. Although building up the rural areas are fine. Let's just do it. Masonry is expensive-ish. Okay. Ooh, research progress. Thank you. We can finally catch up a little more. Because the Renaissance is almost over. We've actually gotten 51 advances in the Renaissance, which is not bad. I do feel like that's still behind because there are various technologies like our pop conversion speed we haven't gotten. But we are researching gunpowder next, and we'll have cannons probably by the time this ends. It's not quick, but at least we have it. So, okay, you see how Chernihiv is actually in this now. Chernihiv is allied to them. Honestly, not worried. And we're only going to raise some of the levies because, well, we don't really need all of them. Honestly, our regulars could probably just do this on their own. Because remember, regulars kind of smash when it comes to be fighting levies. To be fighting levies? It's okay. We don't do English here. So it's not needed. It's optional. No, you wouldn't need mercenaries to, like, decrease other state power and make your crown power larger. It's just, it's not worth the expense that it takes to hire them relative to what you're getting. Because what you're getting out of them is just really weak. You know what? I just realized if we have royal marriages we should do them. I want to see my options here. Like Georgia. Oh, we can marry the heir of Georgia. Maybe I can get a marriage union there. Then you can get married to someone in the country so we have more people here. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. And I guess you'll just be the same thing. You'll just marry a noble. There we go. Problem solved, right? So the downside to getting our own made, because we got kicked out of all the other ones for this organization, the organization we were in actually had a lot of laws already set. We now have none of them, but some of the laws were actually upsetting our clergy, so, you know, pros and cons. There are different natures you can pick if you have certain values. For us, we can only pick dual nature. That's fine. That's going to give us 0.002 stability investment, which I'll take once it's enacted. And then there should be more laws that open up that we did see before, but now we can't see, which is interesting. Oh, that's not shift or control. So we could just annex all this. Chernihiv we could probably ignore. Although, do we ignore? I guess we do, because this is already generating a lot of antagonism. Although it's really just antagonism against our subjects. It's really just antagonism against the subject we're annexing, honestly. So, how about we take this fort? Oh yeah, we can actually unify this area. That's better. There we go. Good evening, Major. We just annexed one of our vassals, and we're about to do the same to another one because a lot of them are disloyal since we're playing on the new 1.0.8 open patch. So we're just going to eliminate some of them. It does mean that this area is just going to be heavily disloyal. It's all going to be conquered territory, so we're not going to have any control in it. Which is going to kind of hurt. But that's why we're saving up money, because we're going to just infrastructure project our way to Novgorod and hope that starts to spread our control. Whether it succeeds is an entirely different matter. But it is our step to unifying, what do you call it, Russia. I almost said France. I don't know. I was thinking of France earlier because of my Bohemia game where I got France into a personal union with me, and I've been using them as a shield ever since. So I'm generating lots of antagonism and not caring because no one wants to fight France. It's not that they don't want to fight me in that Bohemia game. They just don't want to fight France because France is scary. Now, I keep forgetting it's control and not shift. I keep thinking it's shift. Alright, take the gold. They only have 16 ducats for us to take. That's fine, because they don't exist anymore. And there we go. We at least have a nice cohesive area for ourselves. Yeah, updating mid-campaign is scary, but I like some of the changes it made. You see how the estate satisfaction is now shown up here at the very top at all times instead of being just a green or red bar? I very much like that. Oh, I don't like how you're malevolent. That I don't like. But I guess we'll deal with it. Bridges are good to invest into. At least you can invest around Tver there, so it's all easier to reach. I like how Moskva's probably like, what, a third? Yeah, Moskva's a third of our tax base. This is not okay. Not the slightest. You know what? What's around you? You have lumber. You can make tools then, right? Maybe not tools. You can make something. You can make paper because there's wood. I need more income from something. Yeah, I actually posted 2 pictures of it on Twitter where I am Bohemia over here. I have France in a personal union and Brandenburg in a personal union. And I'm Hussite as well, which is what makes it really funny. So what's even funnier is Brandenburg is the Holy Roman Emperor, and the Holy Roman Emperor is on the French throne. So it's just absolutely really funny. Would have made for a good video, actually. But you just gotta have good times to yourself now and then, you know? Let's drop those costs. Cost of court is maxed out with where it's staying, at least. We'll be able to make our own guns soon, and this should actually help us a little bit, financially speaking, just because right now we have a shortage of guns. There are some guns being made by our subjects, but I'd like to make our own guns, please. And what does this use? It can use wood, iron, copper. So probably iron and copper would be most valuable. Unless you... Can we make a gun out of clay, chat? I'm sure it'll be fine, right? This is the problem where it's like, where's the iron? Where's... Oh, right. That's not a good sign, then. Right. Right, okay, yes. There is not a lot of iron and copper in the Moskva market, but there is up here. All the way in the Novgorod market. Good to know. We're gonna have to do a lot of internal trading. I mean, each state can get its own... Ooh, control. Each state can kind of get its own bridge if there's enough rivers around it. Oh, you mean like where it's showing the 2 symbol? It's not actually 2 bridges there. This is just kind of a visual bug, unfortunately. It's a little annoying, but there's not much you can do about it, I'm afraid. So, good news is that it's just a visual bug. Bad news is that it's a visual bug that we have to deal with. Ooh, I don't know. See, I don't know where I want to make the guns, chat. I guess we can just make 3 of them right here, so where they're near Moscow. I could build everything in Moscow, but then I'm going to hit the supported building levels very fast. We do need to kind of disperse this a little. So we'll build it in some of the nearby towns and just use that as our little basin. I would like to annex Rostov, but... yeah, a lot of these annexations are not happening quickly. Is this weak enough now? No, they're still... yeah, we're gonna need the universities. It's expensive to build the universities, but the universities are how we get cultural influence. And since we just annexed some of the Novgorod countries, their cultural tradition should be... yeah, their cultural tradition is weakening. It's decaying faster than it's regenerating right now, which will make it easier to incorporate. Yeah, actually, we're almost at the cap now. Just by annexing 2 of them, it spiked very fast. Charlemagne's legacy. I know what you were attempting to say there. Wow, this is going at 2.6%. Settlement, abundant free land because everyone's dead. Well, I guess when there's no one around to live in it, it's pretty easy, huh? I think once we're confident enough on the insurgents, we're gonna have a 3rd integration go, because we just need to... where are the insurgents exactly? Well, everywhere we just conquered, really, so just take your pick and it'll go pretty quick. Because a lot of this is gonna take years, despite it being maxed out. But since Novgorod's accepted, it shouldn't take much. Or at least these will start to become cores. And give us something out of it. Cabinet efficiency, that will help. Look, I'm trying to sound like everything's fine, but we're probably going to suffer a lot for a bit. Our control does not propagate well. Just build those roads there. And honestly, we'll get a town going too. More towns means more universities. Develop the interior. Ooh, develop the interior is not bad. It would give us some proximity cost reduction through land. Yeah, I guess. We'll see if we can't get it to go through. So I don't want to lose any research. Serfdom value we can support. Bellicose is fine. Yeah, there we go. We can get it. Oh, the clergy are building a little irrigation well for us. And now the zealots are getting... What is this? Oh, I see. It's a little revolt area. Honestly, if they want to revolt over there, I'll kill them. I'll do it. Oh, we're getting all the bad events that take our money. I guess just the Miller's Guild. Make the peasants happier. It might actually calm something down. Oh. Said we got Novgorod itself as a core. That claim throwing CB's on a subject. That's not really worth it. I mean, thank you for the CB, but it's not really helpful. There we go. At least this way, Novgorod's going to be at almost... Why is the temple giving 10? Oh, right, because they somehow built 2 temples here. I forgot. Because of the bug. Well, that's okay. That means Novgorod's going to go from 0 control to almost 40% chat. In fact, if we put our army in this area, in the city, we will be able to use it to increase control speed a bit. Not that we have a lot of pops. Normally I would curtail their power and destroy the toll castle here, chat, but I'm actually going to get the 10 satisfaction just to calm down the insurgents. Whether that actually calms them down remains to be seen, but incorporating Novgorod did make them lose steam. A lot of this is just, hey, you conquered us, so we're extremely angry at you, and we don't want to accept you at all. They're also somehow lacking wheat, but I feel like that's a them problem. We're also now somewhat... Well, we're not really self-sufficient on guns so much as that we actually have guns. The old people are dying in the cabinet again. I'm gonna hire another old guy and replace him in 5 years. Now, is that actually the best path? See, I don't know if this is actually the best path towards Novgorod, but that's what the game wants to do. Whether it actually is the best path, I could not tell you. But I think if we build up the other roads, we can at least get an idea as time goes on. I do know that there's a lot of bridges we can still build that help reduce proximity cost a bit. Paved roads would also help, but we won't get that for a while. In fact, I need to check something really quickly, chat. Printing press. University, innovative, produce greater than 5 paper. Yeah, we're on point to get the maybe get the printing press. We have land, and we have over 20 army traditions, so we might be able to spawn pike and shot, too. That would help if we could get the institutions to spawn for us, instead of, you know, way outside of the area. Like they did earlier. Because our research progress is not great. Our liturgical language is basically dead. Relative to other languages, Russian is not strong. And it's not going to be strong anytime soon. Man, she's still alive. Wow, I see why she refuses to die. She's a good ruler. She's almost 100 in all stats. So, I normally don't want to invest too much into art, but I do know that the theater, the -2 unrest, this is actually a little misleading. -2 unrest is actually just going to be +2 satisfaction to your pops. It's a little misleading on what it does because it tells you -2 unrest, even though there's no clear indicators to what unrest is in the game at a glance. Just checking all of our other texts. We still need recruitment laws. I thought we'd be in the age of discovery by now, actually, so I'm kind of glad we have a little more time. Yep, let's maybe get that next. We're actually kind of catching up on technology, which is really cool. The interpots is not a bad idea for the trade capacity. It also increases market attraction, which I think we'll go ahead and grab that. And then we're going to go all the way down to our special seat of the Metropolitan Bishop. Conversion speed, true faith tolerance, so Orthodoxy pops will be happier by up to 5%. Heresies will be eviscerated. Where is Moscow? This is not Moscow. I'm going to say, whenever you build a new town, chat, I would say your very first building should be a temple for control, followed by the library. Those should be the first two buildings you make in a new town. Library gets you more promotions. Temple gets you control. Both are very valuable. True. Oh, let me see. Better roads builder. Ah, yeah, I could grab that. I've just been playing on Ironman Vanilla, so, you know. Whatever happens, happens. It'll either function or I'll drown. Where are we? Can we get lots of good salt from? Do we actually have the control for the salt up here? We do. Sure, why not? I'm feeling salty. We're actually making over 50 ducats now, which is quite shocking. In fact, we could make more if we taxed the peasants a lot more. It's just, I don't think the peasants have any money to tax, Chad. They're not making their monthly expenses as it is. And they're still ticking. Well, 41. Golden Horde finally found our agent. I totally forgot about stealing tech from the Pope, chat. Uh-oh. And they just finished the technology. That is a bane. I have that happen to me way too often. Now, I know building these towns is going to reduce our access to the RGO sizes, but having them as towns is going to increase our control potential. And we need more towns right now to build more urban buildings. Because we're already maxed out on marketplaces and the ones we have built. And, I could use more guns. Which we're apparently exporting, but oh well. So we're just gonna actually take the fact we have some money just to build up Moscow proper, because that's going to give us a lot of money. Novgorod has a lack of firearms. Have you tried importing weapons? I know, it's a crazy idea. Back as in a clergy civil war? Oh. Well, you have fun with that. We should probably deal with the decentralization drift, though, from the subjects, huh? Yeah. Are there any other Novgorod countries alive? Except for Pskov. What I'm going to do for Pskov is I'm just going to change it to Moskva. I'm going to change it to Moscowan, whatever our culture is. They're not loyal. Well, I can fix that. That's going to make it to where I have almost no diplomats since we're supporting them elsewhere, but we'll just have to deal with it for the time being. The integration's getting faster, too. Oh, they're still not at 50 loyalty. Okay, one moment. Claim thrown against Georgia. We might be mobilizing to go far south. Enforce culture, and then you're going to be disloyal anyway, so just knock it back down. Wait, who are you at war with? Oh, Civil War, right. So, unless we can get through the Golden Horde, we can't exactly reach Georgia, which is unfortunate, because we could pull them into a personal union now, apparently. Eastern Europe experience. Burghers selling their weapons to their enemies. Pretty much. That's basically the experience. I kind of want to take out loans to build cities, but I feel like that would just end very poorly for us later on. I could do it, but just because you can do it doesn't mean you shouldn't. Speaking of which, it pains me to switch back and forth here, but I just need to hard suppress these rebels. We could just let it happen, but we're just going to hard suppress it for the time being. A lot of these insurgencies that you're seeing are just all up here because, again, and I cannot stress this enough, we have no control. It doesn't sound that bad, but it really is just that bad. What do you not have masonry up here? You don't have masonry. Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. They don't have masonry up here. Okay, I guess just build some more masons then. Because they don't have enough to build with. I'm so used to my Bohemia game, I'm forgetting where our stuff is in this game. Eradicate the problem, because it's corruption. We'll get the temples first, because then it's going to push this control all the way up to 96. And 91, respectively. Look at that. It's nice and green. Yeah, Georgia's really big right now. Yeah. Oh, yeah, the church made cannons, didn't they? Which is nice. I don't know where they built it exactly, but... You know what? That reminds me. We probably, before I forget and get involved into a fight... We probably should recruit at least a couple of cannon regiments. That way we have them. This is not enough cannon regiments. It's just a start so we actually have them. You know, in case we decide to make an adventure down south. Although I don't think the Golden Horde's going to let us. In fact, I really want to shatter the Golden Horde. But I actually don't know if they would shatter at this point. You think they would have shattered a while ago because all their standing units got killed. But I guess they just decided no, they're not going to. Maybe it's because they can keep raising levies endlessly. So we probably won't get Georgia in the end here. I'm hoping that Bulgaria does kind of just fully fall under us later. Oh yeah, there we are. The other laws are here. You just have to do certain ones before you can do other ones, I'm guessing. So we're not actually going to invest into culture, but just by having it unlocked, we get nothing. Oh, what's happened? Oh, Saros having a revolt. I love our subjects have revolts and we just get yanked into it, and I have to ask what just happened because I don't know what happened. And it's over just like that. What an easy war, guys. We won it without firing a shot or even moving our units. Yeah, this makes sense because it's going downwards. What is this? Divine Revelations? Oh, it's probably for having high spiritualism. Oh, it just unlocked his next ruler trait early. That's nice. So now it's going to take less time before we get his next ruler trait. Right? They need an army to live, but they don't actually matter. If you're starving, build bakery. We don't need bakeries. Oh, yeah, you know what? Totally forgot. Really should appoint you to the army because crown power. There we go. 34% is delicious. You will notice our trade income is really bad. It was already bad to begin with, but obviously it's going to be worse now because I can't show it here. They did make the cost of trade maintenance higher again. It's 0.5 per unit of trade, so trade is not as strong, but it's still very viable. I would still use it. I would just be a little more cautious with what you're doing. Yeah, integration process. We need that. That's spreading nicely. I actually would like this to spread to us, please. Thank you. I think we annex Rostov next. It's either Novgorodian or Moscowan. It's not hard. And they're very disloyal, so I think we'll just do that, yeah. I am going through every wrong screen just to get to this one button. Right, having the 20% integration speed for 6 months isn't too much, but it is helping. We don't keep it for long, but another 20% bonus does help. I wish we had the Ottoman tech where you get like an extra 33% just for being the Ottomans, but you know, we don't get to have nice things, we just get to freeze up here, I guess. Hey! We got our union with Bulgaria. So what this now means is Bulgaria is obligated to defend us. We're obligated to defend Bulgaria. So we're basically mutual defenders, with the additional caveat that we can't attack each other or break it easily. They could break it in the end in their own way. I don't think they will, though. And if they do, we will violently attack them. Ooh, actually, I know we could just build the Tailor Guild here, but we already have 3 highly built levels. Maybe instead of in the capital, we build it in the adjacent spots right here, because those are still going to have really high control anyway. Yeah. Now, the only thing I'm concerned about is that they tried to vote on laws endlessly forever, like the AI loves to do, which is obviously not as fun. But what I'm hoping to do is actually maintain this union indefinitely, chat. Because legislature of the union, if you have federal legislature, gives you 10% cabinet efficiency. I do think the AI tries to pass union and international stuff way too often. Almost annoyingly so. There needs to be some kind of cooldown after a topic is done. Like, say, it's kind of like, Laws of Victoria 3. If you try to pass a law and you don't pass it in the end, you have a 2-year cooldown before you try to pass that law again. Some kind of cooldown like that, so they're not just spamming the law trying to pass it every 20 months. Because that's just not fun. It's really annoying when they're just spamming you with it. I mean, maybe it's funny for someone. It wears off, though, after a while. Wool, lumber. I know we're never going to have enough paper. We're just never going to have enough paper. Yeah. It is good to have in the capital. I just figure that once we're at 90% control or more, we can diversify a bit. Because, again, there is a building limit, and going over it will make buildings more expensive. So we kind of don't want to just death stack it all in one spot too much if we can help it. Oh, Kiev just joined our patriarchate. That's cool. Nope. Meritocracy can be embraced. That's going to be another 5% research. And just in time for the Renaissance to end in less than a year. What are we researching right now? Ah, our seat, our special tech. And once that special tech finishes, because it's already partway done, we are going to focus fully on meritocracy techs. Tax efficiency, literacy, trade efficiency. Actually, I want the power projection first. State enrichment, that 5% is good because it means that instead of being able to hide some of the taxes, which is what they do because of all the trade you have, this will prevent them from doing that up to a point. Now get conquered. They did also change air education a little. They dropped the increase during education for the focused ability because what was happening is that this was combining and giving you one, which was arguably better than expensive education, which was definitely not working as intended. So they fixed that. Oh god, now the commoners want to revolt. The Ingrian Patriots want... I might let the Ingrian Patriots revolt just because they're very small, so that one I will probably allow to revolt. But we're kind of just playing whack-a-mole over here until we can calm the area down. Which makes me a little worried about annexing another area, but oh well. This area, speaking of which, this area is a core now too, so yay, more control. God, I feel like this is a dumb idea, but we're just rolling with my dumb idea anyway. Yeah, I think what happened is it kind of bounced between a number of different... it actually, looking at the map, it reached Europe before it reached us, so... Yeah, trade is really fun in that regard. We're at 1.7 research speed now, though, which is not bad. It's definitely being helped by the fact our clergy are happy and our literacy is over 20%. But whether that holds remains to be seen. Oh, you're cracking down the Ingrian Patriots. That was the wrong one. What's also nice is that all these towns can have counting houses too, though we probably won't focus on investing into those right away. Oh, yes, I forgot. Another thing that the beta did that I really like is when you can actually upgrade buildings, you can now shift-click to upgrade the building. Or to at least upgrade several of them, which is definitely better than, you know, nothing. Or doing only one at a time repeatedly. Which takes a long while. It really does. So that's an additional nice little change they've done. Nothing too drastic, but it just makes the game a little more comfortable. Or at least a little less tedious. Okay, Age of Discovery. Because I think in the end, yeah, I still like the administrative focus for Age of Discovery. You get 10% building cost reduction, 10% speed integration. There is also efficient construction plans, which makes it urban buildings even cheaper, so you're actually getting 20% less on them. And we get cabinet efficiency, which is nice. Technically, the diplomacy ones are good too if you want like long trade range, or if you're wanting efficient spies to build up your spies greatly. The military tree is nice too if you want just more war stuff support, but I feel like the stuff that benefits your economy or your nation or your diplomacy, one of those is just generally better, because then you can just field a much larger army, and yeah, the enemy kind of suffers a bit. Oh, we can also do the Confederal Union now. We're currently on a central council, which gives the 5% cabinet efficiency. We probably won't switch right away since we're suffering from a decentralization drift. But it is something for us to keep in mind at a later point. Is anyone in this war with them? Smolensk. Okay, so I had to ask that question because I wasn't sure if someone revolted alongside Rostov against us, and they did. Ah, we almost immediately didn't get pike and shot. It actually appeared so fast we couldn't see where it would appear. But we're guaranteed to get the printing press. Yeah, I don't know why that wasn't available on release to upgrade all to like shift click to upgrade multiple buildings in a location, because as it stands in the base public version that isn't the open beta, you have to click once every single time to upgrade it, and it's really tiring when you have dozens or hundreds of buildings to do that for. I don't know if they just didn't think about it at the time. Yeah, subjects are really causing us to just drift, so we're just trying to slowly wipe them out here. Oh, we don't have any morale. Yep, I marched in forgetting. We killed more of them than they killed of us, but I totally forgot about our morale. We just kind of walked in to die. Take my prestige. You can have it. Why are we getting so much prestige, actually? Tributary. Oh, ruler's the general during war, right? Plus, yeah, I forgot about the law we had. There we go. Much better. We're not going to lose that one. Yeah, much better. New World appears in Spain. That's kind of just more news at 11. Spain basically always gets it. Well, we actually had a chance for pike and shot, but Burgundy must have had a much higher chance because it appeared extremely fast. The good news, though, is that we were a candidate. So if I go down to Moscow here, we actually... Oh, were we not a candidate? Oh, wow, we weren't even a candidate. I guess we weren't large enough. We don't have it spreading to us. So I guess we just weren't a candidate. We were missing something. But we seem to be pretty much guaranteed to get printing press once it spawns, which is something at least. We'll have that. Speaking of wants and needs, though, we need a lot more cannon for these sieges. We're not getting a bonus. Oh, don't worry. We'll get something soon. I'm sure of it. Yay, there it is. I told you we'd get something. The printing press spawned in our capital, which is especially nice because it means our capital gets 5% literacy for the rest of the game. So we don't get to embrace it instantaneously, but because it's in our market center, it's already going to spread to a lot of it. But also the other areas like Tver that had a chance to spawn it are going to just generate it faster. Okay. Let's not get caught by the Smolenskian army here. Monthly research. Missionary falls ill. Yeah, I'm not spending 10 legitimacy on that. Thank you very much. I don't need to spend 10 legitimacy on that. It's one area. Oh, yep, nope, they see the cannons. They're gunning for those cannons, chat. They can't see them now, but they were gunning for them the moment they saw them. Yeah, it does kind of suck that you don't really know what the chances were after it spawns. you just see, like, the population number, which doesn't... It doesn't tell you too much, I would argue. Oh, double click. Hey, free prestige. Okay. I wasn't planning to annex Smolensk, but since we can get them, we might as well. We are going to have a decent chunk of aggressive expansion with some neighbors because of this. But we need to eliminate enough of our vassals to where we're no longer drifting, because we have way too many now. Oh, I could have... Oh, that's the wrong one. There we go. Okay, here we are. And then that might be all of our vassal annexations for now. Because... Yeah, there's a... Well, actually, that's not that as many people as I thought it would be. It's not that bad. We've lost almost all of our centralization, though. So much crown power. Look at all that fiefdom and vassal subject drift we're still suffering. That's after annexing. I mean, to be fair, we have a lot of subjects. But it still hurts. Anyway, the Ingrian Patriots, we are going to let them revolt. Just to deal with them quickly. Because they control almost nothing, so it would just be an easier way to get rid of them. And this is almost fully integrated, which is nice. Might actually allow us to get up here a little bit easier. Why would you want to map paint in a map painting game? Where'd you get that idea to map paint in a map painting game? Ooh, 2.5 tax efficiency. That doesn't really give us much, but it's more money than we were making a month ago, so... You know. It's still more than what we had. Well, I really don't want to let the insurgency go off, because that's a lot of ground to cover. I just want to let the patriots go off, because that, yeah, like, 2 locations is pretty easy to solve. Is there any way to get the nobles to be happy enough to say no, or is Conquer just too strong? Conquer is just way too strong right now, yeah. Alright. Okay, yeah. I just have to make sure it's cracking down the right insurgency, because I want to trigger one and I want to put down the other. So I gotta make sure I click on the right one here. Yeah, it does make sense that we're drifting into decentralization because we are decentralized due to all the subjects we have. It makes a lot of sense. The good news, yes, they're considered much smaller now, so this just doubled in its speed. Oh, that's nice. That's very good. We might be able to actually start annexing some additional subjects, because at least by annexing them, we'll get all of this as core territory, and we'll skip the whole needing to incorporate it all. Oh. Are we under a regency? No, he's 36. Thank goodness. Hey, where'd you get this good trait from? 25% speed of integration. Don't mind if I do. That is really handy for our situation. And then 3 years old, he's already wearing something. He's nope, come to court. I don't know why you're not in court, but come to court. Oh, right, because we're in a union with Bulgaria, aren't we? Yep, totally forgot about that part. This 39 levies. Our cannons alone could deal with that, chat. Yeah, I think the reason why we're not getting that much centralization from control is because it's our average centralization, or average control across the entire nation, which is arguably really bad right now. We are drifting more because of the decentralized bureaucracy too, but we did that so we could maintain near 75% prosperity for the pop growth. Otherwise, our pop growth is going to fall below 0.4. And then we'll grow more slowly. We don't have too many people up here as it is. Ooh, urbanization makes a free town. It is on a river. That is 300 gold, but what else do we have? Census. Support the state. I mean, support the state's never a bad one. We can make the clergy happy, but they're already happy. Sponsor the noble arts might temporarily calm down the insurgents. Yeah, seniority, we just have to wait for a bit. We're actually trying to annex all the vassals right now because we're playing on the new 1.0.8 open beta, which is causing us to drift towards decentralization. So our plan now is we're just going to start integrating all of it. We're just going to bear with it. And apparently the game has decided to agree with us because our ruler has fierce negotiator, which is increasing the speed at which we integrate here, which is pretty nice. It's still going to take time though, but at least some of these are now progressing at a good speed. Even towns aren't as bad now. Plus the extra power projection we just grabbed from technology is helping too. I'm getting marketplaces because marketplaces always increase the demand for paper and cloth, which we make, plus, again, trade. Although, oh god, we don't have mercury, do we? So the hospital's not as functional. Why would we not have mercury? It's almost as if there's not much up here to use right now. That's probably the point. I was gonna say, do we even have control out here? We do. Get at least a couple bridges going. So, please tell me they chose the one that... Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, I hope they chose established seniority, because right now how this works, chat, unfortunately, whatever one they pick to vote for, if we vote against it, even if what we voted for passes, if it wasn't the initially chosen one, our states suffer 15% satisfaction drop, which is just painful. Ooh, I want that 5% in clergy estate satisfaction. That is really nice. Yeah, I think we do that. Sorry, I'm also like glancing at chat and reading. Tolerance of the truth faith would be nice too, but I would rather get the clergy to be happier because, you know, more research speed. Why do we have... Oh, yeah, technically there were a few slaves in the Golden Horde that never got freed, huh? God, that's weird for us. Also notice the disease affecting our country thing just stays open indefinitely, so we're just gonna quietly close that and pretend it wasn't there. And then hopefully we can get a better economy rolling now. Upstream is not going to go so well. A iconographer who's 20 in everything, but an artist skill in 50. Oh, 449 gold would be nice. But getting an icon would be better, so I'm going to let him in. And we'll just see if he makes anything for us, because now we have 3 artists. We can actually make him a noble. That's funny. Tolerance of the true faith would help pop satisfaction. That is true. I just kind of want to make the clergy themselves happier. Because the clergy being happier makes all the members of it happier, but it also helps our research progress a bit on the satisfaction here. It's not perfect, but it offsets the fact that we're doing education of the masses. Which is at least something we can work with. That is not a lot of price. Even with cheap wool. I guess dye is getting expensive, isn't it? Yeah, it looks like our only source of dye is to either import it or build it. Which is probably why the AI has been building it. What does this use anyway to make dyes? Alum? Do we even have that? No. Good, we're gonna make something from things that we don't have. Right, yeah, no. We just put them under new management with the slaves. That's all we did. They're happier now, I'm told. Whether this is true, I couldn't tell you. Yeah, we're just gonna get a bunch of cloth up here then, since we have access to wool, and I know that the tailor guilds can make it out of the wool if it's, or the cloth if it's cheap enough. Plus, it looks like the cloth... We're actually making a lot of cloth. The price is going up, though. Oh, but we're flooded with wool. Wow. Yeah. That's pretty nice. Where are we on the printing press adaptation? We're very, very far behind. Okay. That's fine. It just means we have more time to catch up on these technologies like recruitment law. And I don't really want... I would actually like the bank interest reduction, so if we take any loans, it won't be as painful. Principality needs the money. Cultural tradition's nice. Diplomatic reputation is something we can use. I guess we could grab art school, but it's not really a critical technology. It's not like I want to reach out and get it. Oh, yeah. See, this is what I mean, is that they're voting Union Foundation again, chat. Now they're voting maintain federal status. So the problem here is that they're just going to flip it back and forth. And I'll show you. We're going to vote for established seniority here. And technically, established seniority will pass, but you'll see our estate satisfaction drops by 15 when it passes. And I'm going to do it this time just to show it off, so you know in the future why I just start ignoring it afterwards. It's going to take time for all this to build up and train. But that's okay. Since we built the library first, the library is just going to be there the whole time. Actually, this area is not highly controlled right now. I'd like to get the bridges to Novgorod. There we go. Because that might propagate our control. Keyword is might. It's honestly doing really bad. We do not have a lot of laws benefiting it right now. Yeah, it only shows you what the base amount is before you switch the production method. I almost dropped my mouse. Oh yeah, I forgot about furniture. We don't really need furniture, right, chat? Furniture's not needed. I mean, maybe it is needed for some. What I really want to do, although it looks like we have to go down the list from top to bottom, is double Sabbath. If we allow double Sabbath, it does make our clergy stronger, but it gives us 0.02% pop growth. It's a very small amount of additional pop growth, but it is a little more pop growth than what we're currently working with. And I do think that's better than nothing. Do we actually want anything down here? I guess 2% speed from integration would be nice, and making the gravel roads cheaper. I usually don't grab the text down here, though. But it might be worth considering, given our situation. Let's grab the interest rate reduction so I can take loans more confidently. And then I think we'll grab merchants and trade, because it will give us trade range. So that way the market here can trade further, which they added this as well. Whichever market you're clicked onto, you can now see which markets they have access to trade with. So now you're no longer guessing whether or not they can actually do it. Whether it will be the market you want to reach out to is a completely different matter. Yeah, they're fine to upset a bit. We don't really want to do free subjects. I don't need Navy levy. I guess we can dip towards aristocracy for a noble army. Yeah, I guess. That's the only laws available right now. We don't have a lot of options, you see, so we're just kind of reaching as we go. What else would be good here, financially speaking? I guess more tailor guilds. But yeah, okay, as you can see, this just passed, but because it was technically the opposed, all of our estate satisfaction just dropped by 15. So it means, really, whoever proposes the law here is kind of the one who's going to succeed. So we're just going to let the AI bounce it back and forth. Because there's no cooldown. They can kind of do it immediately. If you actually saw, we could do it immediately, even though it had just ended, which is definitely annoying and definitely working as intended. It is very wonderful. Let's build another town here to just, like, prepare for the annexation that's about to finish. Yeah, because they just proposed it again. Unfortunately, this is just going to keep happening, which is... we just put it in the back of our heads and ignore it from now on. Unless it's critically important. Everyone will learn administration, so someone can actually organize this well. Pay off debt, request knowledge sharing. I don't think... Do we need a knowledge share from anyone? Oh, Lubeck, right. We meant to do knowledge sharing from Lubeck, but we never got around to that because there was nothing to knowledge share at the time. Okay, yeah, that's good. Import from pike and shot, and we should be getting a bonus from this as well. Well, that's only if they already have pike and shot, I just realized. Do they? That kind of depends. Yeah, Lubeck already has access to pike and shot. I wonder if they have the New World. Not yet, no. It is spreading to them, though. But yeah, that's good. So this is already starting to spread to us, and the university's helping, too. I'd like to get a court cabinet to help us spread it faster, but we need to focus on integration while we have this better ruler. Yeah, I feel like sometimes you fix a bug, and whatever fix you did for one bug gets overridden, and now the bug's back, and it's just like, well, that's not good. All right, you're done with that area, so go here, because that should all be integrated now, right? Yeah, fantastic. The bright side is that once we finish integrating, it is just a core by default. We have most of the locations we need to form Russia, too. So honestly, if we just keep pushing to annex our subjects, we'll be fine. Although, peaceful annexation would be nice. I don't think we're going to get that for a lot of them. I think, we're just going to annex you, actually. Even though you really like us. You do like us a lot. How about you? We'll annex you next. Just because you're on the border, and I think you've got enough... Oh, no, you're Muscovite. Well. You've already turned everyone Muscovite. You've done your job. Yeah, if the HRE ever is the figurehead, you just kind of get stuck. Because then all the AIs are constantly passing the same law back and forth. So your authority gets burned up as the HRE emperors that keep passing laws repeatedly. God, I'm looking on in jealousy at the higher tax bases in Europe here. Well, we're barely reaching 200. It's good fun, I promise you. Okay, maybe let's... We already have theaters, never mind. I was going to say let's research the theaters. I forgot we'd already grabbed theaters. You know what? One Diplo rep's not bad. We're kind of just researching at this point while we wait for the next stage of technologies to unlock. There is technically, and maybe we should actually research into docks and Diplo range. Not that we're really using docks right now. But it might be a good idea to have them unlocked so we can actually build a navy. Yeah, I considered the bailiffs. The only reason I dislike them is because they only give 20 proximity, and I feel like it doesn't really do a lot, but honestly, I could be wrong. So we'll build one next to Novgorod for that to help. We could build one all the way up here in Viipuri too, perhaps. Like right here next to it along the river line, maybe. I actually don't know which river's going where to, which does not help. But of course, to actually build it, I have to go in the soldier menu, and it's not going to show it when I'm clicked on there. So we'll try building a couple bailiffs in different areas. The problem is I have to, like, tab over to see where control is, and then tab again to see where my construction is. But we'll try building out some bailiffs there and just see how it goes. Hey, the nobles gave us money and like us more, so that's good. It might actually help the insurgencies now that I think about it. You are right. And plus, they do use paper and weapons. Yeah, you know, I'm actually coming around to the idea on bailiffs. I just like to say bad things. No! Our masterpiece! Aw. It was the clergy who did it because of the censorship laws. That's sad. See, this is why we can't have nice things, chat. Someone inevitably burns it. Develop the interior? Yes, I will, for 2 more land points. It's not much, but we'll take it. Part of me is like, we should go back to capital economy, but nah, we're just gonna stick to our guns with traditional for fun. Yes, it's inefficient. Yes, we're going to do it anyway. Is it really Better this way? Oh, I see, because it's the downstream, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, I know why it's probably saying it's better this way, because it's probably reducing the number of locations it goes through, which presumably is making it faster by default. It's going to temporarily boost our tax base until it all just inevitably fades away. Oh, cabinet member's dead again, and this time it's one of our crown members. Yeah, although the thing is the bailiff employs soldiers, not nobles. So while it could help with consumption, there is that small caveat that the people employed there are soldiers. We have no tin. What do you mean? Oh, different market, right? Yeah, never mind. But hey, see how it hires soldiers instead. Speaking of which, it's gonna be a while before these are ready. It just makes the nobles that might exist there stronger. You know, if they exist. Whole one tax base. Okay, let's prepare the next annexation. Yeah, so these bailiffs are gonna take time. They'll eventually be ready, but it's going to be however long it takes for the promotions. Since we're under serfdom, it will be a while. I can claim their throne. I'm not gonna do that. I'll just claim the entire... Why would I claim their throne when I can just claim their entire country? You know, there's better options here. No, you're good. I think the confusion comes from the fact that they boost noble power, so people think they employ nobles, but they don't. They employ soldiers, which is fine. Soldiers are nice to have. It's just, yeah, it's not too bad. Let's see, bailiff. Oh, we actually have a stockade somewhere. That's funny. We actually might not build another bailiff for now. Is this conquered? Yeah, so that's not going to happen. So Novgorod, is it up or downstream for you? Downstream here, so it's upstream this way. Which is not helping it at all, but at least it's trying, I'm sure. Or is it just not showing it properly? It's technically getting 0.076. Jeez, it's so small. Okay, what else technologically? Honestly, just pop promotion speed, I guess, because we need soldiers, so there you go. Hey, at least we're actually making some money now, and we're getting events for money. We just don't have much of a internal foundation to be building on. It's weird integration. Right? So many insurgencies. Why is everyone so angry? Maybe you'll enjoy the game one day. I think I enjoy it too much because I enjoy Victoria 3 an awful lot, and I just found enough parallels between it and other games that I enjoy. Could be it. Could be I have a problem and we're just not going to talk about it. I mean, you know, it could be both. Oh, right, we may want the temple and the library. Yeah, wait, hang on. We actually want to build the library here first, since under our laws, it'll keep that employed. Sure. Yeah. Spy connections. Oh, you know what, chat? We've been talking about the whole time with spies and everything. I keep forgetting. And I keep doing this. I keep forgetting the steel tech. And the moment I remember, the moment they're done with the technology. I don't know why, but I managed to keep doing that to myself. Oh, pike and shot's already spread to Moscow. That's good. It's just taking time to spread. Right, because of all the additional locations we have, it's taking longer to spread, probably. Well, that's the price we pay. We're at 3 million pops, at least, thanks to all these annexations. So, look on the bright side. If there's a bright side. Oh, wow, they built that already? Why is this making so much money? That can't be right. Oh, there's a shortage of cannons in the market. I see. I see. And you use kind of the same thing. So maybe we just produce it over here. So we have our cannons and our guns. This area actually has a lot of buildings. No, let's kind of balance that out. I don't think there's any settlements to build. Oh, there actually are a few settlements to build. So we'll probably get those up really quickly here. Actually, one of them is where the bailiff is, which is really funny. Oh, wow. Yeah, even with the bailiff there, it doesn't give Novgorod anything because of the terrain. Yikes. That's pretty bad. And the areas around it, yeah, wow, that bailiff. Even with the bailiff, it's not enough. Yeah, our southern provinces are definitely better and probably need to be built up more. We are losing some control down there because, again, proximity is not great, but honestly, if you think about it, it's not that surprising. Oh, yeah, it's going downstream the whole way. Oh, right, straight through there. I see what it's doing. Some of these areas don't have rivers, though. Or at least they do, but they connect by a different river. Which might be why I'm looking at the map and getting a little confused. Because of the different connection points. You know, if we're still waiting for Age of Discovery text to unlock, I guess we could start going down here for construction speed. It's not perfect, but we're not running out of options to research. There's just various texts that don't really help us right now. I guess reinforcement speed does help to resupply our men faster. We already have one of the infantry types, so I don't really want to research the other one, since then they all try to upgrade into the same type later, and that's just weird. I guess diplomacy and cultural capacity work for us. Because at least with cultural capacity, we can kind of make more pops tolerated. And tolerating them will make them less angry. Okay. Oh, arrogant administrator, so everyone's upset now. Oh well. It's bound to happen at some point, right? That's a lot of decentralization. I mean, the bailiffs are kind of helping, but they're not getting a lot done, I'd say. There are no clerics employed. At least to the integration, we have something. There's plenty of rivers to be going through. They're just not as aligned as I would hope them for them to be. Just see. Okay. Oh, Novgorod can get a bridge finally. Good. We get all of these bridges done too. That might help. But I think we're gonna have a lot of red on the map for a long time. So let's see. Are you disloyal enough? Yes, you are. And so are you, right? You're all probably disloyal now thanks to the event. Which we can actually use to our advantage. I don't think anyone's loyal at this point. We could Diplo spend to make them loyal, but... Well, Piskov's loyal, but we're letting them stay loyal on purpose for the time being. Oh, Sweden's having a revolt. That's fun. Oh, you enjoy that, Sweden. I'm going to colonize a random location. Because I figured why not. Especially since the rest of this is impassable to begin with. Well, at least some of it claims to be impassable. Let's see. Clerical cabinet, art. Nothing too great here. Guess we could do support the state and see if that passes. Serfdom support, sure, why not? I don't want to sacrifice research. That's a terrible idea. Terrible trade, honestly. Where are we at? Printing press wise. Oh, I just can't wait to get into the discovery text. Those are going to be really nice. You know what? Reinforcement speed is good. Correct section chance is good in case anything goes wrong in battle. Just assign a few techs at this point, because it's clearly going to take a while. I guess Greek are right for the tradition, so it's harder for spies to infiltrate us at any point. And this time we're actually right on time to steal technology from the Pope. Oh, they finished it. Right, because the techs are probably too cheap now, huh? Previous age -8. Yeah, 19.55, so I can't even steal it right now because it'll pass right through regardless. Okay, then. I didn't have to sacrifice that in the end anyway. It just passed on its own. I've wasted my money. Hey, your tax base is almost 300 now. It was, but obviously the dropping control is slowly shifting that away from us. I'll take the legitimacy. And old guy in cabinet is dead again. Time to appoint new old guy. Because why not? Golden Horde's still alive and standing, but it has a tax base of 61 after everything. It's not much of a tax base, if you ask me. One after another of these insurgencies. One of them stopped at 93 at least, but yeah. I noticed once we no longer had an area conquered, they did calm down pretty quickly, so that's good. Oh man, all these bonuses, we're only getting 1 progress a month, so it still takes up to 100 months to conquer or integrate. And maybe we just need better leaders. Even though they're pretty decent already. Ooh, well connected. I like that one because that can generate some really good events. Although it's entirely random as to whether you get them or not, so we may never see them. Which is good fun. I assure you, very good fun. Let's see. Oh, that's a hospital. That's what I get for trying to speed things along. Click the wrong button. So the other thing we need is more counting houses, but one thing at a time. Speaking of which... yeah, just have to wait for the rebels to calm down again as usual. And then we'll just walk in and wipe them out. Without issue. I am not giving you money. I don't care how upset you are right now. We are not giving them any money, chat. We need this for the war that we just started. You know, the war. That war. Did anyone ally you? Not immediately. Let's take some of the hinterland area first so we have easy supply. We don't necessarily need it. I just want to minimize where they could be hiding without us seeing them. Our remaining subjects that aren't completely disloyal are helping. Although they might be doing it just because they happen to border the person that we're at war with instead of anything else. Yeah, stole the maps to the Arabian Sea. Now we know where it is. +2 to artillery is not bad, but +2 is not +5. Although cannons got a little cheaper at least. Oh, we're getting a lot of religious influence. That's nice. What is the next tenet that we have to pass? Liturgical practices? We have, what, 3 options? Diplomacy. Monthly influence is nice. 0.05 monthly legitimacy is nice too, though, because then we don't have to pay money for it. 46, 52, 44. You're okay. Huh. Our son happens to rule Novgorod at the moment, chat, and that's who we're at war with. That's kind of funny. Ooh, 103 ducats, thank you. How lovely. So is he home now? Yes, he is, okay. So now I can arrange a marriage for him. Like any good father would do, right? Definitely. Most certainly. I don't know why you would say otherwise. Honestly, we may as well just keep annexing, because the rate we're going, we could just form Russia and become a tier 4 country. It makes us an empire by default, which has its own pros and cons. Yeah, there we go. It all drops. Oh, there's not enough tin. Ugh. That I was not expecting for cannons. Good thing we're making them sooner then. Sooner rather than later. You know what? Let's get that antagonism reduction. Might be a bit late to get it, but we also grab it. Right, and... Oh. I mean, yes, I want to integrate near that area, but I want to integrate this first. I think I'm going to let the slave uprising just happen, since then we can just put it down more easily. That way we can keep focused on other things. Let's get unified succession law. That way Bulgaria can't drift away in the future. Then they should be ours forever. At least in theory. Practice, maybe. Right, because it's not a town or a city, it's just here. I'm interested as to why this is faster than this. Because I feel like that's an extra tile you have to go through. You already have a road too, so the game just says that that's faster. It must be a terrain circumstance, and that's why it's doing it. Where it can't go through it as functionally because of the terrain. I can't think of any other reason as to why then. Oh god, we keep getting all these events that are upsetting the nobles. It's like event after event, they're very upset. See, are you doing any actual research? I guess we won't find out till later. Oh, well, we got a short time before someone starts revolting again. Let's see, where is it? Dang, we have a lot of extra things to pick through here. It actually makes it harder to read through. Ah, right, I can't. I was gonna see if I could spread institutions. I forgot that's an Age of Discovery tech, so I can't do that yet either. I can't even do that. Well, at least this is going better than expected. I was a little worried that the update was going to make things harder. Well, it kind of did. Our centralization died, but honestly, other than that, it's not so bad. We just have a lot of angry pops, which I feel like is nothing new when it comes to playing Russia, honestly. I feel like that's kind of par for the course. If you really think about it. Oh. Yeah, no, that's fine. Just 10% free New World tech to Viborg. I don't know why Viborg specifically gets it, but... yeah, sure. Whatever floats the game's boat. There's so many rivers, it's hard to tell which one's connecting where sometimes. They're very useful, though. That's why I still use them despite any potential confusion from them. God, imagine how much longer it would take to spread to us if it didn't land in Moscow at the start. I really don't want to think about that. You know, at this point, I might just go ahead and do the research to make gravel roads a little cheaper and get faster integration. Yeah, we might as well at this point, because we're just researching Renaissance texts for the heck of it now. Let's see, there's one I actually don't want to do. Art school I can afford to not do. Like, it would help our culture, but we don't really need that right now. Not any more than we already have it at. So we already have 207 influence and 1,000 tradition. Oh, Georgia wants an alliance. I don't see a reason to say no. We'll see how long that alliance lasts, but, you know. Yeah. Oh, they're bringing it back to sovereign succession. I guess we can just keep back and forthing this. So would like to get unified treasury, so they have to pay us money. Oh, they even got some of their land back from Wallachia. That's nice. Byzantines are still holding on, but they've lost most of their land now, so. Poor Byzantines. Always being just advanced on by their neighbors. It never ends. Ooh, none of these are good. Like, honestly, none of these are good options, in my opinion. Guess we just pick whatever. Like, we said we wanted to do legitimacy, because that's going to make it a bit cheaper to sustain. When it's at 100. And to recover faster. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. It's the province capital at the sea. I don't mind too much. I was just a little confused. Oh man, that's not progressing fast. I guess Novgorod really does need more marketplaces of its own. Just so it can do more imports. It just doesn't have a lot of control up there. But more marketplaces would help it spread. Legislative efficiency. Diplomatic income still in our top 3. Oh? Oh, right, yeah, sorry, I forgot we were colonizing, weren't we? So easy to forget about. Oh, I see how these colonies are working now. Well, at least we have fur. Improve our existing navy. You mean the navy that doesn't exist, but we're going to pretend it does, because saying it doesn't exist could be problematic for our lives. Yes, it definitely does exist, my liege. Definitely aren't pretending that the navy exists in order to avoid retribution or anything. That would be treasonous. We're definitely pretending that it exists. Okay, 66 income now, so it's getting higher. It's getting higher. I think lots of pops are moving to Moscow too, yeah, which is allowing us to centralize some of this. Oh, you guys are switching it back to the one you just switched it from? Nope, still voting for sovereign succession. Oh, wait. If I don't vote, is it just not changing it? That's so weird. That feels really buggy to me. I don't know. It's not very cooperative when it comes to that stuff. What is this, for 3 diplomacy points? I'm not spending that money. I have more important things to go buy right now. And I will figure out what that is, and then I'll let you know. And another one of our members of the house have died somewhere. Very tragic, I'm assured. Back to your regularly scheduled Pain is Salvation music. Which I do enjoy. We want traditional practices. Yeah, so that puts us at 100 traditional economy for now. Until we get an event where we want to move off of it temporarily, because that did happen once. Oh! Hang on, this is actual dynamic historical event. Redesign of the sober. Or what? We can just say he's not welcome here, which moves us toward traditionalist, communal, and inward if enabled. No, we'll bring his genius here. Maybe he can do something fantastic for us in a later event. Or maybe he will be violently thrown out a window for failure. It remains to be seen. Oh, speaking of which, one of our artists just actually left the country. Unrelated to the matter, I'm sure. Find that to be very funny. Patriots, Patriots. Hey, 2% speed integration. That is not as strong as it sounds, but, you know. We're kind of just grabbing whatever technologies we can at this point. What are we spending on stability? Not a lot. I guess making it cheaper to appoint cabinet members isn't bad. We're just not really doing certain technologies like the naval stuff because we don't really have much of a navy nor a use for the navy right now. You know, why spend the points if I can't really utilize it well? I'm gonna keep stealing these maps though and get more and more of China on the board. There we go. Oh, the commoners are almost at the point where they're not revolting anymore. Technically, the nobles are getting towards that too, but not as much. They're very, very upset. For reasons beyond my understanding, I'm sure. Oh. Georgia's in a defensive war against the Georgian revolt, and they've asked us to help. So we'll kind of quote-unquote help, because this revolt's like 2 provinces, or not even 2 provinces, it's about 2 locations. So I think we'll just let them deal with it themselves. See if that reduces the support at all. Nah, a lot of the people supporting us are just really angry about being conquered. So, yeah. Short of integration, they'll never be happy. Which is why we're trying to get it integrated. So then they can maybe be happy. Hey, at least the area around Moscow is looking nice and green. It only cost us several thousand ducats to upgrade them all to towns. They're not even cities yet. Yeah, okay, I guess we can get the art school at this point. I'm running out of ideas. We're almost a fourth through the age of discovery, and we haven't been able to do any discovery texts because of how long it takes to spread. Thanks to our size. But it is spreading, at least. It's finally getting into Novgorod. Pike and Shot arrived there recently, it looks like. God, it wouldn't... at the rate it's spreading, it won't be there until 1571. My goodness. By then, we'd be in the Age of Reformation. Which is definitely not good. Alright. Unified treasure is enacted. I don't think that's going to get us much of anything. They're not exactly rich. Yeah, 0.78 contribution. It's not even getting 1 ducat. New iconography in Smolensk. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, it's not bad. I don't think it's going to do much for us, but I'm happy to have it. We actually get more bridges going now thanks to the new roads we built. That's good. Although financially speaking, we're starting to see a lot of ducat numbers dip into less than 1 point. Except for cannons, but that's, you know, cannons. I'd like to not fire the third cousin, please. Thank you. He is most needed for his very specific task. Not that his task is that important, but, well, I have to pretend it is. You know, family and all that. I guess prosperity recovery in case we ever get knocked down into the negatives. Don't think we will, but technically it's possible. Had a war against the Meleks in the area, occupied some territories, almost instantly made them his. So I don't know your situation there when you were playing as the East Roman Empire. So I'd have to ask if those territories were owned by a subject, because what they could do is piece out the subject and take it from them. And that would force you to take it back. That's one possibility as to what happened, but I'm just guessing without much information. We can upgrade the salt there for almost a ducat each. But I want to see is there anywhere nearby, like the wool that we could upgrade. Yeah, we could upgrade this at least in the city so we have more of it. Yeah, there we go. I found some good wool spots to upgrade. It'll only get us a couple ducats, but... well, then, minus the lack of taxation. Yeah. I swear we're doing well financially. Everything's fine. The graph is not going down. It's a lie. Our trade income almost doesn't exist now, either. And that's with having 33% crown power. Our trade just sucks. As is our control, but, well... I think it's fine. Gotta save up for the institution at this point. We actually have the money, I'm just, should probably save up for it anyway. Knowledge is power. He says to save up for it, and then he spends it somewhere, because, yeah, that's how that works. Okay, so I gotta spend this on another thing. I guess estate power reduction from offices. I don't think Religious War CV would cause them to instantly annex the territory. If we're talking about the one that you can fabricate on those that are, say... God, where's a good example here? Because Some of these countries are not Sunni anymore. Here it is. Yeah, the religious war, CB, that shouldn't allow them to just annex it individually while the war's still going on. That doesn't sound right to me at all. Ooh, do we go to war against Lithuania? Because we got the CB to do it thanks to being insulted. And Parliament just opened up, so that's a nice bonus. Gravel Road Network. We're kind of drifting towards decentralization, so that doesn't really help us. Listen, levy obligations. Serfdom support. There we go. Now it'll at least pass, and we're just waiting for the slave revolt to occur so we can shut it down and then move on. Trying to integrate areas as fast as we can here, but we're gonna have to stop one of them soon. And I don't know if I want to do a war against Lithuania, because there's not much I can really get out of it right now, given our circumstances. I'd rather just... Dang, 2 greed events in a row. I'd rather just kind of focus on consolidation. I actually need to wait and let printing press come in, because if I take more territory now, we're actually going to suffer. I think the only thing that's not cheap is masonry. Nope, even masonry got cheap. Nice. So now, what are towns costing? 351. Oh, it's... Oh, glass is what's not cheap. That's weird. Usually glass is what's very cheap for me. But there you go. It wasn't until 1460, but we got the printing press to spread to us. So now, we can grab literacy. And since it is the printing press... Oh, there's our pop growth tech. One of them. Oh, it's actually on the way to paved roads, chat, so we will deviate to grab it, then paved roads. Paved roads will make our control a little less painful. Let's say if they occupy your subject and the war's been going on for long enough, they can separately piece out the subject and take territory from them, or just piece them out of the war and make it to where they're not in the war anymore. Ooh. Pop join rebel threshold -5. So that's one issue you could be looking at. There are still some things I don't know well in the game myself. -5 monthly rebel control. 0.05, I should say. For anyone who's only listening and not watching. Ooh, that... reducing monthly rebel growth is actually really nice. It would make it easier to control these rebellions so they don't grow fast enough. Speaking of which, let's actually just take whoever's the most incompetent at integration and have them do rebel crackdowns. Because he's incompetent, but he's competent enough to actually crack down on them. Compared to the alternative. We have a lot of wood, and honest to God, I am not surprised that we have a lot of wood. Considering we are literally surrounded by forests everywhere. A look outward, free prestige, thank you. And then we'll just annex the revolt as soon as we're done occupying the capital, because that is almost enough. I already have the capital, we just need to occupy everything else. Okay, there we go. Like it never happened. Except there are bodies in the streets now, but don't worry about that. That's not something to be concerned about. Ooh, printing press appeared in India. I feel like it's fairly reliable to get the printing press to appear for you if you just focus it a bit. No, I'll take the 15 noble satisfaction for free, thank you very much. I know it's going to drift downwards, but at least for that short time, they won't be as angry at us. There we go. More control. Oh, God, there's not even that much of a economy out here to begin with anyway. I'm just doing the control to suppress rebellions. Almost all of our economy is just centered around Moscow. At least a third of it is. We need more towns and more urban buildings. Technically, we can expand the RGOs too, but I think our RGOs are just most of them are pretty cheap. Things like sand aren't. But even then, aside from that, there's just not much going on for us there. Oh yeah, that is a part of the river. I didn't notice that. If we made some more glass, we could actually make towns even cheaper. We only have one glass maker. So what if we just kind of build a bunch of them around here and destroy glass prices? Sounds like a good idea to me. And there it is. Printing press researched. 10 max literacy until it all collapses again. Also gives access to epic tradition for a law. Not that I want to pass that anytime soon. Interesting, chat. So if I don't vote at all, it's not changing the law. Yeah, these are definitely buggy right now. For the unions, if I just don't vote, it's not changing, and I wonder if that's because I have the majority still or not. It's definitely feels like it's not working as intended. Hey, more cores. Are you down with the integration here? You are. So we just continue integrating elsewhere. And then we can let the new cores actually generate upwards a little. More Northern Rebellions are getting ready to fire too. Although we are just going to let them happen because they're very small, they're very easy to put down, and it's better than constantly trying to hammer them down. Whereas the Noble Revolt is actually serious, and ensuring that doesn't fire is probably for the best. I just let those stay on, honestly. 70 ducats is not bad. Oh, what happened? Oh, the Grand Prince died. Okay, alright. And now a new Grand Prince is in charge. Alright, well, would you like to be a part of the army? That's not a question. You will be a part of the army, Mr. Ivan. There we go. Underaged heir. Oh, look at him. He's fine. He'll make it. He'll make it. Why? Didn't I just appoint you to the army? Oh, please don't tell me you're switching between positions. That would be really annoying. Oh, I hate this. I don't know what this bug is that causes your ruler, when you're in a union, to just switch back and forth between spots. I have no idea what that bug is, but it is very annoying because you can't keep them appointed then. They just keep flip-flopping. Attorney have insulted us. That's cute. Yep, because now he's the ruler in the Kingdom of Bulgaria. Now he's our ruler, and it's just going to keep doing that. See, this is the Order of the Dragon. Is that what's up right now? Okay. That's nice. 15 administrative skill is a good boost. Okay, and doing that seems to... Okay, I don't understand why appointing you to an order made it stop changing. That's very weird and specific. I'll take it, but I'm weirded out by that. And I feel like that's not how it was supposed to go. Oh well, at least that fixed one issue for us. And with our new towns going, we've got a few more stuff. A few more different buildings we can build. Such as, well, naval supply guilds we probably don't really need. Wow, a lot of these prices have come down. And not in a good way. I guess it's just because things like dye are expensive, and then things like cloth have just gotten really cheap. Yeah, I'm actually curious. What are we... Oh, what are we looking at for cloth prices? Like the regular one, not the fine one. Yeah, it's getting pretty cheap. I think we just need more merchants to have more marketplaces to sell more goods from. We've got a decent amount of towns where I can just build that without worry. If it's just for the sake of trading. Even if there's no, little to no control presence there for us. Let's see. Clerics get upset, but we get a free university. I will take the university. Honestly, I think annexing down here is best. Let's see, you're discontent, so we can do it here. Because we have the river kind of adjacent in this area, and Leipzig has the same one. So we might do both. At least one of them. Yeah, actually, you're Pazonkoi. We really need to contain you since you're deviating from the faith. There we go. We'll get those up and running. Oh, I just realized we can't even make jewelry, can we? We technically have silver and gold. It's just not in the market. Because Golden Horde has been colonizing over there and just making new markets, I guess. Well, good for them, I suppose. We'll have to get some of our own going. Even though they kind of cost a pretty penny. It means we won't have to fight over it, at least we already own it. What is our market trade looking like? Because I've noticed that after all of this, our markets are not doing so well when it comes to actually making money on trades. Or so the game is claiming. Trade profit's pretty low. I think it's just because we don't have connection to a lot of markets. Like, I can't connect to Krakow and Pest, as for an example. With the Moscow market. But this will at least slightly increase the demand for cloth and paper just by existing. Doesn't help too much, but at least we have it. Nope, take my prestige. Go ahead. We don't mind. We do mind, but prestige is one of those things that I will sacrifice it on an altar if that's what it takes. Okay, what can we integrate next? Honestly, I would just keep going, just keep integrating. Anything that we integrate is better than nothing. And then we need to get more temples going, because we did build a few more areas. Actually, wow, that's a lot more temples missing than I thought. That's what, 6 temples? 7 temples, jeez. Alright. And multiple libraries, which is good to build, because those actually use paper. I think they use paper and books, but it could just be books, which... making more books is still just as good, because we actually have a big deficit on books, thanks to the libraries that we're now building. Let's see, Noble Cabinet, Cathedral, those are fine. Shipyards, bolster government. Bolster Crown Authority for 10 years, it's actually usable. I'm not containing New World, and I'm not doing Naval. We're kind of stuck then. Oh, well. Did you already finish integrating that? Oh, I guess it was just a single piece that needed to be integrated, not the whole thing. Weird. Just all the different insurgencies ready to fire off, and there's almost no one actually backing them. Well, at least that's an improvement from them all trying to murder us at once. Oh, Orthodox Monastery. I was wondering what that building was. Town seat demand. Okay, pike and shot has reached us. That's nice. That's going to push our research progress over 1.8 thanks to the bonus in the next tick. Yep, there we go. Oh, did it not fire it yet? There it is, 1.85. I was going to say that's weird. It's not there yet. A new world is starting to spread to the capital, which would be by trade from locations that have it. But that is probably not going to reach us until we're near the 1500s, if I'm honest with you, at the rate it's going. Hey, they agreed to bolster our crown authority for 10 years. It's only a 20% booster, but it's better than nothing. Honestly, is there anything I can give the burghers that would help us? Not really, because some of the ones we don't want to do, like capital economy. But we do want innovation, except our innovation's already at 62, which is pretty high. Honestly, building rates for plutocracy is not a bad idea. Yeah, we could do that one at least. It'll make them a bit happier, and it only gives them a small amount of strength, but it makes our buildings 5% cheaper, which partially counteracts the whole traditional economy thing. Another free university. Sort of free. There's the obvious caveat that we're sacrificing 20 clergy support, which is not great, but, you know, free university, if you think about it. Look, the clergy will be fine. They'll get over it. They eventually get over it. So how is Yuan doing? Great Yuan dynasty. 53 million people. They've actually partially reunified then, I guess. 13, oh, their tax base just jumped up, actually, to 1,300, so they must be doing okay. They've got that much under control. Not that we can see, we really are just kind of guessing over here. Right, another university from the clergy. Not that they're happy about it, but hey, it's ours. Okay, so now we're just going to quickly get rid of the revolt here and be done with it. Technically, another revolt's going to fire right after it, but it's only 2 locations, which is not really something I'd be concerned about. Oh, that's right. Their capital moved. Either the capital moved or I misjudged where it was. Oh, no, I see what you're saying. They're also building one. Yeah, no, that's awesome. So that's just a lot of extra universities that cost several hundred ducats that we didn't need to build. I think the only reason why Scriptorum's cost suddenly spiked is because of all the new libraries we're building. I think once they're done, it's over. Oh, you know what? It also definitely spiked because of the university construction. So books are almost at 8 ducats. They're spiking up to 9. God. You know what? We could do just a bunch of level 1 Scriptorums in a lot of little areas. That way they all build quickly. And we could build more paper around it, too. How much gold do you have? 10 gold, because that's... Honestly, that's the minimum. That's quite literally the minimum. Huh, I'm not sure what happened, but we kind of lost all of our, levies. Like, we still... not levies, regulars. We still have the army, but almost all of them are dead. I guess they died too. Oh, you know what it was? I probably wasn't paying attention and they starved to death. Yeah. That would make sense. Oh, well. Look, it'll build character for them. Highly irresponsible losses, I'm sure, but it will build character. They will come to thank us for it in due time. In the very far future, of course. God, I really wish I could tax the peasants more, but then they get upset. We already have upset people. So after this revolt fires, we'll go ahead and do our CVs that we generated. Which we should still have, unless they canceled. Yeah, we still have them. Okay. I wasn't seeing the notification for their expiration. It made me wonder if they were gone already or not. Probably because of the war that fired. Oh, that's sad. The revolt that fired was so small, chat. They didn't even have enough troops to actually siege. That's just sad. Like, at least let them siege. They can't even do that. Yeah, I'll start giving you an expensive education because I think you need it. Okay. And watch as the price of books now collapses because suddenly there's no demand to build more libraries. How funny. Okay, cancel vassal status, and then we march to war soon. We can probably start stealing research from the Pope again. He doesn't have enough yet, but he should have enough soon. Okay, there's the war sound, and we got another core. Yeah, no, this is already over. They already just lost. They have levies, but we have almost 2,400 regulars against 4K levies. It's kind of obvious who's going to win here. Not to mention all of our little vassals that fight along with us still. Oh, they have the Death Deity God. That's nice. I have another 0.05% pop growth because I did research. So, we'll see who really wins. This Moskva's growing at almost 0.6 now, which is nice. Although a lot of that is just by the free land. Whether that holds remains to be seen. Can't wait for paved roads, which will definitely solve this. What is happening? New Reformation law. Okay. So we can take one that loses monthly influence but murders state enrichment, basically. Or we give the clergy some power and the peasants, laborers, and soldiers get 10% literacy. It is 0.05 to free subjects. But I think we support the possessors, which is actually not the historical choice, but I will take it. Because more literacy for the lower class, who tend to have less literacy in general, is very good. So let's just find like a rural settlement, because that's the best way to show this. The peasants here have a 42 max literacy, whereas the clerics are at 71. Laborers are 42 as well. Nobles are 71. So that's gonna bump the cap in the rural area from 42 to 52, which is gonna be very nice. It takes a very long time for it to actually build up to that in the rural sectors, so I wouldn't expect anything out of it. Can I steal their research now? Yep, there we go. 4 more research points. Or however much we stole. It's usually 4, because that's about when you can steal it. I'm going to choose to believe that's what we stole and nothing more. Distilleries suddenly up there. Why is distilleries suddenly so expensive? There's no way liquor got really expensive out of nowhere. It did actually rise. That is strange. I mean, I'll take it. I just need to figure out which town to build it in. Which one is the best control? This one? Yeah, that one. Do it. I see. The needs of the peasants has actually gone up enough toward the burghers are importing it. That's why. So let's see. Diplomatic liberties. Allow enforced peace union. I mean, diplo capacity sounds nice, but I think I have to pass the unified external diplomacy in order to get the one we're actually here for. Okay, that's going to be their capital done. Yeah, they have more troops, but they're all levies against regulars, so they just died and lost very easily. And this is why we love regulars. All right, thank you for managing the land. We will now permanently take it over from here. That puts us at 413 locations. We're also colonizing several, which helps. We won't need to fight the Golden Horde for territory, but keep worrying that we will. Even though we shouldn't need to. Is this because it's conquered? Yep, conquered. Thought so. Oh. Well, with paved roads, our control map might look a little better. I say, but in reality, it probably won't. It probably won't be any better than it is right now. We're just gonna stop spending on diplomacy for now. We're not doing too much with it. What is our decentralization at? Less than 0.1 now? Finally. It's getting somewhere. Expected cost to court minus 1%. That is nice until it's not. Cherniev's actually allied with them. Well, that's fine. Oh, wow. What is that speed? They have minus 90 fort defense? Fort in disrepair? Wow, that's awful. These sieges are only taking 7 days. That is just terrible for them. It's great for us, though. Makes this easy. Okay. We even took a piece of art, it said. That's nice. It's our piece of art now. Until someone inevitably destroys it, I'm sure. Because then we can get legislature of the Union, and we're not going to actually annex Bulgaria because they're so far away that would be useless. I just want the cabinet efficiency out of it. And then they can annoy me to their heart's content. Claim throne. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, we already got that. Never mind. Ooh. Do we actually win that because they're regulars? We do. It said that we'd be very unlikely to win that battle, and we won anyway because it's levies versus regulars. So yeah. Oh, are they trapped? Oh, they're trapped. So if we just keep doing this, they'll eventually get wiped. Yep, there we go. Stack wipe. They have no troops now because they all just died. Oh, Cherniev also just straight up left the war. I kind of feel like I prefer Victoria 3 still, but I've been very much enjoying EU5 as well. Nope, sorry. I was looking for the remote to turn the light on because it's gotten dark. But I like both games, and I am planning to go back to Victoria 3 in December when their new update drops, the DLC. But until then, I'm just on my EU5 high, Europa Universalis 5 high. Wow. Until it crashes on me. Whether that's a literal crash or a figurative one remains to be seen. Although I guess it could be both, couldn't it? There we go. We got a nice little stream of towns here. I want to eventually make those cities for the Pound Lock canals, but that's extremely expensive and requires 30,000 people there, so that's not happening for a very long time. What are we at now for the locations? I really want to track this. 436. We need 100 more locations. So we annex these two, that's 65. Honestly, some colonizations too. Yeah, honestly, we could probably form Russia here very soon. And we'll probably do that, even though it's not the most efficient to have all of this territory like that. Because then at least we get to have a nice green hue on the map instead of being called Muscovy still. Plus, I'm sure there's new events when you're Russia, so that'll be good to grab. Let's CB these two next. Which, actually, we barely have the diplomats for as it is. Which is fine. That means we're getting exactly the amount we need. If you think of it that way. Market regulations? Not really. I guess we can make the nobility temporarily happier just to cool off their insurgents. Free outward support. Kuloi's colony finished, which honestly isn't as big as I thought it would be then. Sweden's still embroiled in civil war. Either that or it's a new civil war, and I'm not sure which. It could, honestly, it could be either. It could be both. It could be neither. Okay, we got statecraft for crown power and a new event. Highest proponent, Yosef Volotsky. So let's see, if it's heresies, they get... Oh, no, I see. It is a heresy. I see. Oh, it gives us +10 centralization. That's nice. And he's going to limit the spread of this heretical faith. Okay. It's fun to read those and see what they're about. No. So, how it works with the rivers, give me just a moment here, is it's going to take whatever is best for the location. If the river is best, it will use the river. If it's the road, it will use the road. But the rivers can still be useful for a different reason. If I can find the rivers, God. For the upstream river, that is. One of these is upstream, and I don't know which at this point, because apparently none of them are using it. Here's one, here's one. We can still build bridges if there's a river and a road in a location, which is minus 5% proximity cost. And if you have a city there as well, then you can get another minus 5 with the Pound Lock Canal. Which, a good example is Moskva. The city has the Pound Lock Canal and the bridge, which is giving a total of 10% proximity cost reduction. Which is definitely nice. I would rather let this fail than do that. And so fail it will. Yep, minus 7 stability again. That's fine. At this point, we're used to it. We're actually researching paved roads now, at least, so we have that going for us. And the price of liquor is dropping. Excellent. So, if anyone wants their drink, it'll be very cheap now. Ah, wave of innovation for 10 years. Let's go. That'll actually make New World spread a tad faster. Although, when I say a tad faster, I do mean a tad faster. It is still going to be quite slow. It will just, maybe save us a month or two in the long run. If we're lucky. Oh, you guys don't have libraries down here? You really should. They're very good. Makes lots of book demand. So are these... Yeah, no, they're still fabricating. That's okay. I just needed to make sure. Yeah. Marriage with Georgia is fine. Yep, that's fine. I got no qualms with that. I'm glad that we actually make money now, but it still feels like it's nowhere near enough. Then again, it could also just be the fact that nothing has a high production level because we're still using the most basic variants. Not here. Let's build one there. Just have a dock somewhere so it technically exists. So technically we have a navy, but we don't. Yeah, we don't actually have a navy. We just functionally pretend that we have a navy. So we can feel good about ourselves. In reality, though, there is no navy. It's just dreams and ambitions that we can't fulfill. Georgia is at war. Oh, it's a defensive war. I mean, I feel like that's a defensive war you can win, but knock yourself out. Will be our good old moral support from the back. Union policies. How much longer until we can get this? 4 years? 4 years. Okay. That's good. Yeah, you're literally sieging the castle. You don't need us at all. Trade advantage or trade... I guess we'll take the burger trade capacity for now. Essence, what does this do? So we can either get less religious influence from more clergy tax or more religious... Well, I'm not going to plan the tax the clergy at all, so this is kind of a no-brainer. I'll just take more religious influence. I mean, it's good to read over anyway, but I kind of feel like my decision was already made ahead of time. Oh my god, it's going to cost 4,000 gold to build paved roads from Moscow to Novgorod. I feel robbed. I really hope the... oh no, the burgers aren't even making enough money. Goodness, okay. That's fine. Don't worry about that. That's a lot of gold. I mean, the good news is that they'll help, but the bad news is that they're really expensive right now. And that's with extremely cheap lumber. I guess if we could get masonry and sand down too, it would help. But masonry... I don't know, actually. Masonry might work. Where would it be most profitable to have built yet? Of course, all around here. I guess, yeah, just build a bunch of level 1 masonries. In fact, Let's take out a loan and crash the price of masonry a little more. That way the roads get very cheap. Yeah, there we go. And if we really need to, we can just get more clay and more stone, and that should bring it down too. Good news is that lumber is cheap enough. And we'll get a 4th cabinet slot soon, which is also good. Let's see, I only have 2 ambassadors, so I'll do this one at a time then. So, oh, we're technically, oh yeah, we are at war because of, right, so we technically can't end this yet. Alright then. Just wait. Eventually it'll let us. But yeah, the paved roads are going to help for all the areas where we don't have the river. And for the areas we do where it's downstream and so it's as good as a modern road, it won't really do anything to help. Oh. 15 research first. Ooh, wow, okay. I have to take out 2 loans for that, but I'll take it for 15 research progress. That helps us catch up. We could grab power projection. That does... yeah, let's actually grab the 5 power projection because power projection does help you incorporate. It does add a modifier. Technically, it'd be good to go grab the 10% speed of integration, but that also takes time. After that, probably institution growth. Honestly, there's a lot of good techs out here. Wow. Oh, that's actually a bit too many good techs, in my opinion. I think, what, we'll go get the cabinet law, lumber, paper, and printer shops. Try to get all the... I know we have access to pike and shot, and that would help our military, but our biggest issue is just we don't have an economy. Like, we don't have a strong enough economy to utilize. And so what we're focusing on is just trying to get that economy. Well, at least we made this 5% cheaper. Oh, sorry, 10% cheaper. That's how cheap it is. Up to a point. Yeah, with all the masonry, that should make it cheaper to build the roads. It'll still be really expensive. Because there is the matter of sand as well. Which, I mean, if we just get the sand RGOs, we could also build the building, but I know we have a few RGOs for sand. Focus on quality. Yeah, there we are. I just spread this out a bit. I don't think it'll make enough sand for us to easily utilize. Because I think right now the burgers are actually exporting the sand, yeah. And it's being used. But it'll still help. I'm hoping it will still help, but part of me is actually very unsure about that sentence. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out where the rebels are right now and integrate those areas first. Smolensk is a city, though, which is going to make that a lot slower. Can we build all the way to Moscow? We could. It would just be prohibitively expensive. Yeah. What is the price of Novgorod now? 3,700 ducats. So still terrible, but now that masonry is down to minus 33%, it's at least less painful. Hey, we temporarily hit 2% monthly research progress with our happy estates and the wave of innovation. Also the fact, you know, again, our literacy is growing, which will grow a lot faster in towns and cities. Yeah, get one more salt there. Would this actually help, or are we using the downstream river? It would actually help. So I guess just building our immediate area for now. Okay, finally they're done with that, so we can actually get on with our own activities of annexing our subjects. One at a time, of course. We're actually going to need to do an investment into diplomatic spending again, because this is going to cost a lot. And then we need to start paying off our loans, because I definitely did not forget about the loans we just took out for our 15 research points. Oh, they're building a town. If I wait long enough, I get a free town. It's several hundred ducats. If you think about it, it's several hundred ducats. You could also just not think about it and just take the ducats. It'll be fine. Don't worry. So what, we're spending 3.8 in interest. 10th of our finances, just armories. I know we have the colonies going too, and that's fine. That's getting us more locations. Hey, they're building another university. Man, I love the clergy. This is why I love not taxing the clergy. They just build things for you. I will take that money. Thank you very much, game. Son is now age 16. You're not ruling somewhere, are you? You're the Prince of Novosil. Why? What is with my sons being the prince of the location I start attacking? It's like they're trying to get themselves killed. Are they? Is this just like the rebellious streak or something? Is that what this is? Because this has happened twice in a row now. It's a little surprising that it's happened twice in a row. Like once I could get, but twice? The Naval Supply Guild thing is temporary because it's that temporary demand boost that we got. I don't think we need this much furniture, but I feel like it's a good export. I say export as if I'm able to export goods. We have so much demand for resources we can't make. Oh, tools, which we can't make because iron and copper are very expensive. Right. Well, Novgorod has tools, at least. And that at least actually has some iron. Not a lot, but it does have some. Can't really use it, though. Oh, severe winter, I see. I was gonna say, why is it stalled in construction? Well, severe winter will do that. It's just too cold to work. The papacy is making a new market. Well, have fun with that, Pope. As if the money they were giving you wasn't enough. Huh? Fund a research and exploratory expedition. I don't want to take on more loans, but 5 research points is something I can't ignore. Speaking of which, we're also going to steal 5 research points from the Pope, so he basically just got 10 research points in one month. Which I am a very big fan of. But now it's it's very critical for us to actually pay off our debts here, because this is starting to hurt crown power a bit. Only 5.8%, mind you, but, you know, it's still there. It adds up. 25% book output will be nice to make the scriptorums make more money, but the bookshops will also make more money. Yeah, at least until the price collapses, I suppose. Kind of feel like we went from being very behind on research to slowly catching up, which is very good. It's another integration point done. We are definitely getting a good chunk of integration going. Novosil is annexed. Okay, good, good. Excellent. Now the next one. You know, before the commoners get uppity enough to where they can stop us from doing it. Let's just have you marry a noble, because I don't want to wait too long. Man, you're an obsessive perfectionist too, just like your father? That is so funny. They both rolled the same first trait. The exact same first trait, and they both rolled it. I feel like that just has a low chance of actually happening. And, you know, maybe I'm wrong and it doesn't, but it really feels like it does. Okay, we suddenly have money. Why? What could possibly make so much money from the pottery? Nothing, because it's giving me the wrong information. That's why. It's because the areas that have full control haven't dropped yet, so it thinks there's a lot of money to be made when there isn't. Or so I'm going to operate with the assumption of, because I can't trust it otherwise. Sponsor religious art. That would make us very spiritualist. Oh, there's no nobility proposal here. Weird. We didn't do anything differently, so I can't explain that. I guess just support the state. We'll enjoy the free crown power for a few months before it's violently ripped out of our hands. I guess we'll just have some more tailor guilds be built. Maybe not here, actually. This could do, what do we have? Sturdy grains and fiber crops. Fiber crops, that's a good place for paper. I don't know if I want that many tailor guilds, because obviously the price is going to fall, but maybe making the price fall is what I need to in order to have more profitable trade. Who knows? Okay, I can declare that war now. I definitely need to do it before I forget. This doesn't get us to the last 100 we need to form Russia, but it gets us a lot closer. Oh, wow, we just immediately stack wiped them. Okay. I'll take it, but that was really strange. Why are you very loyal? Oh, because Liege and everything, it's just, yeah, it's very high positivity. Okay, well. Annexing you is going to be a pain, because that's a lot of stability it's going to cost, but we have plenty of stability to begin with. So let's just assign that. Support for land focus, support for communal values, those are both good. Outward gives power projection, so I do kind of want that, don't I? Yeah, I do. I mean, inward's not bad. It gives crown power, but power projection is useful for a variety of things. And I'm kind of leaning towards wanting to use crown power. Maybe one day our estates can start to make lots of money, but for now the expenses are just too high. Fine cloth and books are actually the highest expenditure for the burghers. So you know what? Maybe making more fine cloth and crashing the price is actually a good idea. I am kind of trying to prioritize it in states that have access to wool, but in theory, I could just build it anywhere and it'll be fine in time. It'll eventually adapt. More tool guilds wouldn't go amiss. Wait. You're using stone, which is coming out to 0.33 ducats, but if you used... Oh, I see why you're not trying to use tin, because there's basically no tin supply, right? Okay. That actually makes sense. They technically could use it, but the price would start to spike very fast. So that's probably why they're using the other alternative instead. So, I know we're researching towards books, but I think it's time to build more scriptorums. That way they're at least already in position. And they've surrendered. Fantastic. I really don't want to see what our aggression expansion looks... Or, antagonism looks like. Honestly, not that bad. It's really... Yeah, no, that's actually pretty good. That's pretty good. It's only about 2 or 3 countries that are genuinely angry with us. So what we annex you, that's 35. Yours, so that's what, 65 total? 65 is literally 1 too little. Wow, okay. So I guess we'll just, we'll go colonize an area while we're at it, since apparently we're just shy of one location after those 2 annexations that are planned. How is the Muscovy going over here? It's not going very well. Perma's done a fantastic job. The others are not doing as well. You know what? That's fine. That's good enough for me, at least. Let's see. Is there any way to speed up the integration faster? Not really. We're already got almost plus 30% from power projection, which is several technologies at this point. Really couldn't move it faster if we wanted to. Ooh, can I not steal tech from the Pope anymore? No, I still can. I just didn't see the option. Okay. Just making sure. Okay, before I go spending more money, I should start paying off the debt like I kept saying I would. Let's see, are the burghers starting to make less expenses? Probably not. They're still paying over 20 ducats just for fine cloth. But that'll increase the demand for wool, which might actually help us a bit, since a lot of our wool RGOs are extremely cheap right now with little profit. Cabinet member dies, gets replaced by another cabinet member. And the fun never ends in the Kremlin. Technically, we're about to make a lot of excessive books, but in my experience, their demand's just going to go up. And it'd be a good pathway to make lots of paper. We got the cabinet law we're researching first. Yes, give me that 10 religious influence. How many tenets do we still have to do? 4. Tenet of the person is next. And you either get innovative with an upset clergy or traditionalist with accepted culture cost reduction. Accepted culture cost reduction is not a bad idea. I don't want the -5 clergy satisfaction, but the the point 1 to innovative, we could easily push innovative up to 70 or 80 with the cabinet then. That is kind of too tempting to ignore, actually. Oh, Vayaka's actually loyal, so I can't do a disloyal CB on them. But we can annex them then, so I guess we'll just do that. And that will technically get us some cores at least. Pay loan. Yeah, just repay the loans. There we go. So we have the okay, we have the diplomat now. I love how this whole thing so far has just been murder all the vassals. Even though our control is going to be absolutely terrible, we're just doing it so we can centralize. Okay, I need to very quickly spend for diplomats here because I have none now. No, keep Vayaka loyal. I think more of them are starting to become loyal because now we have less and less subjects. Let's see. 5 towards centralization or 5 towards serfdom? I'll take the centralization. Then cabinet law. This one's a little tricky to decide because, I mean, we want centralization, so I am leaning towards that. And traditionalism would hurt innovation, but we did say we wanted to maximize our cabinet efficiency for the for that one proximity reduction effect later on. It would be nice. On the other hand, having more possible pops is good too. I don't know. I'm leaning towards the centralization or the clergy. I'm just not sure what. Actually, more clergy might be a good idea, even though it gives us the 0.1 traditionalist. We can counter that with the innovation one we're going to get soon. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, let's do that one. More clergy will help because more clergy speaking our language will significantly boost liturgical language, and a better liturgical language is going to be helpful for our research. Oh, every time I spend money on this, they always die in the end. Who's the next of kin if he dies? Oh wait, this is the second son. Okay, it's fine then. Well, 13 years old, that sucks, but such is the way of disease in EU5. It will very much not discriminate in the slightest. Okay, let's... How much would this take to annex? Would you already agree to be annexed completely? You would, yes. Would Cherniev agree to any annexations? I assume not, because we haven't taken it. Wow, they actually would. Really? I might abuse that. Oh, it's probably because our subject's already annexed or occupied. Yeah, they're sieging. Okay, they're sieging a part of the province already. The 5th clergy war in Vyatka. The clergy are just so mad up there. Very funny, in my opinion. What part of your territories are for Russia? None of them, actually. You are just outside the zone. Cool. Do we take any at all, then, or do we take something else? There we go. We could force a royal marriage. I don't think that would really do much for us, though. Can't make them a subject. I guess just kind of seize a border fort and then just take money. Although the money is actually very, very small. Ooh, I don't know. I guess we could just seize these two areas because they're border forts. That way they no longer have them. And we actually border Kiev directly now. They don't seem happy. Our distant cousin is not happy to see us. Oh, we are taking on loans now, though. Why is that? Because high Diplo spending, right? Yeah. That'll do it. Well, that and the continual deployment of the military, I suppose, but who's to say? Okay. Oh, the clergy have built a market warehouse now. That's nice. Yeah, no, we're kind of just in a waiting period now, aren't we? We could just quick war Vyatka and burn them down, but I'm willing to wait the 12 years it's going to take to annex them. Because I could just annex someone else instead. I think we're at the point where we can centralize now, too. Not quite. I would have to get rid of at least one more. Which is a bit of a pain, given how expensive it is. We even have Catholic zealots in the country trying to overthrow us now, so that's cool. Oh, is this considered a core, technically? Weird. That is, the rest of it isn't. I cannot explain that, nor do I think I should. Mercury poisoning. Well, I don't know if that was intentional or not. Oh, did we get the new books? I don't know if we did. Nope, it's only script form. Oh, right, because you get paper first, then it's the... Yeah, that's right. It's the paper. It's paper first, then the books. That makes sense. We just got the extra 25% lumber production, which is helpful in its own way. We didn't just finish another one, did we? No, no. That was just it making the noise for it starting. So once Vyatka's annexed, we can form Russia. So we'll form it here before the 1500s. Which is nice. We might actually not annex further. I kind of want to, just so I can drift towards centralization. But we've been doing so much war, and we have so much areas that we don't control at all now that I'm a little wary of increasing that number even further. And we're already annexing Vyatka, so it might be better to just focus on correcting this massive issue we have with our control. The good news is that Moscow's growing too, thanks to pop growth and migration attraction. We've actually got over almost 6 million people now. So... Oh, wow. Hungary wants a marriage, but you technically have a union with Poland. Oh, you already have children. It's fine. I mean, I'm just being wary over here. Although technically we have more great power score than Hungary, so we'd be able to usurp control if we needed to. It's not as if we'd be trapped in there with no way out. Although it could feel like it. We definitely need New World whenever it comes around, because I need the trade range it would provide. I know it's got trade range tech somewhere in here. Also, it has rights of the burghers, which would be nice. And it has a special government reform for us. Aristocracy, serfdom, prestige. I mean, that's an alright government reform. I mean, the nobility satisfaction is nice. You could sustain the same amount with one less privilege. Oh yeah, there it is. 250 trade range. Took me a minute to find it. Coalition disbanded. Yeah, we'll see how long that lasts. Oh, wow. How many counting houses is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It would build 11 or 12. I'm not sure how many counting houses for, what is this, half the price? After accounting for what it actually costs in the market. Oh yeah, Parliament issue drops it by 50%. Jeez, so we'd get about 11 counting houses for... Oh, wow, yeah, I'll take that, yeah. Let's go for it. We'll pass this pretty easily. Have serfdom, communal, burger mansion complaints. Sure. I know we're already over 50. I'm just making sure that we have enough. I might actually change a law too, though. I still want to keep decentralized bureaucracy, and I really want the proximity cost for the Confederal Union, but we can't afford it until we get centralization to be stable again. And right now, it's only growing because of the parliament. The moment that's gone, it's going to drift back away again. And our very low control is not helping. Yeah, I'll just grant it because I need to make sure I have the support for it to pass. Even if that's putting it at risk. Oh man, Kiev actually has a better tax base than us. I mean, I'm not surprised. They're probably a lot more centralized here, and Kiev is sitting on a river for most of their stuff. Oh, they also have access to Amber. Yeah, there you go. That would do it. Amber has a pretty decent value in the game. Okay, we are about to get smacked with the need for more loans. We just paid off our loans, and now we're taking out more loans. We just had to take out 3 loans for that, but all those counting houses are now being built, which is great for us, because it's going to increase the local crown power we get from those areas. Now, some of it's being built in areas where we don't get any crown power, so I guess this will mean we get a bit of crown power from it. The real issue is just lack of control, really, but oh well. That's not going to change anytime soon. We have access to paved roads. We just don't have the money. Although as these integrations go on, we're at least getting a bit of control and a little bit of wealth as a result. Where are these rebels focused? I need to see just so I can incorporate those specifically, maybe. Yeah, okay, maybe these areas. They're not too far from the capital, so they make good targets. This is what, 1490? Yeah, that'll be fine. And how are all the rivers? Oh yeah, Kazan's a town too, isn't it? These are all towns except for... Nope, even that's a town. Cool. Can actually make more clay here. Things like livestock are so cheap, I'm not even consider building them right now because I could build them, but they're just so damn cheap that... So darn cheap that it's not going to go anywhere. Oh, we can upgrade. Oh, yeah, so I mentioned it before that you can now, like, shift-click to upgrade them as many times as possible. So, or you can do control-click, too. So now instead of having to click the upgrade button every single time to upgrade it in a town or a city, you can shift-click, which is a nice change. I don't know if it works with mass building still, but at least something works now for it. Which is up from nothing. I think I want to deviate for the -5 building. -5, that's what, 2 techs? But if I go over here, 3 techs, we can grab these 2. Yeah. We're gonna go grab the integration, the 2 building cost reductions, then we'll grab rebel growth. And then the other build cost. That's going to be 8 techs, which means we're not going to get anything else done for a while. I probably should get promote institutions first, though. Because New World did spread to us, and we could help it spread elsewhere. It's actually spread to a number of areas already. Nearby location. What about the areas further away? How is it spreading there? 0.63? Yeah, actually, at the rate it's spreading now, it should be fine, since we already grabbed print culture. At least in the towns with libraries, it will spread at a decent rate. So we'll actually focus on the other technologies we need now. And as mentioned, we'll go ahead and reject the tenet of person. So innovative isn't... Wow, innovative is really low right now. Why is that? I thought it was higher. Right, because we had a temporary bonus going on. Yeah, let's oh god, I don't know actually now, because I kind of want to keep the very high estate satisfaction. No, we'll keep the innovative. We need the innovative. And then next up is the mask, which, what? If we accept it, the clergy get upset. If we reject it, heretics are less accepted, but the clergy... Okay, so the clergy equilibrium is just going to balance out then. So after we knock it down by 5, we'll then just bump it back up by 5. And then the debates, you either get religious influence and spiritualist, or the clergy get more literacy at the cost of higher consumption. I would probably just take the extra influence and spiritualist, honestly. Just to get the double Sabbath faster. Or something to that effect, at least. Yeah, I'll just take the... Well, I would say free legitimacy. We're already maxed out on legitimacy, so this really doesn't change anything. I'll just take the free stuff that totally exists. Market warehouse in Novgorod. Yeah, I really want to build up Novgorod more. Novgorod's at -2 because of... Oh, right. Yeah, the bailiff. I forgot the bailiff's there. It's trying its hardest. Really... It's really trying its hardest. There we go. We can get Legislature of the Union now and get a 10% cabinet efficiency boost. So that'll bring us up to 72 cabinet efficiency. Which is going to help us integrate a little bit faster. I'm going to be sad when we lose our... Oh, we already did lose him, right? He died. Never mind. It took me too long to realize we already lost the guy that was boosting this. 30% power projection is helping a lot. And then the governors are getting what... Or their cabinet members getting over 2. Which is good. Oh, did you just finish? You did, okay. So now here... Because these should all be integrated now, right? Yeah, they're all cores. Every single one of them? Yep, every single one of them. They have basically no road connection, but they do exist. So I don't know how much paper workshop we can actually afford before paper prices just collapse, but we're gonna go ahead and build some anyway. We have to claim throne CB in Georgia again, even though we're allied to them. I wouldn't mind tearing through the Golden Horde and reaching Crimean coastline. Never did get rid of our agent there, did we? Oh no, they did get rid of our agent eventually, right? Well, let's build a new network there then. And maybe watch the Pope for research stealing, because we've been ignoring that again. Really need to stop ignoring that. But it's just so fun to ignore the Pope. Okay, alright. Should be almost there to 4, right? Yep, 1 more. Take the prestige. I don't want to give up legitimacy. Because then we have to start paying more cost of court to get it back up to 100, which is why you see our numbers go down suddenly now and then. A new outbreak of measles. Oh, dear. And we have not really built hospitals beyond... Like, Moscow has a hospital. I can't afford to build hospitals beyond that point. I'm sure the outbreak is negligible. Actually, it probably is, because this is what measles we only have a 40% resistance to. Yeah, there we go. 72.5 cabinet efficiency. This is a nice amount. Oh! You know what? We never did do it. I totally forgot we could upgrade the Chancery to level 2. So we've been operating at a, lower efficiency than we could have been this whole time. Because I completely forgot about it. Is the cabinet member for the crown dead? He is. So we get ready to appoint a new man. Because I am going to keep whatever crown power I can, so help me. If I have to spend 300 ducats for it, I will spend 300 ducats for it. Carpenter's Guild. Well, at least you're building something. And at least we actually have access to gold thanks to the very few gold mines we built. They're just, they really struggle to exist beyond that point. They at least have some control. The amount of money they make is incredibly low because there's just no way to export it. Well, actually, there is some exports going on, but that is not our exports. That is kind of the Golden Horde having a presence over there. Good for them, though, I'd say. Let's see, when do you get annexed again? It's still 1490. It is, but it has fallen to April of 1490, so it's a step in the right direction. Okay, how is paper doing? This is the guild. I kind of need to look at the bigger one. Because that's making, what, 0.98? This is making 0.93, but there's that production efficiency gap. Accept the petition or reject. I would rather reject it. Someone young, please, who's not going to die in 5 years. Thank you. It's just, I need to stop replacing cabinet members for a few years. Could you all just not drop dead for a while? Thanks. It'd be greatly appreciated, I assure you. Ooh, how many monthly diplomats is that? Right, because we're still getting loyalist support. Do we need to keep giving them loyalist support? We do. So let's see. I don't really want a mutual offensive policy. I don't want to get dragged into wars against my will that are just to invade the neighbors, because that's not going to be good for us. Yeah, let's just build a bunch of one markets everywhere to get more trade going. Trade's not making us a lot of money because we don't have anything good to trade, but it's at least allowing us to import some critical resources that we might need. We do have some exports going on, like the little bit of saffron we have access to, but we're also importing silver, jewelry, pearls, because we can't make any of that stuff. So that's fun. What is our biggest export? Books. Of course it's books. It's always books. What is it not books? No, I'm not giving burger land rights. I don't care how upset they get. I'm not reducing the RGO size in my towns and cities. That would just be foolish. You would only take that option if your hand was just forced. It's the only time you would ever take it. Is when you just didn't have a choice. Oh yeah, we never got the upgrade to the books built yet, did we? I feel like if you just type in book, it will actually kind of shrink it down to books, and then you can find, hey, here's, you know, one of the things that makes books. It's a very nice little search system. Because the printer shop is going to be a lot more productive in making books. The scriptorums only make 0.3 books per level. The printer shop makes 1 per level, and this will actually introduce a higher demand for paper and also a demand for tools. And then, of course, if we're lucky, we can just export the books, so yay. Don't want to build too many books everywhere, but I'm trying to just kind of spread them out so they're all built at once, because if I had the money to build dozens of buildings at once, I would just stack this without a care in the world, but because we don't have a lot of money, I'm trying to get them all built up as quickly as I can. That way we can try to get our tax base higher and maybe catch up with the rest of Europe. Although, as long as Bohemia has gold, that's going to be a bit of an issue, because, yeah, that's a big tax base for just gold. They don't even have the Mercury patio there yet. That's just going to be extra scary if they ever figure out how to build it there, since that'll literally double the output of the gold mine. Develop the interior. Yeah, we give our capital some development, but more importantly, we get more land. New monastery. It's going to cost religious influence, but it gets me enough to pass this, so take it, I guess. Take my influence. Then I think we'll just build more paper. And that one we will actually stack in Moscow, because we've already built some of it. Ooh, actually, really quickly, can we not build the 5 now, and then upgrade the 5 again? Because, yeah, there we go. I just got the 10% building cost reduction, so by undoing and redoing that, we went from building 5 paper mills to 7. Let's see. Yeah, we'll just vote for federal union here for more opinion and trust of Bulgaria, because I'm not going to annex Bulgaria. There's no point in it. They're so far away. We're just going to use them for the 10% efficiency bonus in our cabinet, which I just would prefer to the extra 0% control we'd have over there, as well as everywhere else where it already exists. I kind of wish if we looked at the tax base, we could see a breakdown of what's exactly giving tax base here. It's not strictly necessary. It's just a little, like, nitpick of mine that I'm thinking about. Oh, You've got to be kidding me. So the... Wait, so the printers need lead and we don't have lead. Is there anything else we don't have here? Okay, I see Marco Rufo arrived, but give me a minute. I have to find where lead is now, which is good. So really quickly, because apparently without that we can't produce, which would make our printer workshops really weak. Okay, there is lead in the area we colonized. That is fantastic, except I don't have a way to get back out of here because oh wait, I do have a way to get it out of there. I guess at some point Kazan built its own little market. We actually control the market. We could shatter it. But considering how the border looks for market access is, yeah, like 57, 60%, that's not good. So what is this about? Military architect. Okay. So we can enhance the defensive abilities of the Kremlin. And then the others are what? Like 50% towards Renaissance for a single location. We could have him design a banqueting palace, which sounds interesting, but I don't know what it would do beyond 5 legitimacy, so... I don't know, what is the Kremlin stats right now? Maybe it's gonna, like, secretly change it. What, 10 fort defense, 100 garrison size, so... Just say that. Does that change it at all? No, it doesn't seem to do anything to it. I guess it's just flavor text, which is fine. I just didn't know if it actually did anything or not, is the thing. So really quickly, marketplace. If I build these two up, I can build up the Kazan market. Is it only one of them? It's only one of them. Okay, in that case, I need to do manual trade here. For lead. Or can Moskva... Yeah, no, Moscow can't reach it. Okay. What do you mean? We do have trade capacity. Stop lying. Okay, and then the Moskva market can import lead from Kazan, but Kazan, we have to wait a month for it to actually set up. I know we're making a profit loss from it now, but we have to kind of like conga line it over there because Moscow can't reach for it themselves. Okay, wait, we have 44 manual capacity. Did I just set up 4 routes by accident? No, well, yes, actually, I did. How much does it cost to move one? Okay, there we go. 5 trade capacity is what I need, not the amount I just threw at it. So at least by conga lining that, we can start to introduce lead to our market, which will allow the printers to start working, but I have to conga line it between several markets so I have any amount of lead so the printers can actually start working and making books, which they now are, and it's making 2 ducats in the capital until the price of books, you know, comes down. Literally having to colonize out here for lead. Is there any other lead spots nearby? If there is, it's not telling me. Well, I mean, that's like it's the only spot of lead, and you need it so you can make books. At least this further justifies my decision to colonize out here early on. I would say it definitely further justifies it. Enough to where I do feel like colonizing out here further, but at the same time, what the heck, man? Where did it all go? And how much each one's using, like, what, 0.25 lead? So we can't even bring that much lead in here? Oh, we never built the entrepot. We probably should build that for the trade capacity, at least. The colonies are taking money. Diplomatics... You know, I can cut diplomatic spending off, right? No, because then Bayak is disloyal. How disloyal? 2%, so... There you go. Just enough to incorporate it. The other vassals we could go annex, but... We've annexed so much at this point, I want to try to focus on stabilization, because we have way too many rebel threats now. Including in the far north next to Sweden, because I can blame Sweden for that, right? We'll just say Sweden's doing it. Sweden's probably not doing it, I just want to blame them for something. Oh, wow, they actually became disloyal again. You know what? Maybe it is Sweden. I might be onto something there. I guess we'll just keep it where it was at then. Wait. Oh, nope, I see what it is. It's because they fell into a civil war. And they're fighting in a war without us, which makes them more disloyal because we're not protecting them. At least I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Yeah, there we go. Their loyalty went back up. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure that's how that works. -10 urban building cost, so it's now cheaper to upgrade things. Why is the distillery panicking now? You lack pots. Why are our pots being used? We don't have pots. That is actually funny. I actually find that to be really funny. Alright, let's go fix that then. Yeah, we're just gonna put a bunch of, like, level 1 pots around and let that solve itself. The extra 10% building cost reduction is nice. For urban... It's only for urban buildings, but we're gonna be building lots of urban buildings. That cost reduction should help the, estates build as well when it comes to building buildings, because the price is cheaper in the market overall. At least that would make a lot of sense to me. It'd be weird if we were paying less price, but our estates were still paying a higher price, even though it should be cheaper. Do we actually have control out there? We do. We actually do have control out there. But I want to focus on building up Moscow now that we have access to books. Well, we can build 30, and even though the price is falling, I'd love to make more books because they're a very easy export. And we're out of lead again. It's not that we aren't importing lead, it's just it's so expensive that it's hurting the price. Okay, so we are going to have to get more trade range as soon as we can and hopefully import more lead elsewhere because right now this is not going well. Speaking of which, do we have more lead being made here at least? Kind of. We really have to attract more people out here too. I would just kind of preemptively upgrade this 2 levels so the peasants here start working it. Although they might run out of food, but that'll be fine, right? They can just figure that out. Oh, snowstorms. That sounds like fun. It literally murders raw material output. Oh yeah, no, that's definitely fun. Definitely fun. Is this a town at least? Yeah. So I'm thinking of building the entrepot there. But let's build the first one in Moscow, actually. It just gives 5 trade capacity and market attraction, which market attraction is nice when fighting other markets, at least. Although we're kind of fighting between our own markets, which isn't as great. But, you know, whatever works, I guess. And it is a trade loss that we're working with, but it then allows us to at least send more elsewhere. Entire desired amount of trade 1.34, so we just have to introduce more over time. But this means I'm kind of stuck where I can't make more books. Because there's just no lead, there's just not enough lead. Interesting, so we can at least make the paper to make books, but we can't sufficiently provide the books. Well, at least we can spam scriptorums, I guess. For now. Yeah, sometimes you do get free, dangerous ideas are spreading, which moves you towards humanist and hurts your stability. So I guess that's a negative thing about being more humanist. Which, yeah, I guess they needed some negatives to go with their positives. Oh, right, we probably want to join. Well, you don't need to join that. That's fine. They'll be fine there. They can put it down themselves, that little clergy. Is that a clergy revolt? It is a clergy revolt. Why are the clergy revolting so often? What's going on? Is someone upsetting them? I'm sure it's someone that's upsetting them. That's the only explanation. Otherwise, the clergy would never revolt. Or so I'm told. Just gonna build more wool RGOs at this point to keep its price cheap, so the tailor guilds and the spinner guilds Even though their prices are also down, at least they'll be a little faster. Oh, sorry, a little better, not faster. We just researched a 10% increase to integration speed, so I misread that while thinking aloud. Oh yeah, it's time for our usual check on the Pope to see if he has any new research. He does, actually. We just stole 5 tech points. Go us. That was funny. I wasn't expecting him to have any technology to steal, so the fact he did is just great. We make more money from diplomacy than we do trade income. And our biggest trade is just selling books in Riga. Okay. Oh, yes, here it is. So this is an event you can get if your ruler has well-connected, chat. It has 2 options. Your second option is to get remarkable talent for 10 years, which is 10 cabinet efficiency, and you get a guy to move over. Or you can gain 15 research progress. And 15 research progress is really nice, because that just jumped us to basically almost finishing the physical body of Christ research. Honestly, very good event. I would always pick the research over the alternative option, just because research is difficult to come by, and it's very good to have. Like, why would I not want more research speed? Or, research points. And 0.05 monthly rebel growth reduction. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but it means all the rebellions grow slower. And for some of them, it's actually going to flip them, and it just did. It flipped some of them to where they're no longer growing, but instead shrinking. So soon our rebel list won't look so horrible. It's still going to look really scary for a while, but it won't be as scary. Oh, you know what? The Golden Horde just fell into a civil war as I was thinking about making a CB on them. I don't know if making them a tributary would be best, but making them a tributary costs less. But you can't take any locations directly. I kind of want to do religious war, but I don't want more subjects, so I'm stuck on what to do there, huh? Because I want to centralize first and foremost. Maybe that's a good reason to just annex another subject then. Preferably one that's not loyal and isn't spreading the faith. Yeah. Yeah, I've got a few ideas in mind. Even though they're speaking one language. Oh, yeah, because they're speaking the liturgical language is Arabic, so they're not helping our language. They're actually helping... Well, that's not the strongest one. Mongolian still is, but still something to oppose. Yeah, so, let's see. Are you disloyal? You are, thankfully. So, we're going to start... Not religious war. No. Disloyal subject. Maybe we just get rid of both of them, actually, because they're strengthening the liturgical language of a foreign religion, and at this point they have converted the people to their foreign religion instead of Orthodox like they should be. We tolerated it before, but we're not going to tolerate it now. You know, times have changed in the several decades that have passed, or however long it's been. We haven't really kept track of time, you know? It's all a blur. It is going to, of course, cause more revolt issues, but I think we're just used to that at this point now. Well, we almost got another province with 100 control. If we just got, like, centralization or something, that'd be enough. Is this the downriver area where it wouldn't help? Or is this the paved roads help area? This is paved roads. For some of them, I think. I think at some point it's, what, river? Okay, I see where to do it. Down to here. Because I'm trying to figure out, like, where it's okay river-wise, because some of it should be downriver, but it's not, and I'm a little confused as to why. At least I think it should be. I could be wrong. There's actually a very good chance that I'm just wrong. Let's see, we'll build up here, because I think this is a non-river area, right? Yeah, gravel road. Oh, forgot your education. I'm so sorry. You're already 13. Oh, God. At least you're not the heir, I guess. Speaking of which, you've gotten better. The theftums have definitely been helping you. Theftums, thiefdoms. Propose it depends on how you want to pronounce it. Oh, we're making almost 2 points of lead now, so that's good. We actually just need to expand our market production, which shouldn't be too hard. Oh, this is a good river. Anyway, sorry, the amount of markets that we have. Annexing Vayaka will kind of help, but what we really need is for more towns and cities to exist over there. Pop join rebel threshold just got knocked down by 5%. And that's going to be at what now? 8.83? That's nice. That's really nice with our current stability. So it's going to be harder for them to join rebels. Still not impossible if there's Oh! We just got the increase our control option again to build another like 10 to 11 counting houses. That's probably not worth it, honestly, with the control issues we're having. On the other hand, getting that many for half the price is kind of it's kind of good. It's really hard to say no to that. Because that is 33% local crown power in each urban location. Communal values. Spiritual values. Yeah. And where to incorporate next? Sarov. Just incorporate Sarov next. Because it's almost got the connection point. It needs some incorporation first. This does mean we're not going to be able to pay off our debt because we're going to have to take on more debt, but oh well. We knew what we were signing up for, right? I'm not bailing him out. I do not care. Oh, another bright side about the extra rebel reduction is that it's easier to keep it. Oh, Kremlin expansion. So let's see what. Moskva gains +1 Kremlin. Market gains Kremlin upgrade for 10 years. So it just builds a second Kremlin? Where's Moscow? Wait, so it's just going to build a second Kremlin? So it's going to have 5 monthly prosperity. What are the other two? We gain offensive and satisfaction. We gain art quality and prosperity. I'm just going to take the extra upgrade. Give me a second Kremlin. I'm going to have 4,000 soldiers working at it. And 20 fort defense. Extend the loan, please. We're going to need it. Combined with the actual fort here, and we're going to have some pretty good fort defense. Okay, so we did just take on a new loan. The Duma's passed it. We're getting a lot more counting houses. Vayaka has also been annexed, which means that we now have enough locations to form Russia. So we are now known as the Russian Tsardom, which has unlocked the governing Senate distribution of power law. Oh, wow. Wait, what? So we'd lose 5% max tax, gain 5% estate satisfaction equilibrium, lose 10% crown power, but we gain a cabinet seat. We gain a cabinet seat. Why did this have to show up right after our parliament ended? I would have switched right away. I would have switched right away if I had known. It's 95 stability to switch over now. I can't afford that. I guess we know what we're doing in 5 years then with the next council. Also, that shade of green is nice to look at. I'm happy about that. So, becoming an empire gives us a cabinet slot, and when we switch over to that law, we'll gain a cabinet slot, putting us at 6 cabinet slots in the Age of Discovery. Which, by the way, I believe the Age of Discovery has another cabinet slot we can unlock down pike and shot, which I forgot about until this moment. It has a government reform. We already got the cabinet slot, didn't we? Yeah, we did. So let's get the 5% building cost reduction to finish. New World's about to finish, actually. Fantastic. And I say that sarcastically because this is tearing me apart now because there's a lot to research. Oh. Hey, chat. I might have forgotten there was another 0.05% pop growth research to grab that we could have grabbed like several decades ago and never did. Hi, Skyland. I just realized I was missing out on 0.05% pop growth for several decades that we could have grabbed from the pike and shot tree. How are you? Holy relic discovered. Okay, what is this? I can get a free masterpiece or I can burn it. If you're gonna make a free masterpiece artwork for me, I'm just gonna take it. I don't see a reason not to. Okay, can we maybe pay off our debt finally? Probably not. Oh, right, we have to actually rival someone. We actually have no rivals now, chat, which is a bit of a problem because no rivals means our espionage is just dead and we get lots of antagonism. So now we have to rival people. And I guess the rivalries are just going to be make half of Europe angry at us. And I guess rival the Byzantine. I don't want to rival the Byzantines. They're too weak. Oh, hey, the Italian war situation just popped for us. It's actually been going on for 37 years. We only just now learned about it because we're a great power since we became an empire. Oh yeah, we're a great power because we became an empire. Right? Yeah, we basically know what we're doing in the next 5 years for the Senate as soon as it gets back around to being here. Having a 6th cabinet slot would be great because then we can do more integrations at once. Because we have a lot of land that's still not integrated, and then obviously we have a lot of other land that's just really, really bad. Austria is no longer a valid rival. Well, that fell apart quickly. I guess we have to rival the Byzantines then, because I'm not taking the prestige laws for lacking rivals. Do we have the CBs on our subjects? We do. So let's cancel one and we'll just invade them. I know, again, our control is going to be absolutely horrifically awful. We're working on it. If you want to think about it, by controlling the area, chat, there's going to be an extra 0.05% pop growth. And technically, the prosperity is going to do better. This is absolute cope because we're still at 0 control. But I like to believe it's good in the end. It's not, but you know, what can you do? Okay, the conquest of Novgorod still carries the risk of oh, we're probably getting this because we're Russia now, right? That's why we just got this event. So it gives us rebellious people in Novgorod for 4 years. Excellent. Thank you, Chad. Not Chad. Sorry, Chad. You didn't do this. I'm not blaming you. So what? We either drift a bit towards plutocracy and capital economy, or hey, 10 serfdom, which we said we wanted to keep for this run. Yeah, I guess let Novgorod burn itself to the ground for 4 years. The area is incorporated, at least. So while they'll get upset, they're not going to get rebellious. A few of them will get rebellious, but that's because they're nobles. Nobles are always rebellious, you see. It's kind of just their thing. Army morale will be a nice bonus, too. Oh, yeah, New World is about to pop. We really... Honestly, it's pretty cheap. Oh, right, of course it's cheap. We have innovative and scholarly treaties and cheap paper, so we're literally killing the price by over... We really are killing the price by about 50%. Wow. I guess just give the burger satisfaction. There really is no win out of this one. It really is just whatever's the least resistance for us. I don't think we can even make the Golden Horde a tributary. It would be very funny given their size, but they're also kind of invading territory that we want to control, so I don't want to make them a tributary as a result. Can we annex this with ease? Yes, we can. 66 ducats. And there we go. This area will now have a slightly higher pop growth bonus. Saratov is going to get the same treatment. We're just going to absolutely cope that it's to make the population grow faster when the reality is, no, I just want to control more of the land directly. Well, the good news is that our debts are basically paid off. And with pretty much all of our subjects annexed, we're finally drifting towards centralization again. We haven't annexed all of them, but we've annexed most of them. So what? We can encourage Tatar immigration to what? Moscow? From across the Pontic Steppe. Oh, that's that's a whole region. Or what? We take inward communalism. I mean, communalism is good, but I don't want to lose innovative. Because we want innovative for research. So let's Is this going to change the population at all, though? It says that they begin to migrate, but is that just the pops are forced to migrate? Does it spawn them in? It's a neat description, but what does it do? Oh! Yeah, maybe an additional 1,000 pops for migration in Moscow. Yeah, okay, I guess it does make them all migrate, doesn't it? That's a lot of pops. It's all from the air. You know what's funny? It's all from the areas we recently conquered, too. That's where they're all coming from, is from the area we recently, conquered directly. Which is good for us, then, because I guess Moscow's gonna get a lot of pops to work buildings. Which could still make more paper. What I really want to do is make more books, but as mentioned, lead is almost non-existent in this market. And trying to make too much of it just skyrockets the price. So I guess for now, we could just make a few more books. And then leave it there. Oh yeah, hegemons are a thing. We're obviously not near any of them, but... Oh, actually, we're not too far away from cultural influence. We're on the... kind of on the board, at least. We are the worst when it comes to the economic hegemon, which I am not surprised in the slightest. If anyone thought we were getting that, you were woefully mistaken. I mean, when we export lots of furs to Europe, yes. The problem is that I can't reach farther than Kiev right now. Technically, we can get to Lubeck now, it looks like. But I don't even know if there's good, export for fur. We have plenty of fur. I know we have a lot of very cheap fur. Actually, it is saying selling furs in Lubeck would be very profitable. Oh, but that's like if I used all of my trade capacity. Or is that... that's projected profit per trade capacity. Damn, why is it not exporting this then? That's like really good. Like, that's a lot of profit per trade capacity. Shoot, I kind of want to... yeah, I'm going to force that. I'm going to just set up 20 automatically then. Hoffa apparently is a 16, but I'm going to focus in Lubeck. Where our little, single subject state is, actually. Funnily enough. Speaking of which, after we get the pop growth, maybe we grab the 10% fur output from early hunting guns. Don't have to, just a thought. Because there is a lot of fur we can develop in the market, which actually, I'm just going to hit the button to start mass developing fur RGOs, because there's a lot of them that are just not developed. And honestly, the RGOs themselves are extremely cheap. Oh, we make some money by selling furs in Oslo, but Oslo is not Lubeck. Should be set up now. To go to the Russian Tsardom. Because it might be taking a minute or two for it to initialize here. Oh, we're actually losing money because of the trade route maintenance. Really? Okay, so that might be why it's not exporting it, because it's actually not as profitable as it looked. It looked very profitable, but it turned out to not be profitable. Which is very strange, because when I went over here and told it to export to, say, Lubeck, it said it would be very profitable. Now it's saying it's not profitable. I'm going to assume that the export... I assume we are actually exporting it, and I just messed up the AI. So let's head over to trade real quick. Which I really should look at from Moscow's point of view, because otherwise it's just a mess. See, they're not exporting from Moscow at all. I wonder if it's the distance. We're exporting from Novgorod. Maybe we don't have the capacity. Maybe there's just better... there's probably just better opportunities for export. Anyway, we've researched New World now, which will put us over 2% research speed. So that's good. And we've got the Tenet of the Mask rejection now as well. So we are very close to getting our 0.02% pop growth, which will be nice. Surprised that fur can be this cheap and we still aren't able to export it in large volumes from the Moscow market. I guess, you know, it's probably because trade maintenance costs are increased on the open beta. And that is probably just making it less profitable to trade, so it's not profitable enough right now to actually export. Which I could kind of understand if that's why the game isn't doing it. Okay, can we finally... Oh! You know what? I just dropped the army maintenance cost, completely forgetting that we're in the middle of a war. I was so busy distracted by the whole fur episode that I completely forgot that we're, you know, fighting a war over here. Yeah, levies still die hard to regulars, even though they have over twice our number. That's just how it goes. Just ignore that. They can't vote for it. I mean, they can vote for it. It's just not going to do anything for them. Oh, I think I was distracted for so long, chat, that, Saratov actually annexed a good chunk of one of our vassals. Which is ironic, because technically all they've done is, you know, helped us. But I do find that very funny. Golden Horde found our spy network. Well, that's fine. I don't think we're going to invade them in the end anyway. Actually, we could still fabricate. You can still fabricate a CB, even though they found the spy network and everything, which I find to be very funny. It's like, they've already found it. Why can we still do it? Yeah, the rebels growing at 0.05% less speed is so nice. The fact it's causing some of them to shrink is making this a lot easier to deal with. Hey, Moskva now makes 20 ducats in trade profit. Yay. That's really not something to celebrate about halfway through the Age of Discovery. It's honestly not great. So now I have to do a new dilemma of, do I do New World Tech to get the trade range as soon as possible? Or do we shoot for the House of Parliament for crown power and things like the government reform, which government reform would be nice. Speaking of government reforms, actually, we've been working with diplomatic traditions for a long time. We can actually, we should actually get off diplomatic tradition at this point. There are a lot. Oh, Tsardom? Hello. Proximity cost 2.5, peasant to state satisfaction plus 10. Sudenbink, minus 10 proximity costs through land. Is this what people were talking about with Russia and stacking proximity cost reductions? Because that's crazy. That's two really crazy reforms. And then there's a third one down here that gives you more burger tax. It makes you know, ooh, these are good. Universal serfdom would be nice too, but I'm sorry, there's actually some really good things here. Because we can tax the peasants a lot, I think we go for the reform that gives them 10 satisfaction, just so we can squeeze more money out of them. I want transport code too, because it makes the roads cheaper, but if they're making more money, it's fine. And that's what 2.5 proximity cost. Then again, 10% proximity cost through land, that is a lot. It's kind of a question of, do we want more proximity cost reduction now? Or do we want to just collect more tax from what we can already grab? Because 10% is a nice chunk. It wouldn't do too much on its own, but with decentralization, it helps. We're going to grab both anyway. Let's grab... Honestly, let's grab the extra tax, the Tsardom one. Yeah. We'll grab that one first. And because we have that other special... government reform we want to enact, that's made me decide we're going to rush the possible government reform over doing the New World Technologies. I want to do the New World Technologies because there are some good ones in here. Again, the trade range is nice. There's a 10% RGO size increase, disease resistance. Technically, the Mercury patio is good, but one, we don't have Mercury. Two, we have almost no gold access to begin with. The rights of the burgers would be nice to grab too, but I can wait on that, honestly. Okay, I think we can annex Saratov now, right? Not yet. No, they've actually managed to cut us off. Why are they war ticking? Because they technically own some of the capital still. It hasn't occupied all of it yet. Cabinet member died once again. Maybe appoint the guy who's 43, not the guy who's 63. I know that doesn't sound nice, but these people are dying very often. Or maybe we're ticking through the game a bit too fast. Could be both. I doubt it's both, but it could be both. Oh, you want to know what? I know why they're ticking, because it's a show superiority wargle, I bet. for their end, probably. Because we do control their entire capital. Oh, no, we don't. We actually freed a piece of it. Okay. Now we do control it. Okay. I love it when the AI confuses me. Even though it's not the AI, it's just me. And I'm watching them as they just immediately raise new levies from the dead after their levies are killed. Not that it matters, because now they're annexed into Russia proper. There we go. Still gonna have terrible control in this whole region, but, you know, it's fine. I'm told it's fine, so we're going to assume it's fine. Yeah, there we go. The tax on the peasantry is starting to go up, which will help us get more money. Oh, we have Russian Cossacks now. Hi. Do you guys, like, stick around indefinitely, or are you just going to kind of, like, assimilate and disappear? It looks like they're going to slowly assimilate over time and disappear. Okay. That's a shame, because I feel like you might have some good privileges I would want. Oh, Cossack identity would stop you from assimilating. 5% cabinet efficiency. I mean, it's not a bad idea. We did say we wanted to maximize cabinet efficiency. Oh, their satisfaction is dropping very fast. Well, I'm sure that will change in time. Oh, it's because their taxes aren't being automated right now. They're just manual, right? Just drop taxes, drop all of this. There we go, 74. Honestly, drop the stability of it too. See, now I don't know if I actually want to give them privileges and keep them around for the extra estate satisfaction or not. And it actually... Oh, maybe I do, because I'm realizing now it causes all tribesmen to stop assimilating into peasants. And tribesmen have a prosperity bonus. Oh, that's decentralization, though. I mean, it's something worth considering, because they're so small that they don't really increase the cost. Yeah, let's go for it. We're going to give Cossack identity and then sanctioned Atamans, even though this is going to upset our others for a bit here. Our other estates. And then you shouldn't assimilate at all, right? Yep, you don't assimilate at all. That's 5. So we have another 5% cabinet efficiency, which I think is great. We're at 76 now. We were a bit higher, I thought, but maybe I'm wrong. We probably had a temporary modifier. Yeah, we had a temporary modifier active. That's right. Another clergy revolt. Oh, noble horde revolt. At least that one's different. At least your revolt's different. Ours is just more of the same. I think the migration of Moscow is starting to slow, but it's still up there. All right. We can finally enact that new law. Who's giving us the best support? Obviously the nobility. It's just, do we want one of theirs? Well, we probably won't. Whatever we pick probably won't pass to begin with. Yeah, I guess host army exercises then. Support innovative ideas. And then law change. Distribution of power. So governing senate is going to, again, we're going to lose 10 crown power. We're going to lose 5% maximum tax. But our estates will lose that minus 5% satisfaction equilibrium. We're still going to keep some of the crown power, get centralization, and get a cabinet slot when it's fully enacted. Which is really nice. And this also means for our commoners, we'll be able to tax them even more. Because, you know, satisfaction is up. Technically, we'll be able to tax a lot of them more. But I'm more so just focused on getting more money from the commoners, who are now paying a painful 43% tax rate. And our tax base is up 463. I don't know if Moscow built a bunch of new things. I guess we did make more paper, didn't we? Speaking of which, we could make even more paper, crash the price, and then maybe with a crashed price, it'll export. So, you know what? Just full send it. Build as much paper as you can. You can build 2 per level. Oh yeah, I see why Perm called us in. They're about to lose this. I don't want to give you your new monastery. I want to save my points. Alright, let's help them take back their land. Oh, new czar. Old czar's dead. Long live the czar. I probably didn't need to grant them that one since we're probably going to fail this, but oh well. It's a bit late now. How old are you? 7? Well, you'll do fine. Oh, you have actually a very good diplomacy investment. Even though I really want administrative. Maritime dominance, we have like next to nothing for that. Open institutions is now available for education of the elites. Not that we'll enact it, but it is nice to see that, you know, hey, it's here. Tsardom's still not fully done enacting. I forgot that it takes several years to do this, especially when you're, hey, 5 research progress. Especially when your legislative efficiency is actually negative. It's only -5, but, you know, it is there. Let's clear this out for now. Of course, the war means that we have more maintenance costs again, which is fun. I've been watching our finances constantly fluctuate wildly. It's kind of amusing, but it's also kind of painful. As is the giant redness of our control map, but we just choose to not worry about that. Yes, Tsardom is just decreasing it at a nice rate. And the peasant tax is now at still 43%. I think it's going to kind of cap out there. And distribution of power is going to get some of our crown power back. But more importantly, we actually have almost 10.1 drift towards centralization. Which is very nice to see. Maybe we attack the Golden Horde. I doubt the Golden Horde is strong. Because they've just been relying on levies lately. Oh, they actually have 2,000 regulars like us. Never mind. And they would have several hordes backing them. Or, well, one horde. One's actually just the Aretinids. So maybe we don't attack them. Maybe we do. Who's to say? I suppose I'm to say, but I don't want to decide. Reinforcement speed. We're now getting battle leadership law, which will be very helpful. Until something goes wrong and our leader dies in battle, but that wouldn't happen. Probably. Probably wouldn't happen. So, furs. We're still building those up, I see. I know we don't really have control out in these areas, but I figure if we can just trade the fur, we can get something out of it. Integrate province. Another rebellion in Georgia, which we'll symbolically join, but not actually go and partake in. It's not like they'll blame us. Ah! Divine Revelations again. No! Why did it give him a naval trait? I don't want him to have a naval trait. Yeah, well, actually, he has a general trait and a naval trait now, which is kind of funny. That's actually really funny. I didn't think it would do that, but it did. Research progress at 2.01. Liturgical language is still very weak, despite having millions of Russians. Language power is over 10% at least, so it's getting there. It's not really getting there. It's just kind of lumbering along, I guess. But at least it's going somewhere. I really want to build printer shops, but we do not have any lead. It's just the most painful thing ever. The fact that no lead means we just can't do it. So, wait, hang on. I'm trying to see what this does. Jewelers Guild, why would you actually be profitable? Because we're importing silver. Why did I not think right? That's fair, I guess. More cabinet slots. More integrations. And at least it's starting to get less bright red and more of a very dark orange. Did we finally get our new cabinet slot? We did, so we got 6 now. Excellent. We actually probably should use the 6th one to also keep incorporating areas. Technically, we could use it to get our tax efficiency up too. I'm gonna just assign that real quick to see what it looks like. It's at 112 combined with our cabinet efficiency and leader without anyone assigned to it. Just an immediate 5% proximity cost reduction. But if we assign someone with 90% to it, we're looking at 6.4. It's another 45% bonus. 6.4 proximity cost reduction, 2.5 taxation capacity. It arguably better to have them integrate so then we have 5 integrations going because there's so much to integrate. On the other hand, the extra control could come in handy. I'm going to let it do the next month tick and kind of see. Yeah, I mean, it gave like 0.68 max control to the immediate neighboring areas, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it is more than what we were working with. We're still not getting all the way to Novgorod at the capital, but we haven't really built that up either, have we? I think the Kazeni will really start to use once we get centralization up or get the other government reform. For now, even though it means I'm going to have to replace the guy as well, I'm sure. For now, we'll just focus on more integrations. And I am going to replace him with someone that's better for the integration speed. I really don't want to build the military up because I don't want the expense to go up right now. We don't need it, do we? Who needs a military, right? Times of peace, not war. Well, I'm glad to see the lead supply's up. Speaking of lead supply, we did... Right, we don't have that building yet. I need to search for it by marketplace instead. Yeah, they have a few over here that we can build. And there's almost no towns over there. Which makes sense, but that still sucks. Yeah, because I have no additional trade capacity then. So this definitely could use more towns over here once we actually have the money for it. Try to eradicate problems. It's going to be a while before that's up. What is our pop growth at now in Moscow anyway? 0.58 with available free land down to 0.17. It's growing well, at least. Okay, for the battle law, I usually like to just take ruler general because you get extra legitimacy and centralization. Honestly, we're just going to do that. There's no reason not to. It's not as if we aren't able to put our ruler in battle or something. So, you know, we'll just use it. It's more centralization. Hey, France has found the New World. So Castile was not the first one to the New World this time. Castile was actually beaten by France to the New World. What a time to be alive indeed. Are you good at societal values? No, you're not. Are any of you good at diplomacy? Probably not. Oh, one of you are. Yeah, the guy we actually just changed values from. Okay, we're actually gonna push the cabinet slot towards centralization now because we can get this all the way up to like 33 centralization with it. Actually get some crown power and proximity cost. Since we have almost no subjects at this point, their loyalty means little. Which is also why we're just not spending on diplomacy anymore. That way we don't need to, you know, spend the money and we actually have money to build things. So, paper prices are slowly drifting downward. But they probably make a decent export, if we're actually able to export them at all. Oh, it doesn't look like we are. We're mostly doing imports. We actually have very few exports. Which is fine. Oh, we don't have a crown member of cabinet. Didn't notice this until now. Yeah, that might be because the only person we can appoint is not great. And then the only other person to appoint is too young. Technically, we could get the women appointed if we spent the extra cost of legitimacy for it. If we really need the extra talent, obviously. But we'll probably be fine for now. So what's our crown power at now with the head of cabinet? It's back at 32. That makes sense, yeah. That's where some of our cabinet efficiency was missing from. Yep, that explains it. Almost 80% cabinet efficiency is so good. Hey, another free university. Thanks, clergy. We'd be unable to read without you, or something like that. Now, are we able to properly import more mercury? Kind of, yes. It's not a lot of more mercury, but it is more. Now, we are kind of running a deficit with it, but what should then change, the price should then shift backwards again. It's just that trade route maintenance is not nice to us at all. Honestly, all the profits are being eaten up by it. It's really bad. But I have to just eat the cost because that's what allows us to get the lead. Did I say mercury earlier? I think I said mercury earlier. That's what allows us to get the lead sent over. Even just the spacebar's too much. And that is the only way to get books going. And even then, with that single extraction of lead, it's still very difficult to keep the printer shop up and running. Because all of that together still does not meet our demand. Hey, trade range over own land -10. That is good. That got the Sarai market to open up, which isn't great, but it's not terrible. The crown member we appointed to the cabinet has died. Well, that was short-lived. And back to 28 crown power we go. Okay, allow gatherings. Communalism. Communalism's good. I like communalism. Yeah, I think we allow their gatherings because of what, 10% stability investment cost is not bad. It's already cheap. We could probably avoid doing it for now, though, since the clergy are pretty happy. What's this? Freedom of movement presence allows for labor shortage to be met. Oh, this is a historic event. So what? Rural migration attraction minus 2.25, 10% tax efficiency for 10 years. Sure. And we can make rural areas very unattractive, so they'll all migrate here instead because they have no choice. Because we made everything else worse for them. Ooh, I just realized we're running straight down towards that government reform without getting the House of Parliament. You know what, that's fine. We can run for it because there's a special government reform we're going to enact. And then I get, ooh, morale. And then I guess grab the merchant quarters and construction center. Actually, we don't need the construction center right now. It would be nice to grab. But in all honesty, oh my god, another 10% proximity cost reduction? How many does Russia have? It's just all hiding over here. Shoot, now I'm starting to think the 2.5 we grabbed for Zardom is really bad. I might have to give up agriculture cultivation then and just give up the 20% food production. Which really shouldn't hurt us because we have so much food production as it is. That's a lot of proximity cost reduction we can stack. I'm kind of scared by the amount. We actually have over 100 ducats now. Why do we have over 100 ducats? I mean, yeah, we're getting more money. It could be something as simple as just we have more control now, so we have more money. Our subjects have been building in the background too, so we've kind of lost track of that. Oh wait, you don't have access to wool, do you? We could build it anyway. I'm just being very picky about where I build my buildings, which I'm sure drives some people crazy. But I do the same thing in Victoria 3, and it works out fine sometimes. Sometimes. Sometimes I drive myself crazy with it instead. Where are we on spinner guilds? I just want to build more spinner guilds right now to make the cloth cheaper. Because we have so much potential wool production that is just not... We have double our demand in supply for wool production. It's so cheap that we may as well just forcefully print more of it. Speaking of forcefully printing, we're just going to try to make more paper. I've noticed the price is slowly falling. But I've also noticed that we still have plenty of demand for it. Bolster government could be good for a few years. Expand paved road network. Yeah, that does give us some centralization, doesn't it? Support for outward. Technically, this is... I really should, actually cancel 3 of the paper workshops. Because if we've got cheaper roads right now, this is the best time to start building the road to Novgorod. We can't build it the whole way, but we could start the project a bit and try to get the control out here, because there's a lot of fur in between. And accessing that for the money would be nice. Although we have a massive supply of fur and very little demand. I think Novgorod just needs... Because Novgorod could probably export a lot of it. It probably just needs more merchants. What is the Great Bell Tower? Are we building up the Kremlin again? The magnum opus Great Bell Tower is created in Moskva for 515 gold. I'll take out a loan. Sure, why not? I'll take free art. Who doesn't love free art? How much trade capacity do we have in this market? Anyway, 27. And it is exporting some furs, but it's also getting jewelry and stuff. So it's just doing whatever's most profitable. I guess fur just isn't as demanded right now. They've only barely found the New World too, as it is. Could be our own development is also super low that our pops can't really demand it because we're 73% peasant, so, you know, that could be why. We're mainly peasants over here. Oh, I didn't pause it in time. I couldn't slap down the next set of roads. Oh, well. But yeah, that's a lot of proximity cost reduction in the Age of Discovery that Russia can get. I'm very surprised. Pleasantly surprised, mind you, but still surprised. Hey! They're building a pound law canal now. See, you just don't tax your clergy at all, and they will reward you. Slowly. Over time, because everyone is broke in this country. And that's not a joke. Everyone really is broke. I don't know where our money comes from at this point. It just kind of appears out of thin air. How are we doing on fine cloth? It is getting rather cheap, but we're not double demand yet, so it's not that cheap. Like, we honestly could make more of it. So, why don't we make more of it? Actually, how are we doing on our guns as well? Oh, wow, they built up cannons quite a bit. Yeah, there's no one to work it. Oh, is no one working it because there's no demand for cannons? Right, because our artillery maintenance is way too low. We don't have that much artillery. I guess we could get more artillery then. Just gonna arbitrarily put our army right there for more control for no reason. So let's pay off our debt. We're holding at a steady 100 ducats finally, which is nice. Our tax base is over 500. Just in time for France to reach 1500 and Bohemia to surpass 1600. So while we're doing better, we're still poor. We're still falling behind the rest of Europe, which I feel like is just very familiar. Oh, the Komi pagans are actually dropping now. That's good. I guess our control grew enough. But we did kind of focus our efforts there a bit, didn't we? Hey, there we go. With the army in position, we actually have 2 locations at 100 control now. We are kind of forcing that to happen, but I think that's still amusing. You know, at least it's there. I want to control more of the southern region areas, because that's where we have more pops compared to the north. Getting the crown power there is probably more prudent right now. But I am still building that road towards Novgorod, because I do want to just get a better road to it. Then aren't you connected by river the whole way? Yeah, so upgrading the road there kind of doesn't make much sense unless it gives better effects, and I'm pretty certain it doesn't, so we'll build elsewhere. Glad to see all these integrations finishing in a somewhat faster manner now. Yeah, because a lot of the areas are still rural, and with our power projection, they're progressing by over one point each month. They need 100 points to fully finish. With our tech staying at over 2 points, and us still, yep, there's another 4.3 tech points from the Pope. With us getting the 15 research points from events, the other events, and us stealing technology, I'd say that we're We're kind of getting to that point where we're stable. The Golden Horde has triggered another CB, but you have Eretinids that will come help you. And I'm pretty sure the Eretinids actually have decent levies. Not levies, regulars. We really should build up the army, shouldn't we? I've been not wanting to because of everything else. And technically, we haven't even done the pike and shot levy research yet, or regular research. But I guess we'll build up the army a little more, so if someone thinks about attacking us, maybe they rethink that. Plus, getting more cannons is good. Can't go wrong with more cannons. Oh, the clergy are building a theater now. That actually checks out. Like, that just makes sense. It's so funny how we have 6 estates now, and one of them are just Cossacks. Just, like, 3,000 Cossacks. Technically, the tribesmen, too, because the tribesmen are not going to assimilate, which is interesting, because I know they can't work buildings then, and they'll just slowly grow over time in the background. But we can use them, so why not? We still moving towards centralization? We are, for a few more points. Yeah, that's really good. We're back up at 31 centralization, chat, which is something. It's progress. Which might be a reason why our proximity cost reductions have gotten slightly better. Very slightly better. Oh, that's a lot of good little bits added together. Coalition disbanded. How long till it rebands again? Because it seems to love doing that. It'll disband and then it will just come right back to boomerang us. Do I build all the books in Moscow or do I spread them out? I actually don't know. Because, what, you're using lead as one of your inputs. Technically, it's using wood as an input too, which... but it's only like 3%. Yeah, let's just mass build books around the area. Technically, building it in certain areas is going to get us less money than others because of control, but it'll build it all faster. So, Christological debates. We're just going to forbid them because... Actually... Do we forbid them? Well, we get more spiritualist and we want to stay spiritualist, so that's an argument in favor of it. It'd make it easier to reach 100, actually. Which does mean that, yes, our simulation speed is terrible, but we said earlier that we would just mass convert or focus hard on it. 5% literacy for the clergy sounds good, but I think the clergy are already really high on their literacy, aren't they? Yeah, in Moscow, they're literally hitting 100. And what about rural locations? They can reach 91. Yeah, okay. So, by the time we get the scientific theory, they'll hit 100. So, this 5% for more food consumption is pointless. I would just take the other one then, so we can get to the last one faster. There's no point in taking it if it's not really going to be that beneficial in the long run. Yay, free money. Thank you, game. I know I could have gotten 7 stability out of it, but I really need the money, so thank you. I know building all of those book centers is probably, or sorry, printing shops is probably going to just spike lead prices again, which have been slowly coming down. But I have full confidence in the market system. The market system being me, because I'm the only reason any of this is moving. Speaking of which, we may as well upgrade the last 2 levels of the lead deposit now. There's a supply of 5 going on at least. I see, with all the market changes, it requires like a month tick to register any changes to it. Alright. That's fine. How much are we bringing into this market? 3? Yeah. I love how I'm having to manually trade for lead. I haven't done the manual trades that much because it's usually good enough on its own. But in this case, importing the lead is too expensive because of the maintenance costs. So I'm basically having to tell the game to just do it anyway with a manual trade. Which sounds painful, but thanks to that, we're actually getting the lead we need and the price is starting to fall. Whether that price will continue to fall remains to be seen. Because, you know, a bunch of books are about to be finished. Because, yeah, they definitely make a good export, but our demand has actually increased significantly. Partially due to library maintenance, partially due to exports. I know building universities also just straight up costs them. Speaking of which, we actually have money, and I really shouldn't spend it on universities. You know, I just did, but I've changed my mind. Because I just said it a lot, I really shouldn't spend it on the universities. I really should focus on the economy. The universities are good to invest into. Libraries are fine, though. Those I will invest into, since that's going to get promotion. Technically, universities do that as well. Does Moscow not have a university? It does. There it is. I couldn't see it. The extra promotion speed and influence is good, but we could probably wait for a while. Hey, 5 research points. Until we're near the next age, when it would change our situation. Since then, we would have new institutions to spread to us, but right now, all of them have spread to us that can spread to us. So let's finish that road network to Novgorod. I'm not going to claim that this is the most effective or fastest route to it, because it probably isn't. But it does get us there, which is something. I think the reason why we're making so much more money, yeah, it's because the peasants are being taxed a lot harder. Now they're at 45% out of 60. We're getting a lot more money out of them. We're just kind of taking it all. Okay, Perm, I might need to annex you at this rate because you keep having... Oh, you know what? That Civil War's not that bad. You'll be fine. Okay, reforms. So where is it? It's all the way down here. 10% proximity cost through land, and then we can get another 10% later. So we'll take that, because that... Obviously, it's only through land, but considering all of our proximity is land, not really a hard decision to make. I feel like that's actually a really easy decision to make. Okay, yeah, we can't go any more centralized right now, so focusing it any further is pointless. Is there anything else we could push really quickly, like innovative? No, because you're giving, what, 0.38? That's going to be... Actually, that would push it slightly, right? No, no, that was telling me the total. You're only doing 0.22. In that case, outward. Because more outward will give us better diplo capacity and power projection. It hurts cultural tradition, but I think we can stomach that for the increased power projection, since power projection is helping us integrate faster, not annex. Yeah, there we go. Because right now, power projection is giving us almost 35% to our annexation speed. Although, I know our power projection is relative to a number of matters, so it is going to go up and down. Oh, are we... Oh, right, yes, because technically the little civil war that happened for 5 seconds increased our military spending, didn't it? You know what, now that we're making a lot more money, I actually feel I feel a lot more confident in doing all of the charters up here. It's not that they're valuable, I just want to grab them before the Hun do. And then we have to fight the Golden Horde for it, which is, you know, yay. Fight the Golden Horde for more territory that we could have just colonized to begin with. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we spent a lot of money on that, and we're going to be spending money on it. But colonization out here is what got us some good stuff to begin with, and generally when the colonization finishes, it sometimes becomes incorporated. Or not incorporated, it usually becomes a core right away. But some of them don't have the majority enough there, so they may not. Okay. A new reform's starting to tick in, so we're going to see a small shift in proximity cost again. Up to 10%, which is pretty nice. Our cause is just for 10 years. Very nice. Yeah, we'll see when these paved roads finally finish. If it actually gets any connection to the capital or not. Oh, I missed a cabinet action. I guess 2 of them finished at once. So where are we at for the speed now? Yeah, it's not too bad. The base is 2.6 for this guy at least. Yeah, because there we go. Because once they're fully colonized, it changes to integrated. If it has a majority, it becomes a core, which a lot of them are not. Oh, no one would accept. People are upset with us. Veneration of Saint Nicholas, embassy from Konda, which is apparently a tributary of ours, but doesn't exist on the map. It's very weird, and they give us. It's very, very strange. If you're giving me 1,100 gold, I'm taking 1,100 gold. I don't know why I got that event, but I will take it. I will take your money. Okay, what I really need is just more better roads. It's with all of these areas that all needs roads, even with the rivers, it's hard to decide, like, where do I build my road next? Because there's too many areas to build it into. I guess just build more down here so that when you kind of start to reach the end of point of rivers, it'll be fine. Technically, some of these areas are just benefiting fully from rivers, but I noticed some of them are not using rivers, so the roads will still help to some extent. To some extent. Our House of Parliament research will be done soon. So then we won't have to pick Parliament locations anymore. Speaking of which, Parliament's ready to be called again. And we can conduct a census. Excellent. Support communal values, address local assembly complaints. And what are we looking at? 1.07 pop growth in the capital. That's a city with the census active. Oh, that's nice. So we're literally in that rare instance where pretty much everything, well, not everything, but a lot of places are growing at 1% pop growth or more. We're actually getting 8,000 pops a month. It'll only be for a couple of months, but I'll take it. It's pops we wouldn't have otherwise. It's definitely better than nothing. House of Parliament is ready. Let's actually not build these. I want to build the Parliament instead. 20% crown power is good. And we're going to get the merchant quarters since that lets us upgrade the marketplaces to where they basically have just 50. Sorry, not 50. They have 0.5 more trade capacity. Very important distinction there. Oh yeah, is this up now that that perform's done? It is. It's at 0.26 now, so we could probably squeeze out more if we wanted to. Although we probably don't need to for now. And we're even going to get +7 stability out of the census too, which is pretty nice. Normally don't get that, usually just fail it. I see the printer shops are once again screaming in agony that they're starting to run out of lead. Because unfortunately, while we're sending 5 lead over here, the actual supply is going to treat it as a fraction of that. Because if I'm correct, if I go over to trading in the Moscow market... No, we're actually importing 3.322. It's actually not wrong. I genuinely thought it was wrong, but no, it is actually exact. Silly me. Now, you know, if you take the price from one market and price from the other market for the lead, it's almost equal to where it's almost paying itself. It exactly isn't paying for itself, but it at least exists. Which is something. See, then what, the river ends right there. Oh, man, these rivers go all over the place. It's nice, but at the same time, where are you all going? I can't follow all of these. So, like, let's see. Moscow's here. Is this going up or down the river? I assume downwards. It initially is. And then it stops at some point. Because, of course, it does. Oh, well. I'm trying to decide, like, where to build towns and cities and which rivers to build on, but I guess the answer is everything. All the above and all that. So I guess we'll just build on a few more rivers here. Near the capital, since they're gonna have pretty high control to begin with. I know that means we're building on, like, wool and stuff, but that's why I personally kept them down to about half their size. And our wool is so expansive and cheap as it is, that it's not really going to change much for us. This is technically a river, but it's, like, split between two rivers. That might be why it's confusing, because on one hand, it looks like it's a connected river by the river map, but it turns out to not actually be. I'm sorry, but I always gotta favor my clergy. They give me extra research speed. Yes, it's a bribe, and yes, we're going to let them bribe us. So, you're 18. Can we marry someone now? Yes! Someone from Serbia, finally. Serbia's actually doing pretty well for themselves. Byzantium is also somehow still alive. Although alive is a generous word. Constantinople itself is only at 111,000 people in the 1500s. The early 1500s, I should mention. What do we have for our tax base now? 568. Well, we're going to be behind Europe for a long while. Just have to accept that. Okay, so Novgorod is still not getting a connection to the capital. But the areas just outside Novgorod are getting connections to the capital. Which is a good sign, at least. Ooh, since we have the air now, can we just appoint him to this, even though he's going to be bad at it? Sorry, mediocre. It's just cracking down on rebels, so it's not like he needs to be that good at it. He just needs to be okay at it. Also, I noticed Bulgaria stopped doing that thing where it keeps trying to pass union policies, and I'm very happy about that. I assume that's because most of them, they can't, because they're locked down now. So I'm just kind of happy that that nonsense stopped. I don't know why the AI stopped it, but I'm not going to complain. Oh, is our liturgical language at 12% now? Nice. Nice. As it should be. Well, it should be even higher than that, but we're not going to get that high that fast. Make sure we get all these temples. Well, there's actually some areas that didn't have temples in the hinterland regions that are very disloyal. Monomax Cap. I might have mispronounced that, but it's a new event. It's a masterpiece that gives us 10 towards decentralization. Or we can gain 10 spiritualist and 10 religion. I'm going to take that. That's better. That serves my purposes. And now we can decide our double Sabbath, which is either 5% production efficiency at the cost of 2 literacy, or, in my preference, the clergy get powerful, you get 0.1 religious influence, and you get 0.02% more pop growth. That will take time to implement. Or is it implemented already? No, it will take time to implement. It'll take a year, it says. But once that's done, we'll have another 0.02% pop growth, and I think that's about as high as we'll be able to get it for ever, really. So where is that? So the Pomor Outpost, we can only build it in select areas. It is mainly the areas with fur, and I think it's, what, wild game is the other one? What's the restrictions here? I didn't really read the research when we got it. It's fur and fish. So, it does give, what is it, a 33% output increase? So there's definitely an incentive to not build towns and cities where a lot of furs are for that. We might use it. Right now, fur is actually so hilariously cheap, we haven't even maxed out the RGOs. They actually make 0.13 ducat. Well, actually, that's because it's... actually, the 0.13 ducat might not be that far off. We have 48 effective supply and 4.6 effective demand. I was told fur was rich, but these people don't want to buy a dang thing. Although I'm convinced it's because we just don't have enough trade capacity and there's better trades to do. Which means we need more cities. Oh, right, we got the quarter, didn't we? Merchant quarters. Should build those instead. Might be a good time to take out loans for those, actually. Although I'm not sold on that idea. Yeah, now that we can, I cannot wait to get that next reform. How long will it take? Oh, did we not get our... Oh! I totally forgot about the additional merchants for the 25% trade capacity. That's why this feels different. We're still going to go get that special government reform, though. That gives us... It's minus 10% manpower, but you get 0.01% monthly control, and more importantly, minus 10 proximity cost, which... At that point, by land, adding it all up together, we're going to be sitting on 22.5% proximity cost reduction from 3 government reforms. Which is really nice. And then, of course, we're getting another 2.5% reduction from one of our administrative laws. And we still need to change our central councils to the Confederal Union for another 5% reduction, but the problem is that would basically make us decentralized again until we get rid of our remaining subjects, which maybe we should look into doing. Although I would like to keep a Theftum subject or two. We probably want to annex one of them or 2 of them anyway. I might annex Perm. I know they're really far away, but it's because they've made them all Muscovite up there. But you know, I could let them finish the job, couldn't I? Are we not ticking? Yeah, we could let them finish the job, I guess, and just focus on the others. Who are still disloyal, I'd like to add, after all this time. Not that I've given them a reason to be loyal, so... It's not really, that big of a deal. Just mass build bridges everywhere. Get those costs down. I don't... There's clearly areas you can build it in. Is it because it doesn't have labor, so you don't want to build it in, even though all the restrictions are gone? That is a strange game, but you do you, I suppose. I'll just make them all exist anyway. It'll help control down there a bit, but what it would help a lot is... another 1,000 ducats for 5 research progress. I guess I know what we're doing for this month. Solely to advance our technology a little faster. And 4 more points from the Pope as well. So that's basically 9 research points in a month. Not counting the 2 we also generate. Are we colonizing down here? We are. Good. I just wanted to make sure we were. Definitely need to get better roads, but I'm wondering, how does the cost look without good roads? Well, that's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. It's still cutting it down a good deal. And we're making almost 150 ducats if we defund the military for long enough. So that's good. So where are we at on the printer workshops? Still the most money, but the paper's right behind it. Actually, before I build those, I really should get more merchant quarters built up so we can get the capacity going. But also because they'll demand more goods, which we can use. I just have to tap Q and it shows up. That's good. So what is the cost of building these? Well, really it's just upgrading. It's glass. Glass is expensive. Well, that's probably because I don't build a lot of glass, because usually the glass guilds are just complaining that they have no profitability and they must scream. Bulgaria's back to doing its voting stuff again. I'm glad they found their shenanigans. Well, I cannot wait to get that minus 10 proximity cost and see what it does. I don't think it'll shift things too drastically on its own, but I think it will help. I think it'll help more of these towns around Moscow become fully controlled. Or at the very least, make them on the very verge of it. Yep. It's that time again where everyone starts dropping dead. You can't really push communalism that far, can you? No, it might be time for you to work on something else, because I think serfdom is, yeah, it's at 97. You're never pushing that. What is centralization at right now? 0.17, 38. I don't think you could push it, because you're doing, what, 0.21? I'm having to do on-the-fly math here. He's doing 0.23. It's low enough to where I cannot care. Okay, if we appoint you to the Kazeni now, then what are you getting at 79? 0.656. There is a man with 92, so I'm gonna grab him real quick. 0.672. It's nice. Let's let that sit for a moment. We'll just see what it looks like. Oh, I think it already did the shift instantly before the second I appointed him, so I didn't even get to notice it. Yeah, it did. Okay, well, I mean, that works. If that's just making it even better at a faster rate. Oh, yeah, because the area outside Novgorod is now getting 10.4 proximity. Novgorod itself is still not connected, but I have faith it soon will be. Oh, hey, one of the towns is actually at 100 now, but I think that's with the army here. Oh, no, the army's only giving 0.2. So, yeah, no, that's good. It's gotten higher. Plus, I guess the tax efficiency always helps. That's completely unrelated to our control situation. I just wanted to note that. Maybe we don't upgrade that many. I should have done control instead of shift. Because shift is not going to... Or sorry, control is not going to spend as much at once. I can actually spread it out to multiple areas and build up several spots at once. Giving up the agriculture cultivation isn't going to hurt us that much. We'll still have 0.1 towards serfdom. We just have to be really careful about it going forward. As long as we're careful, we'll be fine. There won't be any issues. Traditional economy is giving us 20 food production anyway. 20%, I should mention. Seeing Moscow at 125% food production is great, though. We still have 12 levels of irrigation we can build. So we could definitely get its population capacity over 800,000. Although pops keep migrating here, it might not need that. Colony of Mazen is done. Fantastic. Well, that's all Siberian forest. I have to, like... I just switched the map mode so I know what I'm looking at. Now I've got a competing colony. There is so much fur and lumber over here, and that's just it with fish. That makes sense, but where's everything else? Speaking of which, I know we keep stealing from the Golden Horde, but can we explore it all? No, we cannot. Okay. I guess we just steal more maps from the Golden Horde then, because I don't know what exploration is. Or so the game makes me feel like. Spur of communal values is always good. Speaking of which, let's just get a new spy network in the Golden Horde so we can try to steal maps. And of course, the papacy, we're just going to keep stealing research until we can't steal research anymore, because once we can't steal research, that tells us that we're actually... Oh, I didn't unpause. Wow. That tells us we're ahead enough to where we can't take technology anymore. You know, if I ever remember to unpause for long enough. Okay, there we go. It's unlocked. So let's change our reform. It's going to be all the way down here, isn't it? There's a lot to sift through now. Like, the mining community would be nice for the extra 20 iron, copper, stone. You know, if we had iron and copper deposits. We don't. Anyway. There we go. 20 stability down the drain, and a lot of agriculture production no longer in existence. Oh, the Priskazi, when you get the government reform, and activated 7 different cabinet actions. We kind of saw that before, but I didn't realize that it was from the reform itself. I thought it was just unlocked. But I think you can only get this as Muscovy. I could be wrong, though. There could be more ways to get it. One of them straight up gives you 20% disease resistance. That would have been really nice during the Black Death. That would have really helped then. Oh well. Anyway. We'll just keep on going. And there we go, another 5 points to centralization. We're really stacking up the proximity bonuses here. I don't know how high we'll get it, but we're definitely gonna get it. Definitely gonna get it pretty high. +5 spiritualist. Well, thank you. It's free spiritualism. There we go. Thanks to our centralization and the newest reform that's only partway implemented, Novgorod is now getting proximity to the capital. Because the proximity over each location is now going far enough that it can actually reach Novgorod itself. It's still going to be a long time to get it elsewhere, but at least it's starting to get to a few areas. The 6th clergy war against in Perm. Maybe I should annex Perm, because they seem to have a very difficult time with their clergy. The clergy are very upset. Ooh, I noticed that it prioritized the ones that you could upgrade before building new ones. At least that's what it looked like, considering all the ones it built near Moscow. Very good. I was hoping to see something like that. Oh, we have unbuilt temples. Well, that won't do. Oh, unbuilt temple. I'm sorry. I didn't realize it wasn't plural. Definitely gonna build the libraries, though. Let's see. You need a cabinet action, and then you need a replacement, but the replacement's gonna take time. Okay, there we go. Replaced. Oh, our leader's entrepreneur now, so 2.5 trade efficiency. I'll take it. Our trade is terrible. We make almost no money with it, but we can at least move goods back and forth, I guess. I don't think we actually have unused trade capacity. I think you're lying to me. Maybe you're not lying. I don't know. What are we researching now? Oh, right. The 25% trade capacity. I forgot. Yeah, that. And then I guess after that, Ransk is integrated. We probably go ahead and do New World Technologies because 5% cabinet efficiency, though. Did say we'd max that out. I mean, it's not critical if we don't get it now. We can go get it later. Oh. Chat, new special advances have appeared because we have a Cossacks estate. So my decision to preserve the Cossacks estate has actually paid off already because, apparently we already have a research for them and it gives us 5% discipline, as well as a new estate's privilege to allow them in government, which the nobility dislike and I find funny. And I'm now very curious if this has given us new reforms elsewhere, because I found that in the Age of Discovery. I assume it didn't, but... Oh, yeah, nope, there it is. Another one for the Cossacks in the Age of Renaissance that gives us legitimacy and privilege of Rada autonomy. Okay, so... Is there one in traditions? I assume not. I assumed wrong. There is one in the Age of Traditions, too, for 5% food production. Okay. So, yeah, I would definitely say if you get the opportunity of 25% amount looted, probably preserve the Cossack estate, even though it means your tribesmen are no longer going to, you know, actually become non-tribesmen and do work elsewhere. Because it unlocks a number of advanced technologies that you can only get if you actually accept them. I say advanced as if 5% food production is out of this world. It isn't. It's just, you know, it's there. And now I can't help but be curious if there's any other Cossack reforms later on. There are colonization by the Cossacks, which boosts colonization. Not by a big amount, it just makes the maintenance cost cheaper and increases the monthly migration a bit. But, I mean, shoot, at least having the Cossacks gives you a couple of things. It could have just given us nothing. The Russian artillery yard. Well, that's self-explanatory as to who that belongs to. Military society. See, does the Age of Absolutism have anything? I don't know. It does. Cossack registers. Military tactics. And I'm guessing the Age of Absolutism has something. I don't think all of it's going to have the word Cossack. It does. But some of them do. 10% cavalry power. So, yeah. Cossacks equal more techs. Who would have thought? 5% discipline is honestly really good. Anyway, I'm going to let time tick ahead here before I just drown us in endless things, which I probably will anyway. So I think, what, we do the New World Tech, grab rights of the burghers to grab one of their... see, trade efficiency sounds good because of the issues we're having with the trade costs. But strong guilds is production efficiency, and at this point we might need that. I don't know. Well, I gotta decide because we just finished our trade capacity research. It's either that or the 5% cabinet efficiency. We're gonna grab both. I'm just trying to decide what to grab first. I guess cabinet efficiency maybe, because technically it's going to give us a very slight reduction to our proximity cost, which is arguably fantastic and well worth the research. Plus, promote institutions is a technology we're going to want eventually. But at the same time, I really want access to more trade, because I think better trade would help us an awful lot right now. I am in pain from the lack of trade that we cannot do. Exploration by the Cossacks, well, that's cute. I don't know if they want to go explore the new world, but I mean, if they're offering, be our guest. Because we're certainly not doing it anytime soon. Rights of the burghers. Do I want that now? Nah, let's get the cabinet efficiency so I stop dilly-dallying on it, and then we can just go from there. I don't want to curtail the rights, because not having them in government would probably suck. Although, they aren't really... It's been a lot of clergymen, hasn't it? Yeah, I guess we could. I guess we could curtail their rights, couldn't we? Just to squeeze more taxes out of them instead. To offset all the privileges they have. It's an option. We can think on it. It's not like we're there yet. Oh, we are there, though, as I need to assign another cabinet action, apparently. There we go. And Novgorod's at 13% proximity now, and the reform is... The government... Sorry, 14%. The government reform still has about 30% to go. This is really nice. I like this. The 1500s look very good for our Russia. At least better than the previous year. Previous century, I should specify. Because that was not a great century for us, I don't think. Honestly, we're making so much money, we could probably start founding cities. I don't know if we should be going that far yet, but we could do it. Honestly, the construction center might be good now, too, with all the buildings we're trying to build. It's just always a question of, can we afford it? You know, affordability is usually the question of the day. How much does it cost to build a city right now for us? Under 1,400? Because everything for it is cheap? Well, that's good. At least we have that going for us. Some cheap buildings. Well, cheap, as if 1,400 ducats is cheap. It's not. Alright, the reform's done. We got one tick to go. Because it'll update then. I think it'll update then. Yeah, there it is, 18.8. So Novgorod's at 18.8 proximity now. It's able to get up to 52 control. Technically, the bailiff is still sustaining itself and some nearby areas because it doesn't have the proper road. But that's, you know, easily fixed by just building the road. Say, I think you're an upstream river, aren't you? No, you're not. You're using gravel roads. Oh, gravel roads. So your base cost then is 20. Then after all the modifiers, you're only at 6.93. That's a lot of reduction. Ooh, I like that. And rival Bohemia because we have to. I could just not do it, but I don't want the negatives that come with lacking rivals. Yeah, you can definitely tell that we got more control because our tax base has kind of spiked and is at 736 now because a lot of areas are giving us a little more tax revenue. It's very small individually, but it adds up. It definitely adds up. This town's at 99.69 maximum control. Do you even need to be a city at that point? Kind of, because that's how you get the Pound Lock Canal. Remote institutions is available. Very nice. You know what? More towns for the river. I don't know if where it's leading is any good, but you know what? I just see a long river. And I figured, why not build more towns there on the river line? It's good to see all this pop growth. I'm kind of jealous that Russia gets so much pop growth compared to everyone else who, you know, say all the Christians, for example, they get none. I love how the Byzantines have effectively, yeah, the Byzantines have just been reduced to the outskirts of Constantinople. They only have 3 locations. They're still alive, but God help them. They really don't have anything going for them. So is this the first child? Yes. He would be the future heir of Russia in the long run, so just give him an expensive education. I did notice the expected cost of court is down to 1% for expensive education instead of 2 in the new beta as well, which is good because 2% is quite a bit. So is 1, but I can stomach 1% at least. We've got a 70% prosperity in a lot of areas still too. How is global prosperity actually? Like, ours is great. Europe is technically there too, but a bit behind yet. See, prosperity is still doing pretty good overall despite the decay. Because a lot of nations still have at least some generation from it, plus the base value. But it is down. Except in Moscow, because the Kremlin just generates a godload of it for some reason. I don't understand why. I'm happy for us, but I don't understand why. Where'd you go? There he is. Cabinet slot. You know, if you don't look at the outskirts, it doesn't look that bad on the control map. If you look at the outskirts, it looks bad, but, you know, it'll be fine. We'll fix it eventually, I promise. That's why I have 4 cabinet slots on it. I could have 5, but I wanted to assign someone the proximity reduction just to play around and see how far I could get it. And now I don't want to take it off because it's doing pretty good. Novgorod actually pays some tax now. Also, it has 1 more temple than it should, but it's okay. Hey, Sweden insulted us. We could go to war over that. Fight Poland. I know we couldn't form a new country. I just wanted to look at the list and make sure we couldn't. I figured we couldn't, but you never know if you don't check. So I need either events to give me more centralization, or I need to murder the remaining vassals. Right, we were going to do that, weren't we? Disloyal subject on Kursk. I actually forgot about that. But I remembered in time. We have time to do it still. We have time to build a better army, actually, too, now. Oh, we lost our cabinet member. Our head of cabinet. And there's no one from the Crown Dynasty to take over because we're just not getting enough children. Well, I guess the Tsar, having lost his wife a long time ago, would do that. Maybe I should have thought about that. Oh, well. It's probably not smart, but then I'm just going to promote the guy that's doing our proximity reduction to head of cabinet. Yeah, another 0.6 reduction. So where does that put Novgorod at when it's implemented? 19.3 becomes... Oh, it's already implemented. Okay, never mind then. It's been a month, so I should be able to do war now. And Cherniev will join again. And I think this time Cherniev will just be murdered at the stake. Partially, at least. Yeah, there we go. Plus 5 artillery bonus. That's what I like to see. 5% cabinet efficiency. It doesn't quite push Novgorod to 20 proximity, but it gets him really close. And given the distance from the capital with only paved roads, that's pretty good. And that's assuming it's the shortest distance. It probably isn't, but again, I could not tell. I could not save my life by telling. So we're just going to build some random roads with the new money we have to try to get more control. Because I don't have a better idea at the moment. I know we built new towns too, but those are cheap to build the temples for. Or we can spend almost 1,600 ducats in 3 loans for 5 points of research. I'm fine with that. It's just gonna hurt. Yep, 3 more temples. That should kind of bump them up to the 90s, near the 90s for control. Okay. I captured the Crown of Kursk. I don't know if it's any good as a piece of art, but it's our art now. And if anyone says otherwise, they're wrong. Our insurgencies are starting to get weaker as our control spreads, which is nice. It also helps that we've managed to incorporate more areas, which usually does help. Let's see. Printers aren't doing good. Oh, breweries have demand again. Interesting. What about the areas that haven't built them yet? What are they looking at for profit-wise? I thought so. Just kind of build it there. Oh, and here, I guess. I don't want to build too many because their demand usually drops, so that should be fine for now. Yeah, I would just start paying off debts instead. I just had to do that for the event. It probably would have done it automatically, but I didn't want to trust the game after the bankruptcy with Brandenburg. I wasn't about to trust it a second time. Oh, that 0.1 prosperity is just beckoning to me. But I really want to maximize centralization. We'll allow their gatherings at least. That'll make stability cheaper to do. It's going to upset the nobility, but we just got parliament, so that's fine. That's a lot of counting houses to build again. And they're cheap, too. 93 ducats? I know masonry's cheap, but apparently so is glass now. Yeah, let's do that. Support communal values. Increase... let's not increase opinion there, because the nobles are about to hang us if we don't let them recover. In fact, I need to switch you over to the nobility insurgency. Because it's about to get a lot higher if we don't. Orthodox Synoid. The Synoid of 1515. Oh, I see. We can basically spend 75 religious influence because I no longer have anything else to spend it on. And get an event to just get free stuff. Well, free something, whatever we choose. What is local administration? Ooh, prosperity. -5 proximity cost for 10 years. That's not bad. It's only 10 years, but combined with prosperity? Oh, or how about this, chat? Cabinet proceedings, which can give you the option to get 10% just 10 research points. Oh, there is one in here that gives us centralization, which we could use. Oh, wow, these are good. Yeah, so we could just take it for 10 research. And what is the cooldown on this? 10 years. It is a 10-year cooldown. So, if I can make it, if I can get enough religious influence in 10 years, I could actually keep that -5 proximity going indefinitely. I kind of want to do this 0.2 centralization and then just throw the cabinet on centralizing faster while we have it. I'm so tempted by the research points though, but let's focus on the apparatus. We actually have an empty cabinet slot right now, so this is good timing. But I need to replace you because you're actually really bad at that job. 0.25, there we go. So yeah, there we go. For the next few months when Parliament's in session, it's 0.73. When Parliament's over, it's going to be 0.63 for 10 years. And yeah, 10 years is enough time to get it to at least 63 centralization. Which is a notable improvement from, what, 44 is what we're at right now? That's a lot of counting houses. 7, 8. It's 13 counting houses, jeez. And a 50% cost reduction. I'm very happy about that. Our centralization is going up, which I'm also happy about because that's more crown power, more proximity cost reduction. It's not going to be too huge, but God, I can't wait to get to the age of absolutism then to get the other proximity cost reductions. That's going to be crazy. Hey, we were even able to afford all that since I just sat on our money and did nothing with it. Oh, did we attrition away all of our cannons? Well, that's not good. Kind of need those cannons. Oh, well. Oh, yeah, and a lot of those counting houses are in the areas with really high control, including the new towns we just built. Fantastic. I'm very glad to see that we are getting all of those built up. Is this river still going? Oh, wow, wow. This river, like, goes for a while. Although, the direction that our control takes is in a different path just because of... I assume it's due to the current roads that exist in certain areas. Plus, maybe at some point it's no longer considered downstream, but instead it's considered upstream. Oh, shoot, this is still downstream. Is it downstream all the way here? Oh my god, I think it is. Oh man, it is. That's really good. And then what, going over here would be upstream once you get to it? Oh, okay. I see where I want to build my line of towns now. I'm starting to see the river connection. Okay, this is good. This is good. I see where I want to go with this. Mild bout of insanity. I mean, you're technically affected by the river, but I don't need it. Although getting these all the cities means getting 30,000 people in all of them, which... Good luck, because we're going to need another 100 years for that at least. Even with the pop growth rate. Well, Moscow's fine. Don't worry about that. It's got 274,000 people now. Okay, I kind of want to wipe Chernihiv off the map, too. I might do that. It looks like Kiev's attacking them anyway. We just need to wait a couple of months to replenish, which we can't do because we're currently in the middle of winter, so everyone's dying anyway. That's nice. Thank you, Winter, for always definitely being on our side and not the enemy's. If I click on this, does it? Yeah, I was going to say I think it locks me to it, so I can't look at it that way. I've got to just do it this way. Which is fine. Building tool guilds after so long. And our poor pops just don't make money, I guess. I have to side with the clergy. Oh my god, our clergy have 100 state satisfaction. That is so good. 2.1 research progress. The liturgical language is still very weak. Try as we might. It's probably going to be weak for a very long time. If we built universities, actually, it would probably do better, but... It's a different matter, is it not? Okay, colonial charter finished, so now I've actually got to decide my technology here. I guess we could grab rights to the burghers. They're at, what, 65 satisfaction equilibrium? I probably don't want to tax them more in the end because they can't even afford their current monthly expenses, which means they're not really going to buy that much fine cloth, to my understanding. So we'll probably give strong guilds or strengthened rights. Strengthened rights is more trade efficiency. Strong guilds is more production efficiency. Right now, I mean, trade efficiency would help, but trade route maintenance cost reductions are what we need. Like, trade is not doing great, honestly, at the moment for us with where our position is. Which actually worries me, because that means getting global trade is going to be very difficult, if not impossible, because we don't have enough traded goods. We might be able to get confessionalism, though, since that requires you to be very spiritualist, and we are very spiritualist over here in our game. So it is very possible we could get that done. Anyway, let me set that up really quickly for the rights of the burghers, and then we're going to go for our trade range, not cost. Been saying cost way too many times out loud here. Probably get food production at some point. We just don't need it right now. We have plenty of food production as it is. Yeah, start incorporating this because it's actually, it can get good proximity with enough investment. Incompetent diplomacy for 10 years. Well, I guess that's what happens when you keep insulting everyone. You know what? I'm just gonna mass build these tool guilds. Just spread them out everywhere. Because I know later on we will absolutely chew through tools. In fact, we're actually in need of tools. We almost, about 30% of our tool supply is import. So, yeah, we probably should make more tools now already. go. Another colony's done, and another integration's also done, which is... Oh, wrong one. Unrelated to either of them. Which is nice, at least. It's got some stuff going for it. Yeah, the Golden Horde's kind of blocking us from expanding, so war with the Golden Horde's kind of inevitable now. Oh yeah, totally forgot about our war with Chernihiv. Probably should finish that. Kiev took some land, so we might just wipe them out. From there. Oh, yep, nope, they were technically exiled, so they can't fight until they get back home. Actually, at this rate, couldn't I just... Nope, have to have the capital, which our subject will happily do, so as to not be annexed, I guess. Yeah, I think that feels good. Just get rid of them now. We've got so much proximity cost reduction that I'll just take the forts and use them. Still gonna be conquered land for a long time, but it'll help. So now we're at 0.01. Sorry, we're at 0.1 total for centralization with subject drift. So we're doing pretty good at getting that down. We're not going to hit 100 centralization anytime soon, but it's over 60 again, so pretty much back where we started. Novgorod's at just about 23 proximity. It is at 23 proximity now. Fantastic. I'm using Novgorod as like our key point, because if Novgorod is starting to get a nice chunk of proximity with a full line of paved roads, then there's some other areas that could get it too if we choose to invest. It's just some areas might not be worth investing into. Yeah, the army not being over here kind of drops it, but that's okay. Ooh, excellent minister for 5 years. So he'll get cabinet efficiency. It's only one of the ministers, though, but I'll take it. It's better than nothing. Ooh, is that just like a natural 100 control now without the army there? It is. You know what? Sure, yeah, we can execute that one because he's not very good stat-wise, and replace it with someone who's just almost purple across the board. Alright, so the burghers, which I think we'll just take the cabinet efficiency because trade's not really doing well right now. So we'll just take strong guilds and get that 5% going. That way they'll at least produce better, which might help their profitability a little. What's that, the level, max level of merchant quarters right there? It is. Alright. Oh. Just seeing the lead price so high is hurting me. I cannot wait to get our increased trade range. And then be disappointed when it doesn't fix our problem. Because, let's be honest, it probably won't. It'll help our problem, but it probably won't fix it on its own. How is control reaching you here? It's actually not going by the river, interestingly enough. Although, with enough investment, it probably will soon. Oh, another one bites the dust. Cabinet member. That's the downside of having all these cabinet slots. We're going to be having a lot of death in them. But I suppose that's something we should expect. Oh, you know what, chat? I only now realize this, and I probably should have realized this a long time ago. If I just go ahead and build a singular ship, and then just, like, put my heir in charge of it, we can get another 25% crown power, because they'll be in charge of the Navy. Technically, the entire Navy, quote-unquote. Which would have been a really good idea about, I don't know, 2 to 3 decades ago. Yeah, we'll just, we'll just put the ship in the water and not talk about this. Spiritualist is already very high. What about innovative? Could you probably wouldn't be able to push it any further right now. 0.53, yeah, no. We're gonna need something else for that, so I think outward? Yeah, know you can't really push it by more than just a singular point, so I would just start incorporating more areas or integrating more areas. No, let's deny the petition. It'll make the nobles no longer angry at us. Just make someone else angry at us instead. Oh, the Reformation has begun. Oh, and you know, chat, I'm just wondering, there's this small part of me that wants to go and side with the Reformation and become Protestant. The other part of me wants to keep the orthodoxy benefits of, like, the extra pop growth. I just want the pop growth, if I'm honest with you. Although the Synod is actually pretty good, given the multitude of different choices you have. But I know the Protestants, with theirs, what they can do, they can get 10% literacy, sorry, they can get 15% literacy out of it, and 5% proximity cost reduction that's permanent, which wouldn't require you to keep adding it back on every time. Although I think it's only going to affect the Christians. It won't really intrude into us. It looks like it started in Bohemia, too, which is funny, because... Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's just the Hussites. My bad. That's just the Hussites, chat. Well, that'll be an interesting thing to keep an eye on going forward. So I technically have 10 subjects according to the game, which... I'm not sure why these people out here are technically my subjects. I'm extremely confused and befuddled by it. I don't know why they exist. I guess because they're a tribe? I just don't know. I feel like it's a bug, but maybe it's not. Maybe it is on purpose. Okay, we actually have a lot of money now. We really should spend some of that. Building cities when we're only making 179 ducats would probably not be a good idea, right? Probably. I mean, I'm tempted now that I've said it, but it probably would be a dumb idea. It's probably better to just focus on whatever makes us money. Oh yeah, the copper RGO. Finally has another slot. I guess just as much wood as you can, since we can make money off that pretty easily. Oh yeah, if they vote, it won't change, so that's fine, because most of the votes won't have cast. So they're not, try as they might, they're not going to change it. They can try, and I applaud their efforts, really, but their efforts are futile, I should mention. Yeah, probably build it out to these then, just give them that small reduction. Honestly, this is pretty good. I feel like we've made good progress so far, and our control map mode is still a nightmare to look at overall, but at least the center area is starting to get very green and blue. Now, if we just start upgrading areas to cities, that'd be great. The problem is that most of them don't even have the pops for that, because we just don't have pops up. We do have pops. We have over 9 million. They're just extremely spread out, save for a few very key locations that are just getting lots of pops in them. I think this is actually one of them. Oh, more Masterpiece Regalia would be nice, but we could just max out being spiritualist too and get religious influence, which is equally nice. Yeah, you're getting migration, aren't you, Novgorod? Yes, you are, so we could make you a city, which would just make control over here easier. Probably not worth the money, but it would allow us to build more buildings here. What are you short on? Iron. Have you... So, you don't have any iron, I understand that. Have you tried using copper, which is also in short supply? I suppose that wouldn't really solve the problem in the end, would it? You'd still be on short supply. Oh, the army's still getting maintained. I thought I'd paid that off. Guess not. the Fugers. So, what is our heir's name again? I already forgot. Oh, right. I guess everyone's just named Ivan whenever they're the heir, huh? We're just keeping that tradition up. And there you go. You get your own personal boat way up in the north in the wintertime. And we get 25% more crown power. Which, yep, gave us almost exactly 3% more crown power. Which is good for us. Paved road network. Yay. Definitely want that to pass. Oh, I don't want to do 5 towards inward, but I do want road network to... Oh, it's already passing. Never mind. We're fine. How are we doing in the economic hegemon? We're still behind all the other hegemons, which is good to hear. I'm happy about that. Every time I think we've gotten ahead, we're just as behind as we were before. We're just maybe less behind than before. The Age of Discovery is near its end, and I still don't have Age of Discovery armies. 10% RGO size would be good. So did that do anything for our trade range? Yes, it did open a couple of markets in Europe. Not too many, but you know, maybe enough to where I can... I would probably be able to import gold now from Pest, at least. And I think before the Age of Discovery ends, I want to at least grab maybe halberdiers here. Because we don't have a special unit, do we? No. Or we can get matchlock levies. You know what? Yeah, let's grab the matchlock levies. Although I need to get the falconet anyway. Actually, if I'm not going to raise levies, I don't need a research matchlock levy. I could just get the arquebusiers. Which have great initiative. They, just take more damage in the long run. But, I mean, if they're all destroyed in the first shot, we'll be fine. I just want to get that before more Age of Discovery tech's done, because I feel like I'm going to need better armies. Let's see. I think we can import lead from other areas now, too. Not that I should at the moment, but I think it would allow the market to better handle lead imports. Oh, God, I need to be doing this under goods, not trade. Yeah, there's a couple of markets where it can be imported now where there is an active surplus. Which I don't think 81 projected profit per trade capacity is correct. That sounds like lunacy to me. But I think it means that we should be able to start making more books now, and the market should start to kind of self-correct and actually import it as needed. So let's just start building a bunch of books around Moscow. Because I know we're going to just go through those books. And we have a new czar again. You just couldn't stay on the fishing boat, could you? Just had to come home. Alright, let's just put you in charge of the army then so we don't start drifting towards naval, because that's the last thing I need. And I think we actually did have a slight drift towards it, but I can't tell. Because I didn't check. Guess that's the one risk I take for putting the air on it. I don't know if our trade's going to grow a lot or not, because it's already got a lot of set kind of trades. I also don't know if trading with Europe is going to be more profitable or less, given the trade capacity used. I mean, allegedly, exporting furs is not going to be profitable at all. Some areas it's saying it would. That might just be because it's using all the trade, perhaps. I don't know. No, a lot of these areas actually have a surplus in furs. They're actually able to produce their own fur quite nicely. So, even though we have the massive export potential of fur. Looking over it, Europe is just has a surplus of fur, so we can't really make profit off the fur trade. And honestly, they're kind of just not demanding fur that much in some areas. So I think we just need to build up domestic consumption of it instead to profit off of it. Books you can always make something out of, though, profit-wise. Although, I was like, why is this so unprofitable suddenly? It's because I'm looking at a scriptorum. That explains it. I'll probably still keep up my lead import just so we have some lead in the market no matter what, but I'm not going to do more manual ones. I'll let the game handle it now. It should be able to, at least. France is the economic hegemon now, which means the hegemon that just lost it probably just collapsed into civil war and watched their numbers crash. Or they're no longer a hegemon, in which case they can't have it at all. Oh, we could be targeted by a jihad now. That's cool. I don't think that'll happen, but you know, more power to them if they think they can do it. Okay, we should actually do a CB now that we follow through on. Now that we know we can win, and two, we actually have the proximity to maybe reach down there. Speaking of which, although I don't want to grow the army too much, I probably should get at least a few more regulars, and it doesn't hurt to have some artillery and maybe some horses. Well, we already have plenty of artillery. It's probably just the horses, really. Just shrink this really quickly here. There we go. Follow through on threat. Well, if you want to follow through on a threat, be my guest. I just don't think it's going to work out. Oh, wow. They just found the agent as I'm fabricating a CB on them. That's kind of funny. Because it's too late for them. Perm clergy revolt again. That's funny. Okay, and with the arquebusiers research, we can actually upgrade all of our men-at-arms to them now, so that's going to pretty much double our fielded infantry, which is why I only wanted to get a couple of them. Speaking of which, in saying that, I really should mass build some more armories everywhere, so we actually have the manpower for these fights in the future. Plus, it'll make tanneries usable. That's nice. I don't think this gets us military hegemon. No, but it gets us pretty close to it. Definitely more than France, at least. I'm actually surprised that there's a multitude of different hegemons. I'm actually fine with not having hegemons right now, although getting the military hegemon is nice. Since it gives you a 10% war score cost decrease, which means it's easier to take more land with the same amount of war score. Oh yeah, that peasant tax is so good. Almost 50%. We're just taking their money and they're happy about it. That's so sad. I don't know if we're supposed to be doing that, but I guess we're just going to keep doing it. Okay, we're exporting books to Krakow. That's a good sign. We've got something going with our trade now. I do want to see, is there any additional lead movement going on? No. Yeah, as you see, it's mostly still trade with the closer areas, but we are starting to see some trade with books. Which, even after the trade route maintenance, is still getting something out of it. Pskov's got a clergy war too? Oh, it's because they can't reach it. That's why they call this in. I see. That's why they call this in. Well, I can't reach it either. I don't know what you want me to do about it. I mean, I can declare war on Sweden and move through them, but I don't think that's happening anytime soon. Mostly because I just don't feel like it. There we go. Just gonna get more roads down there, just spread the control, let it propagate. Because that's been doing pretty well for us. Our tax base has shot up all the way to 900 now. It's partially because the Moscow region is getting wealthier, but also because, again, all the other provinces are starting to give us just a little more tax money. Yeah, I'm going to take that 1,300 gold this time. I don't always take that because it makes the nobility really upset. It's a significant drop. But I'm going to do that and then mass build tanneries. That'll ensure we can supply our armories reliably instead of needing to import any. We actually have a shortage of guns now. Sweet. Technically, that's not good, but it's kind of easy to fix if you just build a few more. Actually, we have a fair number of them. They're just saying that they can't make money. Because they're trying to use resources we don't have an abundance of. With how big the Golden Horde is, we're definitely going to need more forts. It's actually a lot of areas that do not have forts. We really should have thought about this a while ago. Like a long while ago. But that's okay. Trying to build it in certain-ish areas where it hopefully means the enemy just can't walk through everything. They actually have to kind of fight through it piece by piece. Up to a point, at least. Oh, this is a stockade. Yeah, maybe upgrade that, because that's just going to fall easily. Well, another war against the Golden Horde sounds like fun now, doesn't it? Especially now that they have just kind of fallen behind ever since. Oh yeah, papacy, do we have research to steal? We do! 6.3 research points, in fact. Oh, you know, I might wait till we get the better cannons and then go, just so we have them. And I'm thinking maybe we push and fracture them, kind of reach the Azov Sea. That's a possibility. There's also the argument to be made to just push more eastward and seize the lands they've been taking over here and colonizing, but on the other hand, that just means they're making it very cheap and easy for us to take later. Oh yeah, if we still have maps we can steal, that'd be great. I'm gonna say I don't think we can contact the Yuan still. I think they're still out of our range because they lost territories. Oh, the Manchu exist. Cool. Yay, 10 humanists, which we didn't want, but it's being forced against us because of the spreading of dangerous ideas. Okay, so there's a lead shortage, but it's not importing it. So is it just not profitable because of the trade maintenance cost? So I can't import lead unless I basically tell the game to do so. That's my guess here because they do not want to import lead, I'm noticing. Despite it being really high priced where we are and a shortage beginning. And it's saying like Krakow, Prague, Pest, they all have a couple points of lead. Let's just, like, set up that one, then. Yeah, I think the profitability numbers are off. And that's why it doesn't look right to us. It looks like it's way more profitable than it actually is on one screen compared to the other screen. Or so I'm interpreting the issue. I would love 5 discipline right now. Oh, Step Riders, minus 10 army attrition. That is nice. 20% horse output, too. You know, in case you wanted more horses. Do we have any... No. Okay. Maybe grab the construction sector right quick here. See, that's another government reform there. I don't really like that one, though. It's just not as good as the others. And maybe we just get the research for the blast furnace so we can get iron, get copper, tin, lead. Yeah, lead, which we have a single source of. Just kind of build it all the way around here so we get some more guns. And then, of course, upgrade the artillery and let that replenish before we go to war. At least means we'll have over 10,000 regulars, I believe. Yep, over 10,000 regulars. Think what? The hegemon's at 12k? Nope, almost 15. Close enough. Let's see. The Chagati are kind of the threat because they are the ones that have all the armies. But I think they're really far away right now. Oh, they're actually in the middle of a rebellion. I don't think it's a strong rebellion, though. No, it's very weak. But I think that means we could actually go to war and be fine. We could... Nah, Georgia doesn't want to join. The biggest issue is just the wide open fields that have no defenses that they could just walk through. But that's why we made sure to choose something on the border that was very easy to reach. And then we've already taken it, I believe. I could be wrong, though. Yep, nope, that was the area. We're already getting the ticking war score. Oh, that wasn't the capital area. The province. My bad. I thought it was. I assume for now they're gathering their army at the capital. Something like that. Well, now that we've taken the initial war goal area, we can kind of just follow them towards it. Oh, look at that, chat. They've actually built forts near their capital. Oh, would you look at that. They, the steppe finally figured out how to build forts. We will see how long those forts last. Honestly, probably not that long. Oh, where are your armies going? Because you're definitely not over here. Ah, you're going all the way up there. I see. I see. Okay. Yeah, +5. That's really good. Yep, support the local inquisition. Just anything that makes the clergy happy. Even though it might upset the masses. I'm sure they'll understand in time. That's a lot of wide open plain they can easily raid still and just take captives. But we can't build forts everywhere. We actually have a lot of fort limit. We very much could. Very much could build forts everywhere, actually. I'm sorry, guys. You didn't have to be kidnapped this whole time. Who would have thought? So give me a river map mode instead. I'll just build it in a number of river spot areas. Oh, sweet. The Synod hasn't even ended yet. It's about to, actually. It's only, what, -73 because war enthusiasm? Yeah, I thought so. We'd actually have to go and fight them. Oh, good. We could get more counting houses for the cheap. Or I could get 2 points to land, which does actually help our control a little. Plus, Moscow gets 0.25 development, which I like. Ooh. University. Because when the university event's going, we can get an event for research. But also, we can temporarily push innovative further. It'll only be by a couple points, but it's a couple more points of literacy. Okay, and then what does this give us again? Stability, legitimacy, prestige. Proceedings or taxation, whichever one you want. And they'll be happy about it. Those are fine. It's the ones further down that are great. Like the proximity cost for 10 years is good. Less separatism is nice. 10 research progress. See, the thing is, I kind of want to just keep grabbing the 10 research progress every 10 years. Because that would allow us to kind of catch up further. The 5 proximity cost would be good. But I think for now, let's take that free research and just get that extra bit of progression to catch up. Because we can still steal research from the Pope, which tells me we are not ahead. Just make sure it passes and we get our university as well while we're at it. Yeah, they're kind of raiding the hinterlands area, but we expected that. The forts probably won't be ready before they start raiding other areas, because, yeah, they're taking slaves. But we seized their capital now, so now we can just kind of march up there and go fight them. And we at least got a few forts built elsewhere. Which is nice, except for the area that they occupied, but oh well. Oh well. Kind of means I'm going to be sitting on my money while I focus on this. I'm going to say EX is like fiber crops, right? So you can still make a lot of good stuff out of that. I'm just spamming paper mills because I know paper is going to go off the charts, especially as we can get more books now that we actually have access to some more European trade that has access to lead. Which is still somehow not a lot, but it's better than what we had before. 96 ducats for a university. That is cheap. Died to a wild animal. Well, shoot. Okay, then. Oh, in the area they're raiding is specifically the area that has almost no pops. Oh, well. We're gonna raid somewhere. Of course, it was gonna be the area that has no security. I mean, already at plus 15, I could try to take land, but I don't think they're going to agree for a long time. I think with how big they are, I do actually need to go ahead and raise some levies near the center. Moskva actually gives a lot. Just enough to suppress them. Because as it currently stands, they're just going to keep running around in the uncovered areas. And I need a second response force. Yeah, see how they're just running. I think, yeah, they just forced Perm out of the war. Which isn't the worst thing, I guess. They weren't really going to do much to begin with anyway. Just sucks because we're going to get a lot of pop losses to slavery now, which will then be stuck as slaves, but oh well, I guess. Oh, that's weird. I thought I sent the army way over here. Apparently I misclicked and sent them all the way to Novgorod. Whoops. Losing a lot to attrition. I mean, I guess that's just the winter for you. Well, we got to send their main army running at least. Ah, they managed to liberate the goal. Okay. Well, that's fine. No forts there. Kind of makes sense. They got it so easily. Okay, so innovation's at 70% now, which is nice. Nope, I guess I should have kept moving. I didn't think they were going to pull away. Ah, we still got them. Good leader. No, the Pops aren't dying, at least. They're just being forcibly relocated to Golden Horde territories and then being moved to who knows where in the world. Never to be seen again. So, yes, it is bad, but don't let them know that. That, you know, they might get upset that their loved ones are never coming back. Alrighty. Oh shoot, did we lose? Ah, the morale was at half when they engaged, of course. And the units weren't properly redistributed, so there was just too much on the front and they died. Okay. Yeah, I gotta watch that morale, because we never got the research that made it to it cost less morale to move. So we're just burning through it as we approach them. And then we're getting pushed back because now we have no morale. And running halfway across the country because we have no morale. And no forts. Although thankfully several forts are about to come up, which should reduce their ability to move around. At least near the area where we're fighting them. They've gotten a bit busy with trying to siege their forts back, so that's good. We can use that. They get into another war by any chance? Because they did just... No, they're just pulling back. So I'll just take the objective from them and go from there. Looks like they went this way. Give or take. Oh, I see they had lost, so they're just withdrawing. Oh, I see. Georgia decided to join the war on our side. They just joined it. And that's why there's suddenly no Golden Horde troops up here, because now they're raiding Georgia instead. That'll do it. Certainly distract them a little. At least long enough for us to start pushing down here and maybe fight them ourselves. Oh, it's another fort that they actually built. There's the main army. It disappeared somewhere around here. There it is. Calling it main army might be generous, but... Oh, it's stack wiped, so it's gone now. And was that... That was most of the Golden Horde's own units, yeah. Well, that was a good stack wipe. That knocked them down pretty well. They are kind of opening to negotiate now. Until I, you know, fracture them, because the AI hates being fractured. So, probably no fracturing. But I could definitely see us wanting to seize probably their capital and several forts to completely throw them off. And anything to just cripple the Horde further. Oh, I need a rival. Okay. Probably should switch out with the army over there so I can actually siege it better, but I'm also of the thought that I need my regulars over here right now fighting. Yeah, there we go. Maybe reconnect an actual supply line so we don't starve to death. Because that's all we're doing right now, is starving to death repeatedly. Since we don't have any of the adjacent areas. Because there's several techs we didn't do that could help with that, because we were behind on tech. Or so I'm going to keep claiming to make us feel better. Yeah, uphold the commons. That's traditionalist. For the economy, at least. Papermaker Guild's still good. So I don't know why you're saying I'd make that much money. I assume it's because something would make that much money and it's just not available right now. Let's say, do you have access to wool? You do. You both do. Just make more tailor guilds, even though it won't be that profitable. Actually, with 4,000, we can make a lot of merchant quarters. Not that I think our trade is going to take off from having more merchant quarters, but, you know, it'll increase demand for things that we build. And get more workers around to demand goods. So, it's something that works. Okay, let's just Let's just storm it, because it's already lost 2/3 of its garrison. Yeah, there we go. It's done. That way we can move this along faster. And stop starving at a siege. Oh, wrong button. I think we just wiped them? No, I think they ran away. I don't know. I just don't see the army anymore. It's kind of gone. Yeah, I lost thousands of levies there, but it's still going strong. Okay, what are we looking at for the truce now? Because that's 87. Yeah, because think of what, we don't have the fort there, so it's probably expensive. Would love to take this, but they're just very unlikely to agree because of how fractured they become. This is not viable. Maybe... I know we wanted to siege down here and split them, but I'm wondering if the alternative might be to take more of the territory up here. Partially to connect it, partially to shove them back a bit. Because they do have a fort up here that we can seize and use. Yeah, something like that, maybe. That's, what, 65 points? We could take these too, but I want to leave that alone because it's just not as valuable. Yeah, that one's very expensive down there. We do have, like, what is it, plus 20 costs as well to consider. I want to land route to Georgia, but the Horde has to die for that. I kind of want to just keep going, though, because we are winning. There's no reason to stop right now. We could always just take more land. Like, yeah, we're losing lives, but so are they. And we probably grow fast enough anyway, right? Oh, peace imminent. Well, yeah, we're gonna have to decide soon then. Just one more battle. Just one more, I swear. Alright, if we're getting peace imminent, then we should start thinking. Oh, are they in the middle of a fight? They must, because their enthusiasm's high. Usually what happens there is their enthusiasm will spike in a fight. Or did you just get trapped in the zone of control? You did, okay. Don't know how you managed that. It's definitely a point of concern. I mean, we won both of those battles at least, so it's fine. Well, they managed to somehow get themselves stuck in the zone of control of the enemy fort. Notice their war enthusiasm is starting to tick back to the better. I'm guessing because Georgia's losing ground. What else to do with the fact that our main army is now stuck and slowly dying of attrition? So we might not be able to push further, then we might just take what we can and get out. Before the peace imminent forces us to only get the state and nothing else. Oh, we got attacked. Do we win that or do we die? We win it, but barely. Yeah, okay, maybe we, take what we can and get out before they come back. Not as much as I'd like to seize from them. But we did see some of the more northern territory forts, which is good. I think next time we'll just prepare a good line of forts that they have to cross through before they can actually start siege chasing us and make us run around. Also, the army getting stuck behind the fort was not good because they were just going to starve to death if we kept it going. But I'd still say it was good because we managed to weaken the Golden Horde a bit more and took more land. They should have shattered when all of their regulars died, but they never did, so they're still here. Which we'll deal with. It's just weird. Ooh, RGO size is good. Construction speed, character resistance. I kind of want to get the Mercury patio, but the building is almost useless. I say almost because technically we have access to gold, but we have very little access to gold. France is now the military hegemon. Oh, okay. I see where it is now. I lost track of where our stuff was. All the way out here is what? 8.8k ducats. Oh, boy. I mean, yeah, sand's expensive in some areas. It's cheap in others. That makes sense. If you think about it, it does make sense. It's not a bad control map. Now, it looks awful still, but all the cabinets we have are hard at work at incorporating. On the fort at Belgorod, we have a better defense point now. Oskal as well. Some of the river points have new forts too, which is good. It's just out over here in the hinterland, there isn't anything. And I think we need to acknowledge that I need to build forts out here. Especially in the areas where it can cut through the mountain crossings. It's like right there is really good. Because it prevents them from just going through the mountain. They can't go through it. So probably what? Right there too, maybe? I can kind of go around it still. It's probably like this. That way it's a nice pronged, because they can't go through the mountains themselves. They're impassable in the game. So this will just make sure they can't cross through there anymore. Obviously, they can still cross through this wide area, but it minimizes where they can and can't go. Makes it more predictable. We're making over 200 ducats now, and our tax base has gotten over 1,000, which is great for us. I still feel like it's taking way too long, but we're Russia. I don't think this is going to be an easy road, no matter how hard we tried. Yeah, let's mass build some more printer shops, why don't we? More books for everyone as the clergy build a hospital in Novgorod. Novgorod, Jesus. Oh, I can finally marry you off to someone. The dynasty going a little longer. I love these foreign orders of chivalry. Just free stat bonuses. Three areas with full control that are never depleting is nice. If we built a lot of these into cities, they would all be fine, but they don't have the population for that. And unlike other areas, I don't think they're going to get that for a while, but we are just under 10 million pops. Yep, I joined the war symbolically, but I'm actually going to defund the army. We are not pushing that any further for a minute. See that we need weapons. I'm guessing it's just increased demand from armories. Yeah, probably. So that might be something to mass build, so we have lots of weapons. I know the nobles tend to buy them up too. Yeah, technically soldiers as well, but it's mainly just armory needs. Although those can be sold quite nicely. Hey! 5 centralization, I will take it. It's very nice to gain. There's a 23.38 now up here. We have some rebels that are actually about to fire off, but it's been growing so slowly, I've kind of just ignored it up to this point. Not to say they aren't a threat, it's just kind of... we can take our time. I'm not worried about it. Good old paved roads. Can't wait for modern roads in the age of absolutism. You know, when the game's gone on for much, much longer already. Oh, with our army here, the entire Moscow province is at 100 control. Which is nice. Yeah, the proximity to capital is almost maxed out, which is also why. Maybe don't point the air to the boat if we can help it. We can help it. Good. Actually, you're our third cousin. I really should make sure you get married to someone so we have more of you. Right, I have to wait till he's in command. I don't know why I can't click the portrait right away. It takes time. God, that's so many counting houses it'll build. I really should probably be building them more myself, but if it's going to keep offering to just give me counting houses at reduced price, I'm going to take it. There's no reason not to. Yeah, you can have your monastery. Ooh, rigorous researchers. Free legitimacy, prestige, and traditions. No research, but, you know, I'll still take it. So artillery, what? Offense, gunsmith, tool guild. Well, so we'll probably get... We could get pike and shot. I don't think we can get global trade, though, because its minimum requirement is 500 traded goods. Our best is at 35. So that's not happening. Oh, yeah, confessionalism we could absolutely get. And getting confessionalism would be good, because that's where you get your next government reform from. So that would be pretty good. Plus the Supreme Court is there. I do love me a Supreme Court for 5% proximity cost reduction. Government reform, cost of court reductions. Rights of the clergy. It's a good tree. I think this subject opinion one's been there. This Orthodox monastery building is just throwing me off. Road network would be good too, so the roads are a little cheaper. I haven't gotten down too far to this tree with the trade, but it looks good. We can actually get a good chunk of trade maintenance cost reductions to this tree. I don't think anything here gets proximity beyond the Supreme Court. Yeah, it's only going to look up the overseas trade routes, even though the Supreme Court actually gives you proximity cost reduction once built in the capital. It just kind of doesn't notice that when you search for it, I guess. Yeah, it's not a bad tree, and the choices you get in the Age of Reformation are pretty decent too, but I actually like the diplomacy one for it. 10% increase to your tax efficiency is pretty nice. I don't need a spy network in Egypt. Why would I want that? I don't need that. Do need to sit on this money for a moment, though. There we go. Counting houses are being built. Hey, more heresy. Oh, that's the one that appears in England. Cool. The English have decided to just go make their own church. So they can then divorce whenever they want to. Because why not? It's the only reason why they wanted their own church in the first place. Well, with King Henry, after that, not so much. Oh, I can only build one. Oh, no, there we go. Okay, there we go. So I do like how Moscow has wheat as its RGO, because it means it's able to produce a lot of food, so... Despite being a city of over 320,000 people, it's actually able to feed itself. If you don't count the rest of the province, which is absolutely going to make it starve over time if it's not built up. I love how Georgia has these rebellions. I symbolically join, and then I just defund the military, and it works out. You know, it just works. They end up winning. Oh, the Aretinids finally took out the Byzantines and seized Constantinople. It saddens me to see it with no control. But I also find it funny that it wasn't the Ottomans who got it, but the Aretinids. Because it was definitely not on my bingo card for who would seize it. Wow, do we have a lot of liquor demand or what? I guess we do have over 10 million pops already, so that would kind of make some sense. So I guess just mass build these. Honestly, that's probably going to build way more than we need, but we could just export it then, I'm sure. That's how that works, right? If you don't need it, just give it to someone else at a very high price. I'm sure that's how that works. Almost 300 ducats, too. Well, we have been over 300, then under, then over it again. Which is definitely not as much as France is making, or Bohemia, for that matter. They're both making a lot more than us. But we have surpassed some of the other powers, at least. Oh, administrative thought. Yay, cabinet efficiency. So it's 7.66 reduction now from the cabinet for proximity cost. Well, that's active. We're at 100% cabinet efficiency. Oh, that's so good. Now I just need more sources of it, and I'll be happy. As if I'm already not pleased by that number. Okay, these actually have over 30,000 people. These two, at least. Some of you actually have so few pops, you're growing at 0.6% growth speed, because there's just so much land. I'm actually going to go and make Novgorod, this Novgorod, Southern Novgorod, or whatever you want to call it, a city. Then we can build a Palmok canal at it. And also it can have more of the buildings because it'll have a higher capacity. Oh yeah, I guess we do have an absolute godload of wheat, don't we? So this allows us to put that wheat somewhere. Which we really do need to do, actually. Alright, where to next for the corporations? Well, it depends on where are these rebels forming in. All over there. I mean, we don't really need the north as much, but I guess we can incorporate it. There we go. Oh, 99.87. It's so close to being 100% like everything else. It'd be really nice if it was. The small back of my head is thinking that now we're going to have way too many distilleries, and the other part is like, nah, it'll be fine. I guess mass expand the sand RGOs, even though we might build over some of them later. Just because we're kind of using a lot of sand right now for the leather guilds and then the alum. So the price is quote-unquote high. For sand, at least. We could technically just build, like, sand pits everywhere and get those instead. But I don't think that's what we want to do. I'm going to research the Mercury patio anyway, even though we're not in position to use it right now. Just so that when we can use it, we'll have it. There's a lot of techs over here we haven't done yet because they don't really help us at the moment. We're not really using maritime. It would help us... Wow, lag. It would help us later on when we do. But right now, it's not something that would help us that much. Missionary schools would help us, though, because I think we have some non-orthodox pops. We do. We're at 81% unity, which is still good. Getting that plus 10 conversion would at least make the conversion happen more naturally everywhere. Would still be really slow, but wouldn't need the cabinet involved as much. Speaking of cabinets, they've got another province ready to integrate. It's trying to integrate some of the north up here so they stop revolting so much. Speaking of which, one of them is getting ready to. I don't think the integration will finish in time. Ah, it could. Nah, it probably wouldn't. We might assign someone there once they finish whatever they're currently doing. Whatever they're currently doing, as if I don't know. Spinner workshops, spinner guilds. Definitely doing spinner guilds. Well, actually, do you have access to wool? You should, right? Given your location. I was gonna say, you should have access to wool with where you are. Oh, wow, fine cloth has actually gotten rather cheap. Although that's good because the burghers are spending most of their money on fine cloth. But maybe because it's so cheap. How is wool doing price-wise? Honestly, it's still really cheap. 35% below the cost. Oh yeah, we can do these synods at the second they're ready every time. We're getting more religious influence than we can spend. Which, in my opinion is very good. Gonna make it easier to keep up with. No, wheat's actually gone up in price. That's good. It'll be easy to make lots of money off it then. Oh yeah, fruit's expensive, huh? I guess fruit is rather rare up here, isn't it? So being able to eat some of that would be very helpful. Well, helpful to someone. We only have 2 sources of it up here. Oh boy, okay. Well, at least I can get some of that going. But fish too? I guess fish makes some sense, yeah. Try to spread it out a little. Definitely build up the iron too, because I don't know if you noticed, but we've been struggling with iron for a while, even after getting the 75% research boost to iron production. Although that was somewhat recent, so it hasn't really kicked in for long. Ooh, money to the treasury, yes please. Where are the other iron deposits anyway? So we have that iron deposit here, these 2, and then it's just all the way over there. Good to know. I just build those up for now. So we have all the iron. Oh, hi doggo. You coming to say hello? I think I know what time it is for you, yeah. So I think we are going to stop here for now. We are in 1533, very close to the Age of Reformation. We're still behind technologically. Let me just yoink this from the Pope real quick. Oh, actually, there we go. We can't steal research from Sardinia, at least. What about the Pope? We still can. Okay. Anyway, this is very good. We've formed Russia. We've beaten the Golden Horde a bit more. We'll probably invade more of our neighbors now that our control map mode is slightly less horrifying, and we're getting a lot of proximity cost reductions. And I do mean a lot. I can't wait to just build this up even harder by the Age of Absolutism. With our economy going, I'm hoping to get a lot more towns and cities and have a lot more fun with this. Thank you all for coming. I hope you had a wonderful time, whether you were chatting, watching, or just listening in the background. And I will see you all next time.